Good morning. I declare today's meeting open and welcome everyone here today, including those joining us in the gallery and via the live stream. Could everyone please stand as I ask Councillor Dixon to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet.
Well, good morning, everybody. I'd like to start by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet, the Kabi Kabi people. The determination of the Kabi Kabi people acknowledges that they have a continuing and unbroken connection to the land and waters of the Sunshine Coast. The Sunshine Coast has been a place of celebration, abundance, connection and kinship for thousands of years for the Yinabara and Kabi Kabi people, and we commit to working in partnership with the traditional owners and continue these practices to support self-determination through economic and community development. We recognise our shared history and will continue to work in partnership and provide a foundation of building a shared future with the Kabi Kabi people and the Yinabara people. We pay our respects to the traditional owners of the Sunshine Coast and to their elders past and present, and acknowledge the important role First Nations peoples continue to play on the Sunshine Coast. Together we are all stronger.
Thank you, Councillor Dixon. Would the chamber remain standing as I invite Pastor Aaron Jackson from Church on the Rise, Beerwah, to provide us with a blessing.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we come to you in Jesus' name, and we come before you today with hearts of gratitude for the city in which we live, and we lift up this city to you, asking you for divine guidance, protection and blessing over its people, leaders and communities. Lord, your word tells us to seek the peace and prosperity of the city, for when it prospers, we too shall prosper. So we pray for the peace of our city, that it would be a place of safety, unity and flourishing. May justice prevail and may love and compassion be the foundation of our relationships. For our leaders today, Lord, we ask for peace and clarity of thought. We ask for wisdom for our leaders, that they would govern with integrity and a heart for the welfare of all. May they make decisions that promote the common good and lead to the prosperity of every neighbourhood and community. Bless the businesses, schools and services that sustain our city, and may they thrive under your care. We pray for the well-being of every citizen, especially those who are vulnerable, marginalised or in need. Let your presence bring healing, provision and hope to all. As we seek the prosperity of our city, help us to be agents of your peace, love and righteousness. Guide us in our actions and attitudes so that we might contribute to the good of our city, reflecting your light in every corner. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. Have a lovely day. Please remain upstanding as I acknowledge the recent passing of former Maroochy councillor Herman Schwabe. I take this opportunity today to mark with sadness the passing of former Maroochy Shire councillor Herman Schwabe. We thank his family and friends for joining us today, and I acknowledge two former Maroochy Shire councillors, Jim Cash and Jerry Gordon, joining us for this morning. Herman Schwabe was first elected to Maroochy Shire Council in 1982. At the time of his election, he was operating an organic farm near Kenilworth. He was an advocate for the control of spray drift of agricultural chemicals. He was also a long-term supporter of the Basics Co-op in Nambour. As an engineer with a keen interest in water and sewerage, he was on the former joint Maroochy-Caloundra Water Board. Herman was often a strong voice for the environment and was instrumental in the introduction of recycling bins in the region in the early 1990s. Herman was the Deputy Mayor from 1997 to 2000 and Chairman of Town Planning from 2000 to 2004. He was also Chair of the Finance Committee in the early 90s. Herman remained on council for 22 years, retiring in 2004 to Mullaney, where he was involved in the Maple Street Food Co-op and Mullaney Credit Union. There will be a public memorial for Herman on Saturday, 19 October from 1 p.m. at the Kenilworth Hall. Vale, Herman Schwabe. Please remain standing now also as the Acting CEO addresses the meeting.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and councillors, people in the gallery. The purpose of this communication is to inform Council and the Sunshine Coast community of the sad passing of our colleague and friend, Ian Yorkie Smithson. To all his family and friends, he was fondly known as Yorkie, a nod to his home county of Yorkshire in the UK. He passed away recently surrounded by his loving wife Lisa, who is also a valued member of our council family and our payroll team, and their children, Amaya and Harry. And I would like to recognise that Amaya and Lisa are with us today. Lisa and Yorkie met in a backpacker bar in London in 1991 and soon realised they had a strong connection. However, Lisa's visa was running out, so Love brought Yorkie to follow Lisa back to Australia, initially on a trial basis. Eventually, Yorkie and Lisa decided they wanted to stay and so moved permanently to Australia in 1994, and then they were married in 1996. A few years went past and Yorkie and Lisa were blessed with the arrivals of Amaya and Harry. Later, when the kids were young, Lisa and Yorkie moved to their beautiful 10-acre Kin property in 2008. Yorkie's journey with council started with him working with a labour hire firm in 2013, originally as part of the bridge crew on the Noosa Beach boardwalk. In October of 2013, Yorkie joined council's cemeteries team as a full-time employee in the role of burials and plaque attendant. In more recent times, he joined the stores team, where he was involved in distributing PPE and uniforms to his council colleagues. Council wishes to recognise the service and contribution of Yorkie to council and to our Sunshine Coast community, and sends our love and condolences to Lisa, Amaya, Harry, and the Smithson family. Vale Yorkie Smithson. Thank you.
Thank you. Please be seated. Noting we have a council resolution from the last ordinary meeting for a leave of absence for Councillor Bunnag, should it be required for the birth of his child. Macy Blair Bunnag was born on Sunday, 25 August. We note your wife and Macy are doing well. We are so very pleased. Welcome to the world, Macy, and we are pleased that you are able to join us today, and from all of us, congratulations. Moving to item number 4. Councillors, can I please have someone to move receipt and confirmation of the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on 24 July? Councillor Natoli, seconded Councillor Dixon. All those in favour? And the motion is carried. There is no mayoral minute today, so we'll move on to 6, informing of conflicts of interest. Councillors, I remind you of the requirements of the Local Government Act 2009, which sets out how councillors' conflicts of interest are managed in local government matters. These requirements apply to how we deal with such matters at this meeting. Should you have a conflict of interest in relation to an agenda item, please raise it at the commencement of that item. Okay, we move now to presentations and councillor reports, and we have one presentation to acknowledge this morning. Councillor Broderick, I believe you have an award to present to the Smart Cities team for our mountain bike track monitoring service project, and I note we have Michael Werrett, Katie Steele in attendance today to receive the award.
This is by far the best part of the meeting today. I get to do the fun stuff, which is awesome. So it is with great pleasure that I recognise that Council recently won the Queensland Award at the iAwards in the Government and Public Sector category for the Mountain Bike Track IoT Monitoring Service project undertaken by the Smart Cities team together with the Environment Operations team. The Australian Information Industry Association has been driving an innovation nation through its iAwards program. The iAwards is Australia's longest-running and most broadly scoped innovation recognition program, promoting excellence in the Australian digital ecosystem. The iAwards unearth, recognise and reward excellence in Australian innovation that is making a difference and has the potential to create positive change for our community, whether this is at home, in the office or on a global scale. The Smart Cities team, working very closely with the environmental operations, deployed a range of IoT sensors at the Sugarbag Road mountain bike track to enable data to be captured on the use and management of the bicycle track. The track is a very popular riding location, I know that firsthand, I have sons, for locals and visitors, and increasing visitor numbers have significantly impacted wear and tear of the bike tracks. The track also experiences erosion due to heavy rainfall. A combination of real-time data provided by the IoT sensors and historical data insights enable the identification of usage patterns for maintenance purposes while also monitoring environmental impacts. The visitor numbers and knowledge of which tracks are used most is now informing future capital works for similar assets, including the 2032 Olympics and Paralympic Games mountain bike track. As a state award winner, the project is now a finalist for the national award to be announced tonight. Ooh, that's very exciting. Yeah, it is my absolute pleasure to present this award to Katie and Michael to receive on behalf of the Smart Cities team.
Councillor Broderick, would you like to move a motion to note receipt of the presentation?
I'd like to move that we have been presented and received that award.
And can I have a seconder? Councillor Landsberg. I'll now put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? And the motion is carried. Thank you. Councillors, we'll now consider item 8.1, Quarterly Progress Report, and for that we welcome Mr Flanagan. Welcome.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, councillors and members of the community. This report presents the progress for quarter 4 of the 2023-24 financial year. The report covers the period from 1 April to 30 June 2024 and seeks to inform council and the community on progress in implementing the activities, significant projects and service highlights from the adopted operational plan for the 23-24 financial year. As the last quarter of the year, it also provides a snapshot of some of the outcomes that have been delivered on behalf of the community over the full year. The report comprises of 2 appendices, Appendix A, which is a Chief Executive Officer's Quarterly Highlights Report, and Appendix B, which is the Operational Plan Activities Report, which provides on time, on budget and qualitative commentary on each of the 87 activities of the operational plan. I will now invite the Acting CEO, Deborah Robinson, to provide a summary of the highlights for the quarter.
Thank you, Luke, and good morning, Madam Mayor and councillors and members of the public. It is my privilege to present the Quarterly Progress Report highlighting Council's significant achievements during Quarter 4, 2023-2024 financial year. As a final quarter of the financial year, it also provides details on the delivery of the operational plan. Overall, Council completed 80% of our planned operational activities, including completion of Stage 1 of the Kawana Aquatic Centre upgrade and the new high-tech material recovery facility in Nambour. In addition, I am proud to say that Council has delivered 98% of its capital works program budget. This result was achieved despite ongoing market challenges impacting supply chains, availability of labour and significant rainfall throughout the year, and that has disrupted our outdoor services, programs and construction projects. I would like to acknowledge the dedication of our teams, businesses and industry partners and their ongoing commitment to deliver initiatives for and on behalf of our community. This commitment to deliver improvements to our infrastructure and community facilities is demonstrated in the many upgrade projects across our region. If we think about our parks and recreational spaces, for example, the revitalisation of our streetscapes such as Cribb Street, Landsborough, and the recently completed Outrigger Park boat ramp and car park at Mooloolaba. Community-based initiatives are at the core of our work, and a highlight from the quarter was the allocation of more than $887,000 to 237 applicants across our community grants program. Funding community initiatives will bring a range of projects, events and programs to life and help our community groups to deliver vital services that benefit our community's health and wellbeing. In addition to these initiatives, Council continues to engage with the community on projects and programs that impact the region. This quarter, we have received community feedback on the community strategy refresh and the active transport plan. We have also engaged with our community on the proposal for a Sunshine Coast Dark Sky Reserve, which aims to preserve our night skies and promote our economic vitality, health and environmental stewardship as a biosphere reserve. Major events and tourism continue to showcase our region to the national stage, and in April, the Sunshine Coast hosted the Aussies Surf Lifesaving Championships, which provided an estimated $20.7 million boost to the local economy. This event promoted our stunning beaches and strengthened our reputation as a premier destination for major events, which this quarter alone attracted more than 49,000 attendees to 23 sponsored major events. When it comes to big events, the Brisbane 2032 Brisbane Olympic and Paralympic Games are a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to shine a spotlight on our region and showcase all it has to offer. In preparation, 3 Sunshine Coast Olympic venues were given the green light to progress to tender in May 2024, following a $300 million funding commitment by the Queensland and Australian governments. As one year closes and one opens, providing further opportunities for our region. Our 2024-25 budget reaffirms Council's commitment to preparing the region to take advantage of these opportunities in collaboration with our community, with a focus on public spaces, parks and infrastructure, and critical services that shape a healthier, happier and more connected community. For more highlights, I will now invite our group executives to outline how we have worked together to progress our corporate plan goals during the quarter. I would like to start with welcoming Bill Hadrill, Group Executive for Livability and Natural Assets, who will speak to the highlights achieved under our Environment and Livability goal. Thank you, Bill.
Thank you, Deborah, and through the Mayor. In addition to the achievements that Deborah has outlined, Q4 saw the delivery of a number of other initiatives and key outstanding achievements contributed under the Environment and Livability goal of Council, continuing to reinforce our commitment to setting ourselves up for the future. With a continued focus on providing access for our community to natural areas, for the benefit of physical and mental wellbeing and health, pleased to say that improvement works were finalised in the Lake Wyber area associated with the walking trails there, including wayfinding signage, bollards, and a 24-metre long suspension bridge that links Lake Wyber Trail to the Pridgeon area. It's an outstanding connection that is already starting to be heavily used by the local community and visitors to the region who are starting to hear about it. Moving from providing access for our community to improving and enhancing habitats for nationally threatened species, pleased to say that the North Shelley Beach pilot project was delivered in May of this year. This involved restoring a section of dunes which provides the best opportunities for enhanced turtle nesting habitat and better representation of the native plant species that we would expect to find in that 4-dune ecosystem. In an Australian first, the EPBC Act approved trial and pilot process will pave the way for future works in the Shelley Beach area and along our coastline, which will seek and help us to respond and plan for the future impacts of climate change, whether that's coastal inundation, sea surface temperatures and air temperatures, which are impacting on and forecast to continue to impact upon turtle populations further to our north. So the Sunshine Coast will become increasingly important over time. Still in the environment area, in late June of this year, more than 200 people gathered for the 2024 Sunshine Coast Open Data Expo at Doonan Creek Environment Reserve. This was an opportunity to share how researchers across the Sunshine Coast are partnering in citizen science opportunities and supporting us to increase our knowledge on how to collect data, how to store, share data, and really to share stories about our work within the natural environment. It's a fantastic example of the power of government, academia and the community coming together to join forces and bolster our knowledge around the natural environment and help to plan for the future. Continuing in the theme of Council partnering with and supporting our community, also pleased to advise that during the quarter, Council hosted the Invasive Plants and Animals Workshop event at the Belleye Park Hall on April of this year. It was an opportunity to arm residents with more knowledge and share conversations and experiences around the management of invasive species on their properties. Participants learnt about controlling weedy vines, managing invasive spirobolus grass, some ideas and knowledge about how to restore creeks and river systems and generally protecting their properties from invasive species. But the good news is we're not just talking about controlling invasive species and weeds, and through the month, or through the quarter, some 675 wheelie bins worth of weeds were removed by 546 volunteers within the Community Nature Conservation Program. That's an outstanding contribution to the management and the removal of weeds within our community, and I'm sure it's sort of just a tip of the iceberg of the efforts from volunteers, private landowners and the community in general for managing weeds across our region. And finally, our ongoing journey and our continuous journey around working towards being a net zero emissions organisation. During the quarter, some 1,651 megawatt hours of power were generated from Council's landfill renewable energy facility in Caloundra, which is a fantastic and ongoing achievement. The combined gas flaring at Caloundra and Nambour resulted in some 31,804 tonnes reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, which is a fantastic contribution to our emissions reduction targets. That's it for the environment livability goal for me. I'll now take the opportunity to hand over to Mr. Greg Laverty to provide an update on our resilient economy. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, starting with our goal of a resilient economy, there was a distinctive local flavour this quarter, starting with the Sunshine Coast Buy Local Day, which was held on the 22nd of June. The day was a culmination of an 8-week campaign that leveraged social media, traditional media and local networks to inspire locals to support their favourite local businesses. Council collaborated with the Chamber of Commerce and industry groups to encourage businesses to get active on Buy Local Day. Several chambers of commerce activated their business precincts on the day and reported higher than usual foot traffic. Buy Local Day's purpose is to instil local sentiment and influence long-term spending habits that support local businesses. Turning to the future of our local economy, in a partnership between Council, TAFE and Study Sunshine Coast, the inaugural Future Skills Summit was held in April. The summit included workshops covering topics spanning artificial intelligence and robotics to sustainability and creative problem solving. In addition to workshops, attendees got to hear from inspirational keynote speakers who are experts and thought leaders in their industries. Staying on the topic of skills, the Sunshine Coast Regional Jobs Committee is an initiative funded by the Queensland Government which aims to support workforce and skilling needs in the region. The committee includes members from Council, UniSC, TAFE, schools, as well as business leaders from Kilcoy Global Foods, Tony Kelly Restaurant Group, Country Chef, Sunshine Coast University Hospital and Construction Skills Queensland. The committee has supported 4 local workforce forums to gather input from industry and workforce on the challenges and opportunities they face. The feedback from the sessions will be used to create an action plan, which is anticipated to be released in the first quarter of the 24-25 financial year. As referenced by the CEO, it was a very successful quarter for major events, with an estimated $36 million in economic activity for the region generated by 23 council-sponsored major events. The Aussies was a highlight, being held across 4 Sunshine Coast beaches with more than 8,100 competitors from 222 surf clubs across Australia. The competitors range from youth as young as 12 years old up to masters and competitors of 87 years of age taking part. Many of the competitors, officials and supporters stayed in our region to experience the hospitality of the coast has to offer, giving the local economy a significant boost. Madam Mayor, turning to our goal of a strong community, Council engaged in a number of activities in May to raise awareness of domestic and family violence prevention. A powerful candlelight vigil and march was held in Cotton Tree in partnership with Centrecare, which saw a significant increase in participation from the general public. The community was asked to pause, reflect and hear the voices, stories and perspectives from victims and survivors of domestic and family violence, and to remember the women and children who have lost their lives in the past 12 months. More than 4,000 purple ribbons were handed out at the Sunshine Coast Lightning Game, and Council donated 40 phones to the DV Safe Phone as a small practical way that Council can support those affected by domestic and family violence. These events act as a reminder that we all have a role to play in ending violence against women and children. The relevance and popularity of Council's library services was demonstrated in a number of the year-end statistics. Library membership grew by 12% to more than 128,000 members who borrowed a total of 2.4 million physical items and 700,000 electronic items, while physical visits to the library was up 12% to more than 930,000 visits. Our quality team of staff is supplemented with 266 volunteers who contributed an average of 301 hours per week, providing services around justice of the peace, literacy, tax help and tech help. Satisfaction remains high, with 95% of respondents to the annual survey expressing high satisfaction with the service and programs. One call out for the quarter was the launch of the Future Engineering Club, which challenges children over the age of 6 to design and build Lego, magnetic tiles and geometric shapes. The community come together in the spirit of reconciliation at the annual Sunshine Coast National Reconciliation Week launch on the 27th of May. Hosted at Tribal Link, the launch included dance, cultural activities and speeches, all highlighting the theme of now more than ever. The local Contemporary Art Prize, Reflections on Here and Now, is a highly anticipated annual exhibition at the Caloundra Regional Gallery, showcasing contemporary arts practice from visual artists residing on the Sunshine Coast. 40 finalists were selected for the exhibition, and winners shared $17,000 in prize money thanks to a number of generous sponsors, with Susan Smith being crowned Best in Show winner for the artwork Breathe. The Art Prize and exhibition play a key role in supporting our local artists and the arts within the Sunshine Coast. Madam Mayor, I'll hand over to Ben McGovern to talk to you more about a strong community goal.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and councillors. Thank you, Greg. Following on from our strong community, the highlights for the quarter include the Ride Score Active School Travel Program. It included over 2,100 students across 11 schools and included 109 new registrations. More than 28,000 cycle and scooter trips to and from school were undertaken during the quarter. The Think Change program supported the Nambas State Primary May-Winter Festival event and attracted 115 bikes and scooters, utilising the valet parking service, which encouraged sustainable travel to the event. Accessibility improvement initiatives progressed, with highlights including a new beach mat and beach trolley for Dicky Beach as part of the Accessible Beach program. A four-wheel drive wheelchair for Mary Can Cross Reserve was purchased and will be available to the community in the coming weeks. Significant curb upgrades at the roundabout intersection of Burnett Streets and Ballinger Road, Buderim, were completed to improve accessibility, and a Disability Discrimination Act compliant picnic setting was delivered in Nambour to support local residents of the nearby aged care facility and NDIS accommodation. With respect to our service excellence, we seek our services to be inclusive and responsive to the needs of our community and deliver positive experiences for our customers. I'd like to acknowledge our service teams on the ground who work hard to make our region one to be proud of. The extreme wet weather they faced earlier this year and now the current unseasonable high temperatures are putting additional pressures on our outdoor teams, and we appreciate their resilience during these periods. As we lead into the peak disaster season, I'd like to extend my thanks to the teams across Council who are supporting our community and preparing our region for possible disaster and responding to emergency events. The improved weather in this quarter contributed to some great results, though, in the final months of the financial year. A range of significant construction projects progressed, including the Caloundra Library Plus, Honey Farm Sports and Recreational Precinct, Stringy Bark Road Pedestrian and Cycle Bridge, and Charles Clark Park Revetment Wall. I'd like to now hand over to Shanna Jacobs, who will continue the service excellence highlights.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Ben. It's my pleasure to share an update on Council's service excellence portfolio. Council has continued to improve service at first point of contact. The refresh and update to Council's corporate website has now gone live and has received a really positive reception from our community. The update delivers an enhanced user experience with faster and more accurate search results, combined with simplified and streamlined navigation for easier access to content. Our refreshed website was informed by customer insights, industry research, and is designed to offer seamless, intuitive, and an enriched user experience. To provide a consistent experience on the phones, we transitioned development services calls to our skilled customer contact team members. This change provides increased service coverage while allowing our technical experts to focus their service where it's needed. Over 1,900 of our customers provided feedback after a service request was resolved. These customers rated the experience with Council 6.96 out of 10 and their experience with our team members 7.39 out of 10. This is our strongest result year to date. The results reflect ongoing efforts to make it easier for our customers to interact with Council and the continuous improvement of our services. As a growing region, we know it's important to support housing development and plan for our region's future. Development Services assessed 93% of development applications within the statutory timeframes and issued over 1,600 building approvals with a construction value of over $580 million. The Development Services team continued to review service delivery to help streamline and prioritise residential assessment applications. This work is scheduled to be rolled out to the industry in the coming months. In my role, I feel really privileged to witness firsthand Council's continued commitment to making a difference, particularly to those impacted by the ever-increasing cost of living and homelessness. This included advocating at a state level for integrated programs to support the most vulnerable in our community, teams across Council working directly with impacted community members and community partners each day, connecting them with services, and progressing actions from our Housing and Homelessness Action Plan with our local and state partners to support affordable living outcomes for our community. I'm really proud of the efforts of our team and the community to help those in need. I would like to hand over to our Group Executive Business Performance, Judy Bailey, for an update on outstanding organisation. Happy birthday, Judy.
That was yesterday. Thank you, Shanna, I think. Through you, Madam Mayor, and good morning, councillors. Quarter four is always undoubtedly the busiest for us in the finance world, and as you are aware, by sharing the journey with us, there were many budget meetings. They resulted, though, in didn't like that, as communicated by the CEO, handing down a great budget at its special meeting on the 20th of June, with the community at the heart of the budget and delivering services and key infrastructure for the region. As part of fulfilling our commitment to creating a safe and inclusive workplace, People and Culture delivered the following new training modules to staff this quarter: creating respectful workplaces, managing team wellbeing and bystander training. Corporate orientation and First Nations cultural awareness on country training saw 208 participants during the quarter. Other training included responding with resilience,
breaking bad habits, dealing with confrontational people, managing team wellbeing, let's talk, what to say when they're not okay, with 174 participants in total. At the end of the quarter, 264 offers of employment were accepted. 235 of these were through People Hub and 32 were external. We currently have 1,926 full-time council employees, which is the same number as this time last year. Land acquisitions of 19 properties occurred in the quarter, the value of these properties totalling just over 16.7 million. Council contributes to reshape the way it delivers workplace wellness, health and safety, and is in a strong position to deliver what's important to our employees and the community. Critical risk management has recommenced with a focus on field-based observations and with an end-user experience at hand. Learnings from the Listen and Learn discovery sessions with Council's library employees has resulted in an imminent threat training program to further control risk. Improvements to the safety management system and Council's safety culture has achieved an ongoing reduction in lost time injuries and frequency rates. Actions from the Smart City Framework implementation plan continue to be progressed. We've provided smart infrastructure manual input to major projects, including Caloundra South, Batunia Town Centre, and informing capital works projects and operational planning. The data acquisition trailer has been used by several branches to inform projects and policy relating to the regional dog exercise plan and parking and people counting in the Maroochy City Centre, to name a few. We have 85 lot counter sensors installed across the Sunshine Coast, counting 223,000 movements each month. 91% of Council's total electricity consumption was offset by the Sunshine Coast Solar Farm. In procurement, spend with local contractors and suppliers totaled 97.9 million, which represents 69% of our total spend. We have 1,493 active contracts valued at just under 800 million. Work continues to identify opportunities to improve Council's approach to procurement. Our digital information systems teams finalised their program of work and made a significant number of software savings, which resulted in ongoing cost savings for the budget. In addition, AI projects are being piloted, including the AI version of the Councillor Induction 600-page pack, which Councillor Broderick is trialling. Planning for technology required in the community spaces and workplaces of the Caloundra Library and Office redevelopment was a focus during the last quarter, along with public Wi-Fi being enabled in the following sites: Coolum Civic Centre, Kawana Island Meeting Place, Kawana Community Hall, Belvista Meeting Place, Beerwah Community Hall, and Venue 114, an expansion of that service. Council's cybersecurity capability was further strengthened, reducing potential impact on the provision of services to the community. I'd like to thank my fellow executives for their support, provided during the busy quarter. And I'll now hand over to Megan Friend to talk about the exceptional outcomes for civic governance.
Thank you, Judy. Good morning, councillors, and through you, Madam Mayor. Significantly, the fourth quarter saw the conclusion of the 2024 Queensland local government elections, with the final poll for Sunshine Coast Regional Council declared on the 2nd of April. A comprehensive briefing program was implemented as part of Council's onboarding and startup. Throughout the quarter, Council continued to strengthen its focus on sustainability by embedding the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals as standard components of strategies and plans as they are reviewed, updated or developed. The operational plan for 23-24 incorporates alignments to these goals, as well as specific climate-related actions that will cascade into service and individual planning. In addition, becoming climate ready has been identified as a key pathway in the proposed organisational excellence strategy that's under development. This will further embed the understanding of climate risks and opportunities in all our business areas. Another substantial piece of work saw the outcomes from the Sustainable Service Planning Program embedded in the 24-25 budget, which, as Judy mentioned, was adopted on the 20th of June. During the quarter, Council engaged with Sun Central, Walker Corporation and external consultants regarding the location and development of the Sunshine Coast Athletes Village for the Olympics and Paralympics Brisbane's 2032 Games within the Maroochydore City Centre. The quarter also saw the finalisation of the policy framework review for the financial year, with all strategic and organisational policies now on a review schedule for action prior to October 2027. This quarter had a particular focus on the review of key financial and governance-related policies. The strategic risk review was completed and the risk management policy and manual were in the final stages of the approval processes at the year end, with finalisation in July. Council's legal services team continued to provide advice to support the effective management of Council's legal risk and statutory compliance, with 125 new legal matters for the quarter and the closeout of 110 matters. Those figures exclude both planning appeals and QCAT matters. Council's Ethical Services branch continued to deal with and close out matters relating to allegations of corrupt conduct and breaches of the Code of Conduct, with the timing and case finalisation remaining consistent with previous quarters. 9 administrative action complaints were also finalised, and that number was also consistent with the lower number of cases received during the quarter. Council received 22 right to information applications, which was actually an increase of 13 from quarter 3, but overall the application numbers remained consistent with the 22-23 financial year. Council submitted 13 funding applications and received notification that we were successful for 9 of those. In total, $12.3 million was received in grant funding during this quarter, and successful projects included 2 significant disaster-ready grants, being the Cooling Urban Forest Street Planning Project and the Mooloolaba Seawall Project. Council was awarded over $26 million in government funding for the financial year, with a number of applications still pending at year's end, including the Regional Precinct and Partnership Program, the SEQ Livability Fund, and the Urban Rivers Catchment Program. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Megan. Councillors, I would like to move the officer's recommendation for this item. Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Suarez. Thank you. Thank you, Acting CEO and Group Executives. May I start by congratulating you all on the achievements of Quarter 4, 2023-24. While it's the last quarter for the 23-24 financial year, it is the first quarter for this new council. I'm so proud to now witness firsthand the incredible work of this organisation. I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge also the work of our former CEO, Emma Thomas, and former group executives, Craig Matheson and Scott Taylor. Their contributions to the achievements in this quarter should also be recognised. I won't reiterate what has already been covered, but I would like to highlight a couple of achievements that are relative and pertinent to my role as Mayor. Firstly, I was proud to be appointed as the chair of the Local Disaster Management Group, along with Deputy Mayor Maria Suarez as Deputy Chair. This group plays a critical leadership role in local disaster management arrangements. During this quarter, Council delivered the Get Ready Schools program, a free program which teaches students how to prepare, cope and recover from stressful weather events. 2 council employees, Jane Willis and Hayley Wright, were recognised during the quarter as Queensland Disaster Resilience Champions by the Local Government Association of Queensland for their work in supporting councils that were impacted by Cyclone Jasper. I was proud to join various activities in Domestic and Family Violence Prevention Month to support the work of council officers and also of our community. This quarter has put us firmly on track to deliver for our community the critical legacy infrastructure needed for the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games, prior to, during and of course after the Games. The funding commitments from the Australian and Queensland governments for Sunshine Coast Olympic venues and for heavy rail to Caloundra are just the start. There is much to be proud of in this quarterly report, and I commend it to the Chamber for endorsement. Are there any councillors who wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Natoli.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to highlight
one of the programs that our economic development team deliver, the local business support program. In the last quarter, they supported 514 businesses in being able to tailor specific programs that can support their businesses. It's quite challenging out there. Not every business is doing well. A lot of the businesses are impacted, especially retail and hospitality, with the cost of living pressures. And I know that one particular small cafe in Buderim was struggling with trying to make that business viable. I was fortunate enough to be able to have one of our officers go and support that person, and I've seen incredible changes happen and directions change because of the support that we were able to give that person. The different chambers of commerce that I go, I do encourage them to please make businesses aware that we have an incredible team here that are willing to help, and also link them with other programs so that the levels of government are able to provide them as well. There's a lot of resources out there. A lot of businesses are often so busy in their own business, don't realise the support is there. Take the opportunity as councillors and community to be able to keep promoting the fact that we do have these services. We're ready to support any business that is struggling or wants to try and grow their business.
Thank you, Councillor Ntoli. Councillor Suarez.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the reports, and thank you for acknowledging Emma Thomas, Craig Matheson and Scott Taylor's input. And I'd like to also just acknowledge we have a number of staff who are in acting roles, and a few of them perhaps presented for the first time, not first time in council, but first time for the quarterly report. So thank you for stepping up, and thank you for highlighting the work that all the teams underneath your areas contribute to council and the community. I'll just speak through environment-related issues. Thank you, Bill, for mentioning the Lake Wyber walking trails. It's a project that's very close to home for me and has been very popular. The neighbours cannot stop stopping me in the streets to tell me how much they love it. I'd like to also just give a shout out to Stephen Porter, who drove that project delivery. He did a fantastic job. I thought Peter Dello also did the wayfinding. I'm not too sure. He's always popping out of the bushes there around Lake Wyber. So, but he does a lot of great work up in the northern area. I also wanted to talk about one of the projects, which is a smaller project and probably not as well known, which is an urban design guideline for multi-unit dwellings. I think that's a really important piece of work that our council will do, particularly with the planning scheme under review and the population that is coming to our region. It's going to be really important that if there is infill development, that infill development is livable for the people that are going to move there. Just wanted to also mention one of the final projects under the Queensland Reconstruction Authority that were affected by natural disasters, and that was a landslip at Second Bay. I know it's been a long time coming for the community, but that work we are hoping to commence later this year, with likely to have a 6-month construction period. Blue Heart, it would be remiss of me not to talk about the Blue Heart, which is that innovative partnership between Council, the Queensland State Government and Unity Water, who work together on the project outcomes. And one of those outcomes was also to investigate and support new uses for the surrounding rural and agricultural lands, including economic opportunities for landowners, hence the Blue Carbon Trial. We recently received approval for the Blue Carbon Farming Trial by the Clean Energy Regulator, and it is the first project in Australia to be registered under the Blue Carbon method. Blue carbon is carbon that's stored in marine and coastal ecosystems such as seagrasses, tidal marshes and mangroves. So rehabilitating and protecting those marine and coastal ecosystems on registered sites by following approved methods can generate carbon credits called Australian Carbon Credit Units. And these are tradable financial products that can be sold to government or organisations to help meet emission reduction commitments. The learning on the economic viability of the blue carbon farming with other Blue Heart landholders interested in investigating the opportunity for their own properties can be shared. Cane farming has been a mainstay in the Blue Heart for generations, but with challenging market conditions, farmers need new ways to generate income, and this project provides that opportunity for them. It also meets our goal of being a sustainable Sunshine Coast. The last topic that I'll talk to, Madam Mayor, is FOGO. We've had some delay issues with our FOGO, our aspiration to have a FOGO facility. I just wanted to go back a little in time to give the community and perhaps some of the newer councillors an understanding of why this project is so important, not only to our council in terms of our emissions, but also to our community. In 2021, we did a survey, a community survey, and we received 7,500 responses. That was, at the time, the largest community consultation response we had ever received. The community spoke loud and clear. They wanted FOGO. They wanted recycling and diverting organic waste from landfill. It was very important to them. They wanted us to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and protect our environment. 84% of respondents agreed it was very important that council provides a service to reduce organic waste in landfill and convert recovered organic material to useful byproducts. 83% of respondents support council implementing FOGO waste services. Our target was to divert 55% of household waste from landfill by 2025. We are not going to meet that target. Securing land in an appropriate location and complications with changing state regulations has delayed our tender process to construct and operate a FOGO facility. Unlike other councils who do not include emissions from landfill from their zero net emissions targets, we do. We do because landfills are one of the largest sources of emissions, and to exclude this is irresponsible and would make other efforts tokenistic at best. So despite the setbacks that our council has faced in progressing the delivery of a FOGO facility, our council continues to be committed to fulfilling this goal for the benefit of our region and our environment and our community in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bunnag.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. It's quite a heavy agenda today in terms of recognising the work that our volunteers do in the community, and I wanted to make the comments today on the community portfolio and the work that our volunteers do, and picking up a statistic that Mr Levy shared with us in terms of our libraries. 2.4 million physical items borrowed. It's a significant amount. 266 volunteers in our libraries. You know, council can't deliver these services on our own. We rely on the goodwill and the support of our community and our volunteers to deliver vital services like libraries for our community. And if I reflect on another aspect of the quarterly report around the draft community strategy, I was lucky enough to attend with Councillor Burns the working group wrap-up at the end of that, and I note Councillor Burns and Chantel and also Kerry, their tremendous efforts in bringing that strategy together. But we talked about the changing nature of volunteerism going forward, and when you look at the quarterly report from a community's perspective, from a community portfolio perspective, we're incredibly lucky on the Sunshine Coast that we have such amazing volunteers, people who continue to give up their time and their efforts to support our council and support our community. So I wanted to acknowledge that work in particular, and also the work that our fantastic library staff have been doing in that space. Another very, very brief mention that I wanted to give is to the Kawana Aquatic Centre in Stage 1. Last week, myself and Councillor Law attended the Access and Inclusion Coordination Group meeting, and the feedback that we received from the participants regarding the design and the outcomes relating to the amenities and that pool is first class in terms of accessibility and inclusion. It was described as being very inviting and very welcoming, and you know, that's something that we should be striving for in terms of our design, to make sure that our facilities are first class and are welcoming for all people of all abilities. So I'd like to commend the staff and the team who have worked on those projects and commend the motion.
Thanks, Councillor Bunnag. Councillor Burns.
Thanks, through you, Madam Mayor. At the risk of belabouring what's already been said too, I did want to just highlight a few things in regards to the environment livability stuff, because there has been significant works go on. I think particularly what stood out to me was that the council maintains over 4,900 hectares of landscape and garden beds in this region. That's a significant bit of management. We've also got 10,621 hectares of land in the Land for Wildlife program under management. That's a really significant commitment by a local government to support the environmental sustainability and wellbeing of the region into the future, and it's really something to be commended, and for the team who are actually engaged there. There's one of the things that is often, it's unseen and it's often overlooked because of that, but I'd also like just to note that the stormwater drainage management saw 23 pipes relined, 15 pipes patched and 3 pipes replaced. There were 18 pits structurally upgraded, 7 detailed flood investigations completed, and 421 customer requests investigated and responded to. We don't often think about that until it's raining really heavily, but the team who manage our stormwater infrastructure do a stellar job, and it is a significant piece of the puzzle for us as a region. I have a few schools in my division, and a number of those are part of the Ride School program, which was mentioned earlier by Ben, I think. But 2,156 students are registered across 11 schools in our Ride School program, which encourages our students to get on their bikes or active transport modes, essentially, to get to school. This is a really good thing. It reduces congestion around our school areas. It actions and activates our infrastructure really well. And it obviously cuts emissions, and it helps our kids be healthier. So that, as was said, 28,165 cycle and scooter trips were made by these kids in that program, which I think is really exceptional. I am excited about stage 2 of the Kawana Aquatic Centre upgrade being underway, and really acknowledge the work that's is going on there, but also the benefit for the future of that region. And it will create a world-class sporting hub right there in Boccarina, and that work is just exceptional. And lastly, it would be remiss of me not to actually acknowledge the significant improvements around accessibility. The new beach mat and chair that's at Dicky Beach Surf Club is a real win for that club. That club is really committed and dedicated to ensuring inclusion and accessibility for people with disability, and I really want to acknowledge the Dicky Beach Surf Lifesaving Club for their efforts in that. The 4-wheel drive chair for the Mary Cairncross Park, as Ben mentioned, but also the mobility mapping project that has been underway at this council for a number of years, that currently sees us as the most mobility mapped area in the nation, has continued, and that includes now Coolum, Biwa and Montville. This is an exceptional tool, and I know that for people who live with disability and their carers, that tool is a real game changer for getting around the region, but equally it's actually a massive support for our tourism infrastructure as a way to actually encourage and inspire people with disability and their families and their carers to visit this region, because we actually take inclusion and accessibility seriously, and I'm really proud about that. So thank you to the executive for your team and the staff's work. It's been exceptional.
Thanks, Councillor Burns. Councillor Landsberg.
Thank you, through the chair, and it's probably a perfect example of getting to the button a bit quicker, because Councillor Joe's just addressed, obviously, small businesses and the support we offer, which I was going to speak to, but great to mention that, Joe, in regards to the month of May, was obviously Queensland Small Business Month, the real support for the local transactions, and it's incredible how much work goes into activating, obviously, our local CBDs of Caloundra, Mooloolaba and Nambour. And I probably say it at every obviously presentation of our operational plan is the work our place activation officers do with those local businesses. As well as Tim, I was going to mention the stormwater drainage and the relining program, but you got on that, so thank you. One of our responsibilities as a council is to fund, obviously, our surf lifesaving and our patrols. And we endorsed a $5.5 million budget in 23-24. Part of those, there was a couple of changes that we did, and one of those was to change the access from Golden Beach 317 to Happy Valley 293, and that implemented a roving ATV patrol. And as from yesterday, I know that we did a little divisional tour down there to look at the changes of Bribie Island, but I would like to raise the importance of listening to our lifeguards and our volunteer services as well. With a huge increase in our migrant population in Aura, we are seeing more and more people coming into the beaches on weekends. We saw a mass rescue at Kings Beach last year, and that was a patrol beach. So, you know, obviously I know it's an important part of patrolling our beaches, but I'd probably be very surprised to hear that Surf Life Saving and our volunteers may come back to council to try and improve those services as well. The other thing is, well, I just want to touch on and compliment our Smart Cities team, our framework in regards to the award they received this morning. And thank you, Councillor Jenny, for presenting that. We currently have the data acquisition camera located at Happy Valley, and that's part of actually recording traffic movements. We've got some important decisions to make in improving parking and how we actually improve the flow of traffic around our foreshore areas there. And a lot of the work that they did previously at Buderim Street, Curramundi, was to collect obviously pedestrian movements, but also dog off leash and people visiting that dog off leash area at Ballinger Beach. And that will actually form decisions for our dog off leash program that the team are running as well, to look at other alternative spots for exercising our pets. We heard as well, the Caloundra Cemetery is obviously winding up after 114 years, and that, I know, to our community in Caloundra, significant changes, and I'm sure that they'll understand. Obviously, ashes is still an opportunity for interment in that interment wall there, and we will be looking at obviously expanding that to offer that opportunity as well for our local residents. And lastly, I just want to touch on the library, and Ben Wallace and obviously the team down there are delivering the Library Plus in Caloundra. It's still coming in on budget and predicted on time. So great work with that team there, and I look forward to attending the opening next year in June. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Landsberg. Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Acting CEO, councillors and ELT members. I'll be fairly brief because I've got the flu. I'd just like to, on behalf of the Service Excellence Portfolio Councillors, Councillor Dixon and myself, make special mention of the great work that our regulatory service team does, our planning and associated services do, and have done for a long time, but under many trying circumstances of recent times, because there's been a lot of ill health, a lot of people away, etc. I'd also like to thank our call centre people. They do a fantastic job. They receive thousands of phone calls on a continuous basis, and I've yet to have anybody ever criticise them. So once again, well done. In relation to infrastructure, earlier in the year we had a lot of wet weather, and we don't really seem to have had a proper winter, and as a result there were a lot of parks that were, the grass got long, but they've got on top of it during the last quarter, and to the credit of our parks team, they've done a great job. I also like to mention our all of our infrastructure for roads teams and parks. They do and continue to do a great job. On top of their repairs that they had to do as a result of the wet weather, they had to finish off the Queensland Recovery Authority's works for all the landslips and also the road damage, and those programs are now very, very close to being finalised. There was an incredible amount of work that had to be done, not just by our staff but by the contractors that we employed. I'd invite anybody to go and have a look at some of those landslip repairs. They are incredibly complex and also quite large in some cases. So basically, I'd just like to thank all the staff, all of the ELT for the great work they've done, and recognise that Deborah Robinson's the acting CEO, and also we've got 3 other acting ELT members who've stepped up, and I applaud them for putting their hand up to do those jobs, because they are very complex, and it's almost been, since the 30th of June, it's almost been as though business as usual. So thank you very much. And I encourage all councillors to vote in favour.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Councillor Law.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. I will be speaking in support of the quarterly report today and touch on a couple of things that we've not got to yet, perhaps. And following on from my partner in crime, Councillor Bunag, who shares the community portfolio with me, this last quarter has been remarkable in having someone to work with focused on the community from our councillor colleagues, so thank you for that. And of course, volunteers contribute massively to our community. And mentioning our volunteers, I'd like to comment on the bush care volunteers. Over 2,000 of them across 38 locations are working above and beyond to care for our community. And I just want to mention too, up at the Northern Hinterland, there's Petrie Creek Catchment Care Group at Gulungung Park and also at the Nambour Creek. And at that bush care group, there's a gentleman there who's been working since it began about 40 years ago. And he has finally just handed the coordinating role of that onto a younger person as he's well into his 80s. But his determination to make a difference to Petrie Creek is remarkable. And I'm forever grateful for him and what he's taught me when I've been able to get down there and spend a few hours pulling weeds or planting trees or dragging rubbish out of the creek. And there's also another area where there is an equally elderly person who has given decades of service at Christina Lowe Bush Care Group, and that's Audine Blythe, a wonderful community member doing incredible work. And I ought to just mention the gentleman in Petrie Creek, who's Norm Morwood, a wonderful man. You couldn't want to meet better people. And that's the essence and the core of our community and why we do what we do. I also want to mention the community strategy refresh, where the community again came forward and volunteered their time, effort and energy to create and update the next 5-year action plan and also to refresh the strategy. What have we learned in the last 4 years and how can we develop and build a better community strategy to serve our community and everyone who wants to contribute to our community in whatever way they can. But people turned out, they came to focus groups, they filled in surveys, and I'm looking forward to bringing that strategy back to Council by the end of the year. And in amongst the community strategy, we've got the Reconciliation Action Plan. And the Council is now working towards a stretch wrap. And again, I thank the community who are involved in working on that with us, not only within Council, but engaging very effectively and very meaningfully with the First Nations groups, the Yinabara Native Title Group and the Kabi Kabi Native Title Group. So that will be very important work going forward. But recognise towards the end of the last quarter, at the end of May and June, we came together up on Yinabara country in Mapleton and celebrated, and I still struggle with the thought of celebrating, but acknowledging the amazing work done for Reconciliation Week and reconciliation across the Sunshine Coast and our region. And the theme was now more than ever. And every time I say that, I always think that we have more than ever to do as a community. But it was a powerful message, and it's one that we need to be aware of in times where there is fear and misinformation occurring, because 14 days after the end of Reconciliation Week, which acknowledges the Mabo decision of the High Court, maybe not the High Court, but either way, on the 17th of June, in the courts, the Kabi Kabi people had the native title determination happen. And that is something I know the Council have been on a journey with them to provide our support. But now more than ever, there is more than ever to do, because it generated fear, and there was scaremongering, and there was misinformation, which probably suited some folks, but it did nothing to close the gap, and it did nothing to assist reconciliation. because no one's home is at risk or in danger. And in the Kabi Native Title determination, there are no exclusive uses over any piece of land or water that represents the Kabi Nation. And so if we're going to move forward with reconciliation towards the one that we will again celebrate somewhere on the Sunshine Coast, Reconciliation Week, in May and June of next year, we have a lot to do. We have so much to do to address the misinformation and the fear that is being generated because people think they might lose something. Not at all. We will actually gain so much more if we can truly accept the hand of friendship that is handed out to us by our First Nations people so often, and yet we miss it, we overlook it, we don't take time to see what we're being offered so that we can learn and understand the cultural heritage that we are the custodians of at the moment, and we have it on loan for people in the future. So, for those who are concerned and are fearful, you've no need to be fearful, and we have a lot to do, because if you look at closing the gap remains significant and very, very large. When the gap has been closed, our work is done. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Law. Councillor Broderick.
Thank you, and through you, the Chair, I'll be very brief, but raising to talk about the portfolio of organisational excellence, which I share with our good friend Councillor Hungford over here, who has a very keen interest in and loves his finance, so we're very grateful for that. So thank you, Ted. I just wanted to say congratulations to all of our staff who've been involved in the results outlined in this report, both, like as we've said, past, present and current, because there's so many acting amongst us. They are passionate about our community and are constantly working to serve our community in the best way possible, and this portfolio reflects that. Most of the work that all of you do is unseen, which makes this portfolio even more important. So thank you for all of your work. In delivering our budget, all of the work of our awesome staff, it's very obvious that community is at the heart of what we do, which is what Judy was talking about before, so thank you, Judy. This is not always an easy task, and you continue to face challenges every time you turn around, and I just wanted to thank you for your dedication in making that happen, because we know that it was no small feat for that to happen this time round. And as we spoke about before, we're always looking for more ways to work more efficiently for the benefit of our organisation and our wonderful community as a whole. And yes, as Judy alluded to, I am trialling our new AI as a part of that, which is awesome, because I basically type in a question and the answer is popping up on my screen, which is making the councillor training a whole host better, I can tell you. So it's designed to save time and access information regarding our council quickly and easily, and it also demonstrates our commitment as a council to efficiencies and excellence. In one quarter, we've got 10 awards, so well done. That is an outstanding effort, and again, it demonstrates that we have an organisation full of passionate and hard-working staff who are dedicated to making our Sunshine Coast region the best it can be. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Broderick. Thank you all, councillors. With the comprehensive coverage this morning, I won't need to close. So I'll now put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Thank you, Mr Flanagan. Thank you all. Yes, Councillor Winston. Moving now to item 8.2, welcome Ms Katanak and Councillor Landsberg.
Thank you, through the Chair. Councillors, I, Councillor Terry Landsberg, notify that I have a declarable conflict of interest in item 8.2, Community Partnerships Funding Program and Recommendations for 2024, to be considered at the ordinary meeting on the 29th of August 2024. This conflict arises from my previous role as President of the Wind and Sea Board Riders Club during the grant application process. I've since stepped down from that position as of the 9th of this month. And as the Wind and Sea Board Riders Club are recommended to receive funding through the Community Partnerships Funding Program 2024, I'll exclude myself from the meeting while this matter is being discussed and the vote is taken. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Landsberg. Over to you now, Ms Catternack. And it's your last presentation to Council.
It is. Thank you. So good morning, Madam Mayor and councillors. This report seeks council consideration and endorsement of funding recommendations for the 2024 Community Partnership Funding Program. This program was established in 2010 to provide funding certainty to community groups by granting up to 3 years of funding to contribute to operational expenses, the most difficult type of funding to secure externally. The program is open to well-established not-for-profit community organisations that provide facilities and services which support the delivery of council's priorities and demonstrate broad community benefit. The types of groups partnering through this program include community halls, chambers of commerce, community centres, peak bodies, industry groups, animal welfare services, agricultural shows, heritage-focused organisations and museums, visitor information centres, community libraries, creative spaces, sport and recreation facilities, including bowls, BMX, croquet and tennis. All previous funding agreements ceased at the 30th of June this year. In preparation for the opening of the new 3-year cycle, a review was undertaken during 23-24. The review focus was to identify the program's outcomes, its alignment with the current strategies, plans and policy positions, and any need for improvements. The review included some video case studies that provide a snapshot of some of the program outcomes. We'd like to show you them today, and then I'll pass over to my colleague Stephanie, who led that review. Thank you.
The Community Partnerships Funding Program provides up to 3 years funding towards operational costs for well-established not-for-profit community organisations that are providing services that meet council's priorities and demonstrate community benefit. Partnerships are offered across 5 category areas, and these include community development, community facilities, community safety, cultural heritage and economic development.
It's been over a decade that we've been getting the community partnership funding, and that's been an immense help to us. We're so grateful because it allows us to keep operating our vet room. So one of the biggest expenses for SCARS every year is the cost of running them through the vet room, getting microchips, getting them vaccinated. Just that whole setup costs us around $250,000 a year, and the Sunshine Coast Council Community Partnership Funding Program has been helping us to manage those vet costs, like I said, for over a decade.
The Sunshine Coast Community Partnership Funding frees up money for us to be able to focus on very important activities. For the last 4 years, we've been focusing on a huge restoration program here at the Andina School of Arts, and the funding has enabled us to cover utility bills and help us with some insurance, and that just helps us out so much because fundraising is a really difficult thing to do.
If it wasn't for our partnership with Council, we'd really struggle to service our members who give an awful lot back to the Coolum community. Through our partnership, we're able to keep our chamber day-to-day running. We're able to provide a series of members' events, such as our Coffee and Connect mornings, our beachside bevies and our Ignite events. And we're also able to offer a number of programs to help businesses be more sustainable, to look after their mental health and learn the tricks of the trade around doing business in Coolum.
The money we receive, we actually are able to meet our expenses with regard to rent and insurance and power costs, and that makes it a whole lot easier for the committee to continue on and help run the museum. And so we're really proud of that. and proud of the contribution that Council makes.
So the funding we received goes towards operational costs across our whole organisation. But one of those areas is this space here, Subtropic Studio. If we didn't receive this funding, we wouldn't be able to present these opportunities for artists and creatives in our region, these opportunities that really uplift them.
Over the last 3 years, we've received maintenance grants from Council, and they've basically helped us to achieve, maintain the grounds, the fencing, and look after the track. It also pays the bills, whether it be rates, electricity, etc. If we didn't receive funding from Council, we would struggle as a club, so it's vital to this club continuing.
The partnership grant gives us a lot of the backbone for which other things can hinge from. So yeah, things like insurance or building repairs or maintenance, like having those administration costs covered or contributing to it means that then workers can be focusing on the actual work rather than worrying about or having to spend time fundraising for things that are quite operational. I think the partnership is essential, not just because of the dollars, but it's also the relationship and the closeness to council and councillors and officers in what that enables us to do. So it's not just the money, it's really about the partnership that it's important.
The review found that there is a very high level of satisfaction with the program, that it is operating well and it is delivering on its stated aims across all categories. It is building the capacity of the region's community organisations to deliver a broad range of services and facilities that contribute significantly to the Sunshine Coast's strong community. While the multi-year funding allocated through this program provides a level of certainty to partner organisations, funding amounts had fallen behind the actual costs for many of the program's partners, emphasising the need to increase funding allocations at the commencement of the new 3-year cycle and implement an annual increase in line with CPI for future years. Based on the findings, the review recommended that the Community Partnership Funding Program continue using the current funding model and commence a new 3-year cycle. That the program guidelines be updated to recognise the refresh of the Regional Economic Development Strategy. That the 2024-25 Community Partnership Funding Program budget be increased to allow new partners to join the program and increase allocations to existing partners. And finally, that an increase of annual CPI to the program be implemented from year 2 of the next 3-year cycle. The 2024 round implements these review recommendations. The program was promoted through direct contact with existing partners and organisations that our category representatives had identified as potential new partners, as well as on Council's website and through the grants e-news. The application process included an initial expression of interest followed by an invitation to eligible organisations to submit a full application. This provided an opportunity for eligible applicants to receive advice and support in the development of their partnership proposals. Council received 144 Community Partnership Funding Program applications requesting more than $1.4 million. Of these, 130 were returning partners and 14 were new to the program. A 3-stage assessment process was undertaken, firstly with the pre-assessment of applicant eligibility, followed by category assessment panels where we bring together category-specific internal experts and grant staff for each of the 5 categories. And finally, a strategic assessment panel where we have all branch managers with responsibilities for these categories meeting. This slide shows that of all of the applications received are recommended to be funded to a total amount of $1,172,904 in this first year being 2024-25. A summary of the recommended outcomes are included in Appendix A. Based on self-reported statistics collected through the application process, these recommendations for funding in this report will support 44,982 registered members, 10,382 volunteers, 11,506 hours of operation per week, and 1,792,102 direct beneficiaries. Council's contribution of $1,172,904 is 4.4% of the partner's self-reported operational expenses of $26,739,657. This program is supported by 3 budgets. Firstly, the 24-25 Heritage Levy program budget provides for the 14 partnerships in the cultural heritage category. The 2024-25 Animal Management Restricted Cash budget contributes $20,000 to 2 partners delivering services aligned to the animal welfare priorities within the community safety category. And finally, the 2024-25 Community Grants and Partnerships budget is sufficient to provide for the remaining partnerships. As this is a multi-year funding program, the recommendations in this report have implications for future budgets as described in the table and recommend the application of annual CPI in the 2nd and 3rd years. This report seeks endorsement of the officer recommendations. Thank you.
Councillors, can I have a mover for this item? Councillor Burns, seconder, Councillor Law. Councillor Burns.
Motion, the work, and we've spoken about it already this morning, that actually the work of our community to achieving who we are as a region is exceptional, and it's so vital. Council is not able to do that sort of work, and this funding actually does support those groups, as mentioned in the video, to actually deliver the work without having to raise funds to do operational costs, and that's a significant help. So very supportive of it. I also do raise, and I want to just also acknowledge and thank my fellow community portfolio councillors, David Law and Taylor Bunno, for allowing me to move this motion. But I raise a bit more specifically just to acknowledge the work of Maggie Katnack. So Maggie has actually been at council since 2009 leading this space. And over that time, I think the official words are that Maggie has managed gazillions of dollars in an extremely exemplary fashion. Maggie has an incredibly kind heart. Maggie has actually led in a way that actually sees her team thrive. You've provided a structure and a governance piece that's actually difficult to achieve. It's a fast-moving program. People probably don't understand, but the Community Connections and Partnerships team, Maggie, is an ongoing, non-stop party of openings and closing of grant programs. There's assessment of those programs, there's the acquittal of those programs, there's the review of those programs, and then it starts all over again. And through that process, Maggie, you've just been a steady and guiding hand. You're generous to your staff, you're generous to people across the organisation, and even more importantly, you're generous to your community. One of the things that happens is Maggie's quiet, she doesn't draw attention to herself, but if you go to a myriad of different community events that are occurring across the region, Maggie will be quietly there, just walking along, checking things out, just smiling, enjoying and revelling in the work that the community that you've actually seek to support and provide. So Maggie, I wanted to say thank you on behalf of Council for your 15 or plus years of service to the community, not just to administering a program that sees communities supported to do what they want to do best, but the fact and the way that you've done that in supporting your staff to do what is a really taxing and high-paced job, and the grace in which you've done it, the care in which you've done it, and the intelligence and the passion that you've displayed all through. May you just thoroughly enjoy retirement. May there be the odd glass or 5 of Shardy. May there be enjoyment playing with those grandkids. And maybe even a little bit of kite surfing too, Maggie, with your hubby. But thank you. Your job well done, and I'm deeply grateful for your efforts. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Burns. Are you okay there, Maggie? How wonderful. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Dixon.
Good morning and thank you. And Councillor Burns, that was a fantastic send-off. So I'll just echo your thoughts and just my personal appreciation to Maggie. We've never had a bad word about you from the community, and you've done a stellar job. So congratulations to you. You'll be missed, because I think people enjoy the relationship you've had with them over many years. Can I just say that this program is very important, and I'll tell you why. Could you imagine today, if all of those community groups turned up and said, we're not doing this anymore, Sunshine Coast Council, this is your job. We couldn't do it, we never could. And in fact, our contribution, whilst quite large in a financial sense, is quite small in terms of what those community groups offer. And if you think about them, there are so many different community groups. You know, we hear all the time new groups popping up, and not only is it important for our mental health and social aspects, but, you know, it does get kids off the street. You know, basketball clubs, croquet, bowls, cricket, soccer. The list goes on, the laboratory club, the library clubs. You know, there's hundreds of different things, but they continue to operate. As you saw from the video, they operate on the goodwill of their volunteers, and without their volunteers, we are nothing. And let's just always remember that. It's such a small investment for the benefit the region gets. One thing I wanted to raise, and I hope it's not taken as a negative, because I actually met with the Clippers Basketball Club on Monday this week. And they were very thankful that they're a new group that are going to receive some partnership funding, which is fantastic because they're a new group to the program. They've gone through a list of operational expenses with me, and I've got an email from them, which I will follow up with staff after the meeting. But I really didn't understand how the club ran that well, because council had in years gone by put up just over $1 million to upgrade the club, and they've got 4 indoor spaces. They're looking to build more. They actually have over $100,000 a year in operational costs, and it's a not-for-profit club, and they run the club for the community, and they've got over $200,000 in staffing costs. So I had no idea that it was costing that much to run the facility, and I heard about their expansion plans, and they're looking for a new lease, and it just made me think maybe there's more I need to do to advocate for the club at a council level, because being $100,000 out of pocket per year for operational expenses is a lot of money. And they, you know, they do a lot for the community. And I note that they're an evacuation centre as well for the region. I'm going to submit that work through to the staff and, you know, advise them what I've received. But I just wanted to, touch on my thanks for the support you give the clubs in Div 6, because I know there's a lot of them and you do help them out. And in fact, they've said to me, without that money for, you know, electricity and insurance, and I know it sounds like small stuff, but they couldn't do it. They couldn't fundraise. They couldn't do the sausage sizzles. So without this money, they wouldn't be able to operate, and they wouldn't be able to get out of the home and be social. So let's appreciate the work that we do and how vital this is. And if anything, you know, there's probably a need for a refocus here to look at how we can even support this more financially into the future. Maggie, again, thank you for all your good years on this, and we're going to miss you.
Thank you, Councillor Dixon. Councillor Bunag.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. Maggie, what a way to go out. A 13% increase from last year's budget in terms of allocation for this partnership funding. By any measure, that is a significant increase in the context of our budget, and that has been driven by your team through your advocacy to this council. So I want to thank you from my perspective for that work in the short amount of time that I've known you, for driving that home and really emphasising to people in this council, in the organisation, that the partnership funding had fallen behind. And never should we get to a stage again where we are not supporting our community groups to the extent necessary to make sure that they're keeping up with their operational costs. The cost of living doesn't just affect families and businesses, it affects community groups, and we can't rely on community groups to provide these services and this excellence without money. That's just the reality of it. So, Maggie, I want to say thank you for championing this significant increase, because it is a significant increase. 14 new groups have joined the program. Every applicant, 144 of them, have been funded to some degree. Not everyone has gotten what they've asked for, but the reality is we do not have a bottomless pit of money that can go everywhere. But what we have done is made targeted decisions to provide support where we can, and I want to thank you very much on behalf of the organisation.
Thank you, Councillor Bunag. Councillor Law.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Very little to add to what we've already heard. Thank you, Maggie, and to your whole team for way back when, 2009-10, when you worked so hard to create this funding program for these organisations that has stood the test of time, has stood the rigour of the complaints and what are the Complaints Commission, those people who came and put a fine-tooth comb across it around 2019. And it was put forward as an exemplary way of giving money to community organisations so that they could do good work in the community and support the intent and purpose of their individual organisations. On the video, we heard some great feedback and commentary from some of those organisations that we help. And here we are again, 144 organisations are going to benefit from this brilliant programme. So thank you for everything you and your team have done. And if you're looking for a return on investment, this, I reckon, is probably one of the best returns on investment that this council makes. If you look at how much that 1.17 million delivers, it multiplies up, will be huge. And that's a sum I think might do a bit of work on between now and this time next year when we're looking at it again. It's just what is the multiplier of that small amount of money, because it will be massive. So thank you and enjoy everything you're going to do next.
Thank you, Councillor Law. Okay, Councillor Burns, would you like to close? Is there more?
There's no more. But thank you, Maggie.
Okay, thank you, councillors. I will now put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? And the motion is carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Kerry, Steph and Maggie. Thank you. And Councillor Landsberg is coming back in. And we will move on to item 8.3 and welcome Ms Linden to present the next item. And Councillor Landsberg will rejoin us. Welcome.
Sorry. Through you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Madam Chair, CEO, councillors and group executives. We are fortunate here on the Sunshine Coast to have a very active conservation community and that council is able to provide funding support to these community groups and landholders via the Environment Levy Grants and Partnerships program. The program has three components: the Environment Levy Grants, the Landholder Environment Grants, and today's item, the Environment Levy Partnerships. And I had the same, there we go. So the partnerships provide not-for-profit community organisations 3-year funding support to contribute to the operational costs of running the community group and to assist those groups to achieve long-term self-sufficiency. The group's activities must align with Council's plans and strategies and contribute to the enhancement and protection of the Sunshine Coast environment. The partnerships are fully funded by the Environment Levy and managed by the Environmental Operations Branch and administered by the Community Connections Partnerships team. The application process has 5 phases. Once the partnerships round is open, the applicants are required to submit an expression of interest. Once that expression of interest is submitted, a meeting is arranged with the applicant to discuss the application and to set mutually agreed deliverables and measures. The next phase is for the group to actually submit the full application. All the applications then undergo a panel assessment, with the panel consisting of officers from the Environmental Operations Branch, the Environment and Sustainability Policy Branch, and the Community Connections and Partnerships team. The panel assessors the applications are assessed on how well the groups meet specific environmental criteria and Council's general partnerships criteria. The range and scope of the group's activities are also taken into account. The panel recommendations then undergo manager review and today are presented to Council for endorsement. Once The approved groups will have mid-year check-ins and are required to provide annual acquittals, providing data that quantifies the benefits of the partnership to council and the broader community and environment. 22 applications were received, and the panel is recommending that all 22 applications are endorsed with a total value of $635,500. It is also proposed that CPI is applied for year 2 and 3 of the partnerships. Of those 22 applications, 19 were previous partners and 3 are new partners. The 19 previous partners consist of our 9 major catchment care groups, 5 community conservation groups, 3 community native nurseries that are associated with our catchment care groups, and 5 wildlife carer groups. The 3 new partners are Wildlife SEQ, who have been active on the coast since 2019. However, this is the first time they have applied for a partnership. The second, Rotary Club of Nambour, have established and maintain a koala fodder plantation at String Pasture Drive in Mapleton under a memorandum of understanding with Parks and Gardens. Coolum Native Community Nursery was previously supported via a partnership with the Coolum District Coast Care Group. However, they are now their own entity, so have applied for a new partnership directly. In 2021-22, these partnerships supported over 4,000 volunteers who contributed to over 360,000 volunteer hours, which in kind equates to $15.7 million. This is a significant return on investment. Some examples of the environmental outcomes of these partnerships include, over the last 3 years, the 4 community nurseries supplied over 84,000 native plants to 350 land for wildlife landholders. These nurseries also supply council with supply plants to council's bush care program and many council's projects. The Glasshouse Mountains Advancement Network manage a koala food plantation at Landsborough under a memorandum of understanding with Parks and Gardens, providing foliage to 7 wildlife carer and rehabilitation groups and individuals. 51% of the animals treated at Australia's Zoo Wildlife Hospital were from the Sunshine Coast local government area. The hospital also provides support via veterinary services to all our other wildlife carer support partners. And in the previous year, Coolum District Coast Care Group had 8 active bush care groups, removing almost 1,000 bags of weeds and planting over 1,500 native plants. The data provided by the groups via their annual acquittals contributes to a number of council programs and informs management decisions. If endorsed, the groups will be offered the first year of funding, with the following years subject to the completion of those annual acquittals and the annual budget approvals. Council officers will continue to work with the partners to develop strong relationships to build capacity and achieve meaningful outcomes for the environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, can I have a mover for this item? Councillor Burns, a seconder. Councillor Suarez. Councillor Burns, would you like to speak?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Look, we were just having a race to see who was going to actually move this one, so between Councillor Suarez and I. Thank you, Denise, too, for presenting this. I do rise in support of this motion. I just wanted to particularly point out again that some of the stats that were put out there by Denise, that in 1 year, 4,416 volunteers contributed 362,062 hours of service. That's an extraordinary amount, and to your point earlier, Councillor Law, for the CPFP, is that what does that look like in terms of a return? That was equivalent to $15 million, $677,000 worth of contributions to the Sunshine Coast community from those volunteers and those hours served. So for mine, this is actually a no-brainer. I think this makes incredible sense. Being part of a couple of bush care groups on the southern end of the coast, it is a joy to actually witness their, not just their passion for actually weeding and planting and caring for their space, but their actual knowledge of their local area. The thing that we know as a council and as a region, we value highly our environmental spaces. It's constantly regarded again and again and again as one of the things that sets us apart as a region, that we're so highly supported in the way that we engage and manage our environmental spaces. We are a biosphere recognised by UNESCO in that regard because of our unique space that we live in. So for mine, this funding program for the Environment Levy Partnerships is such an vital piece to continue to support the work, and not too dissimilar to what we discussed a moment ago. These groups complement the work of council, they do not replace it. Council is still doing a raft of extraordinarily important works, but we do need the support of our community members to continue to care for and enact the best practices we can to see the sunny coast looking well. So I'm excited to see that there's 22 groups being recommended with 3 new groups in this round. I appreciate, Denise, the incredible work you put into this as well, the way that you meet independently with each of the groups. This is not just a tick and flick exercise for you. And you give so much honour and dignity to the people doing the volunteering. It's a credit to you, so thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Burns. Councillor Suarez.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. I actually don't want to follow Councillor Burns now. He spoke so beautifully. Denise, I just want to also rise in support of this partnership funding. I know the community groups that receive this funding are incredibly grateful for it because it allows them to do the work that they have formed to do. And take some of that pressure off them. And as with the community partnerships, you know, it was spoken about the amount of work that they do, we couldn't do ourselves in council. And so the return, the benefit is incredible. So it's great value for money. I also just wanted to acknowledge that, you know, we have all the wildlife groups that are under this partnership agreement, especially the carers. With spring coming along, we've seen a lot of wildlife strikes and injuries, and so I know they ramp up and get really busy at this time of year. So it's a gentle reminder to all drivers out there to be cautious and look out for wildlife on the roads. The bush care groups, it's hard work, often in hot and unforgiving environments, but the rewards that they get once they've seen an area that has been rehabilitated and had invasive weeds removed and replanted with native vegetations, I know gives them, you know, a good feeling, and they've, you know, provided a legacy back to the community and back to the environment. And the Land for Wildlife partnerships, we have the largest number of properties here in Queensland under the Land for Wildlife project. So thank you to all of the community members who have signed up their private properties to be part of that project. And then the final thank you is to all of the officers who work with these volunteers and with these private landowners. Every group that I've ever come across have always spoken so highly of the council officers who support them and guide them in the work that they do. So thank you for this program, and thank you for the team and all the work that you do.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. Any other councillors? Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I rise to support this grant process. I think it's fantastic. It's the use of the Environment Levy funds, and it's interesting that of the 22 applications that were received, 10 of them are wholly or partially in Division 5. So that's something for our local hinterland people to celebrate. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Johnston. Okay, Councillor Burns, would you like to close? No? Okay. Thank you, councillors. I'll now put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? And the motion is carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you. Moving now to item 8.4, and I welcome Mr. Membry. Good morning and welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through the Chair, good morning, councillors. Thank you for the opportunity this morning to present to you the revised Local Disaster Management Plan. In accordance with the Queensland Disaster Management Act, each local government must prepare a local disaster management plan which governs the region's disaster management operations for prevention, preparation, response and recovery arrangements in our community, with a primary focus to ensure the safety of our communities, mitigate property damage, protect our environment and help council facilitate a speedy recovery. History of the local disaster management plan. A full rewrite of the local disaster management plan was undertaken in 2023 and adopted by Council on the 24th of August last year. The local disaster management plan continues to serve the community well through activations and annual exercises over the past 12 months, which validates the plan. Since the adoption of the local disaster management plan last year in August, there has been changes to the Queensland disaster management arrangements, legislation and within council that need to be aligned to the revised local disaster management plan. These changes include the introduction of the Australian warning system in November 2023, which is a new national approach to information and call to actions for hazards like bushfires, floods, storms, extreme heat, cyclones and severe weather. The 2024 council election, Sunshine Coast Local Disaster Management Group welcomed a new chairperson with Chairperson Madam Mayor and Deputy Chairperson Councillor Suarez, and they're doing a tremendous job since they've transitioned into those roles. And in May this year, the state government made changes to the Queensland disaster management arrangements, with the following being implemented on the 1st of July. Queensland Police Services is now the lead state disaster management coordination, including the operations of the State Emergency Services and Maritime Rescue Queensland. Queensland Fire and Emergency Services became the Queensland Fire Department, and the Queensland Reconciliation Authority role increases to help community recover from natural disasters. Consultation process, we undertake a key consultation process with all our internal and external key agencies and stakeholders, and they'll provide the opportunity to review the revised documentation. And I'm pleased to advise that at our last Local Disaster Management Group meeting on the 26th of June, the Local Disaster Management Group endorsed those changes. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillors, can I have a mover? Councillor Suarez, a seconder. Councillor Johnston. Councillor Suarez.
Through you, Madam Chair. Thanks for that report, Jason. We might have to have some lessons on how to pronounce my surname. I've had members of the community call me Councillor Shiraz, but I've never been called Councillor Schwaz before. So. It was only a year ago that the local disaster management plan was presented to Council, and I remember that was quite a comprehensive change to the document. So the reason it's come to us again this year is, as you've outlined, there have been a number of statutory and legislative changes that have occurred. I had the opportunity to observe the local disaster management group in action last term through a number of natural disasters that occurred throughout our region, and I was really impressed and have a great appreciation for the work that the team do. So I'm really privileged to be able to be part of that team now and to learn from the group. And while I'm not looking forward to a real life event, I feel very secure in the team's hands, and part of being responsive when an event occurs is to be prepared, and this plan helps our group be prepared. So thank you for amending this document to reflect the current status and the ongoing work that the team will be doing to make sure that we always have a better plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. I rise also to speak in favour of the motion. This is a comprehensive document. It centres on protecting our community, building resilience, preparing emergency responses, coordinating those recovery efforts. It is so much more than a legislative requirement. It is a commitment to protecting our community and supporting them in times of disaster. I'd like to acknowledge and thank all of the officers who have prepared this report for their work. Being prepared to stand in the face of adversity and answer the call during an emergency is an enormous responsibility. Residents and visitors to the Sunshine Coast should feel comforted and secure in the knowledge that we have an excellent local disaster management group reflecting the strong partnerships and also the unwavering spirit of our first responders, volunteers, emergency services and council officers. I am incredibly proud to chair a team that cares deeply for our community and is always ready to stand up when disaster strikes. So thank you, and I commend the local disaster management plan to you. Councillor Broderick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through the Chair, I'm just rising to congratulate Jason on such an awesome job. I just want to tell you how amazing this team is, that we have had a community event in Glasshouse listed for a Friday night, and Jason and his team are giving up their Friday night to come out this week to Glasshouse for a bushfire preparedness event to get Glasshouse and the hinterland ready. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Broderick. Friday night. Councillor Suarez, would you like to close? No? Okay. I will now put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? And that's carried unanimously. Okay. Councillors, we are going to pause for morning tea now. So we will resume in 15 minutes, which will make it 11:10, and we shall see you then. Good. Okay, continuing this morning, we are on to item 8.5. Welcome, Mr. Alderson.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, councillors, Madam CEO. Today I'm presenting to you a report for a development application proposing a shopping centre for development at Palmwoods, Montfort Road, Palmwoods. The proposal involves a development permit for a material change of use for a full-line supermarket and a related reconfiguration of a lot application. The image on the left shows the site in the context of its surrounding landmarks and town centres. The site has frontage to Palmwoods Montfort Road along its southern boundary and is currently vacant, but has been subject to recent earthworks, which has filled the southeastern section of the site, in accordance with existing approvals. The site has a current approval for 55 multiple dwelling units issued by the Planning Environment Court in 2011. The site is located to the west of the Palmwood Town Centre. The site is split zoned, with the southwestern portion being zoned medium density residential and the balance being zoned rural. The shopping centre is contained within the medium density zone portion of the site. A number of waterways traverse the rural zone portion of the site, which is also subject to flooding. Adjoining the eastern boundary is medium density zone land, which is presently used for detached housing. To the west, the site is adjoined by industrial uses within a low density residential zone. And to the north is rural zone land. On the opposite side of Palmwoods Montfort Road is a childcare centre and residential dwellings within a community facility and medium density residential zone respectively. The proposed shopping centre has a gross floor area of 3,869 square metres and is intended to be a Coles supermarket with an additional single shop tenancy for the purposes of a bottle shop. The proposed shopping centre comprises a single building, which is set back approximately 50 metres from the frontage, within a maximum height limit of 8.5 metres. The site accesses via a new leg on the northern side of the intersection of Palmwoods Montfort Road and Churchill Street. A new roundabout is proposed at this intersection. The proposal includes 196 car spaces located towards the front of the site, a click and collect standing area, and service vehicle parking towards the rear of the site. These images show the elevations of the proposal, with the top south elevation being the view from the street frontage. Materials identified on the elevations include precast concrete, stone cladding, corrugated iron and weatherboard. Photo murals are proposed of heritage buildings on the eastern and western elevations. These images are the perspective views from the car park, looking towards the front facade, showing the building entry and the click and collect parking area. The proposed reconfiguration of the lot application seeks to create 2 allotments and a new road dedication. The new road is to accommodate the proposed roundabout intersection. Proposed lot 1 is 8.19 hectares and is proposed to be dedicated to Council's drainage reserve. Proposed lot 2 is 1.67 hectares and will contain the proposed shopping centre. The lot boundaries align with the site split zoning, with the rural zone being within lot 1 and the medium density zone being within lot 2. This slide includes the approved plan from the existing court order approval, showing the layout of the 55 multiple dwelling units. Earthworks have been recently carried out in accordance with these approvals. The application was publicly notified for 15 days during November and December 2023. A total of 192 submissions were received during the public notification period, with an additional 42 submissions being not properly made. 224 of all submissions, both properly made and not properly made, were in support of the development and 10 were opposed to the development. A key reason for the submitters supporting the proposal is that there is a need for a shopping centre and would improve choice and convenience for the residents. The key reasons for submitters opposing the development is that it would impact on the viability of the existing approved businesses in the Palmwoods Town Centre and is inconsistent with the purpose of the medium density residential zone. This slide shows the layout of the existing approved shopping centre, which is centrally located within the Palmwoods local centre zone. The approval includes a supermarket tenancy with a gross floor area of 1,200 square metres, and this is a current approval until March 2029. Key assessment considerations. The assessment has found the proposed shopping centre raises significant conflicts with the planning scheme's strategic vision for economic development regarding activity centres as expressed in the strategic framework. The proposal would create a new retail centre, drawing retail activity away from and outside the designated Palmwoods Local Activity Centre, creating a fragmented, disconnected centre for Palmwoods to the detriment of its character, identity, functionality and viability. This is inconsistent with the Sunshine Coast Activity Centres network. While there is a demonstrated need and economic benefits for a supermarket within Palmwoods, this need and benefits can be satisfied by a development of a moderately sized supermarket within Palmwoods Centre. Expert economic advice has concluded that if approved, the proposal would jeopardise the delivery of a shopping centre within the Palmwoods Town Centre. Further, the bulk, scale and design is not consistent with the desired rural town character for Palmwoods, nor does it contribute positively to the traditional streetscape of Palmwoods. The proposal would also result in a significant loss of medium density residential zone land for the Palmwoods area. Further, it would compromise the integrity of the medium density residential zone because it would not be compatible with the intended future residential uses in the zone. There were 2 referral agencies that recommended conditions be opposed should the application be approved. One of those was Department of Main Roads for state-controlled roads. The recommendation, councillors, today is recommended that both applications be refused due to irresolvable conflicts with the planning scheme, as outlined in the gender report and attachments. That concludes the presentation.
Thank you. Councillors, would someone like to move the motion? Councillor Johnston, seconded Councillor Natoli. Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, John, for all the time you've spent with me, you and other officers in relation to this application, and also for delivering the report today. This has been a controversial issue in the township of Palmwoods and the surrounds of Palmwoods. And no matter what decision we make, it's not going to be popular. However, some people have said that we don't need more medium density residential, when in actual fact we've got a housing crisis, and I think that that's just a way that they have tried to convince council that the community wants a shopping centre. There is no doubt the Palmwoods community want a shopping centre. There's no doubt about that. We have approved the latest iteration for a shopping centre opposite the hotel, which is quite I think it's about 2,000 square metres. Yep. Yeah, a bit more than that. Shopping centre. And there's been 5 or 6 different iterations of it. The first one was about 15 years ago. Gradually it's been changed. Initially it had some residential in it, and then subsequently there was a lot of argy-bargy about where car parking would be, and et cetera, et cetera. But the most recent iteration of around about 18 months ago required them to build it with all car parking on site. The proposed supermarket that we're discussing today is unfortunately outside the current zoning for business in Palmwoods, and it's outside the local business centre, and it was approved by the court in 2011 as low density residential, as long as the recently completed wall and landfill was constructed to put it outside the flood zone. Prior to that, it was in the flood area, and the Maroochy Council, back in I think about 2009, refused the application. Excuse me, I've got the flu. I'm having a little bit of trouble breathing, and I'll have to go home after I've done this presentation, but I thought it was important that I come and speak today so that as the council for the area, I own the decision. There is a lot of discussion in the Palmwoods area about what traffic problems this supermarket would cause. I don't know whether many people realise, but to bring in the large servicing trucks for a supermarket of this type in this location, they will have to go up to the top of the hill on Nambour Connection Road, up to the top of the hill near the Shell service station, turn left at the Nambour Christian College, and go around the back way and through Jubilee Terrace past the AFL cricket and soccer grounds, and they will then have to negotiate the intersection between just west of on the western side of the rail underpass. They'll have to intersect in that location with the Palmwoods Montville Road. There is already significant traffic conflict there, and I personally often have to wait quite some minutes to get through, and that's without all the extra trucks that would have to come through for that. Admittedly, for a smaller supermarket, there will need to be trucks, but they'll be smaller and less of them. I attended a community organisation last week in Palmwoods at their AGM, and during general discussion we talked, they said to me, what's happening with the Palmwoods supermarket application? And I said, well, it's due to come up on this Thursday week, which was today. And I said, I didn't tell them anything about it other than say there's a report there. And I said, what do you all think about it?
Councillor Johnston, would you like an extension of time? Can I have a mover? Councillor Banag, a seconder, Councillor Suarez. I'll put that motion to the vote. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Would you like to sit to speak?
No, I'll be right, thanks.
Okay.
And I said to them, what do you think? Should we support the application or not? And to my amazement, they unanimously said, no, we don't want a supermarket that size in town. And they talked about traffic problems, etc., etc. This morning, I've had 3 emails asking me to vote no. So it's, you know, it is quite a controversial issue, and although there were a couple of hundred submissions to the application, of the ones that were in favour, 95% of them were in pro forma. Now, in other words, they were identical. Every one of them was identical. And I just close by saying, what is the purpose of a town plan? A town plan is a document which tells us, or tells the community, that you can have certain uses in certain areas. If it says, if it says that it's, excuse me, if it's medium density residential, then that's what it's intended to be for. If it says it's rural, that's what it's intended to be for. If it says business centre, that's what it's intended to be for. And unfortunately, this application would cause a break-up of the business centre of Palmwoods. Palmwoods has got a number of residents, and many of them have come in of recent times, and they're used to living down the coast or places like that where these sort of services, these types of supermarkets are common. However, whenever I ask people why they're living in Palmwoods, if they've moved in, what they say to me is, well, we moved away from the rat race down the coast and the traffic jams, and we want a quiet life. And that's unfortunately not what we're going to have delivered if we approve this application. So I'd encourage all councillors to vote for the refusal, and thank the town planning staff for the great job that they've done. You know, their report goes to more than 100 pages, and that's very unusual. So it shows that they've taken it very, very seriously, and they've looked at all aspects. If there was only one part reason why it shouldn't be approved, then you would say, all right, fair enough, the community benefit, we've got to look at that. But there's actually 4 reasons why it should not be approved. 4 good town planning reasons. And no doubt we'll, based on what Cole's activities in the past have been, no doubt we'll probably finish up in court, but we probably would have finished up in court if we'd approved it too. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Councillor Natoli.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you, I want to stand to support the Divisional Councillor on this important issue. He mentioned all of the town planning reasons why this should be supported. And for me, having been in retail and having had businesses experience departure of May trade away from shopping precincts has been something that I've noticed happen over years. In Caloundra, when the Sunland Shopping Centre opened down the road, it took business away from the main town. There's probably only one supermarket that really works well within a precinct, and that's Woolworths up in Buderim, where it's integrated well within the main town centre. Even in Nambour, the shopping centres are pretty much destinations, and there isn't very much foot traffic in the rest of the street. Nambour has suffered because of the lack of movement from one part of the town to the other part, and without that, all those retail shops suffer. Foot traffic is the most important thing for any business. Traffic congestion is a death. Lack of parking is a death of any business. And I can tell you that this supermarket in Palmwoods will have no benefit to any other business. It will destroy the uniqueness of a village because of the size and scale. It won't bring competition to Palmwoods because we'll never see another equal size supermarket and even smaller supermarket open up in Palmwoods. So forever they will have one dominant player, and history, I've seen more than enough examples when there is market domination, prices are not that competitive, and quality and the services drop. Supermarkets are notorious in not necessarily delivering the best outcomes when it comes to customer service. But my fear is that if we weren't to support the town plan and allow this supermarket to go ahead, I ask myself the question of what are we doing to protect the character of these railroad towns? I've seen places like Biwa that were similar to Palmwoods when I first moved to the Sunshine Coast become completely different. It's lost a lot of that small village characteristics, and now it supports a number of big supermarkets, and there's more applications and there's more growth. What it's done is actually driven growth and density into that town. And part of what we've tried to do is protect the character of so many of our small, unique locations that we really have to understand what will actually weaken them and destroy the very things. So if those people that have moved to Palmwoods and want to keep that uniqueness of Palmwoods, you have to ask yourself the question, if you want a full-line supermarket because of convenience, then are you prepared in the future to accept more density that will support, because the argument will be that we've got a full-line supermarket, we've got everything else, and, you know, the rest of the coast is experiencing enormous pressure of growth. Is that what Palmwoods Committee wants to put its hand up for? I don't believe that community would trade its enviable lifestyle for the sake of convenience. If I want convenience today in the new world, is I go online. You want your groceries delivered to your door, you can have that convenience. In fact, it's quicker to go from Palmwoods to a supermarket than what it is where we live, Councillor Christian. In Parkview, there is no supermarket. In fact, only recently when the opening of the road through to Aussie World, where we were able to get some convenient products like milk and bread and so forth from the service station. Where we lived previously, where I lived in Mountain Creek, Glenfields, there is not even a corner shop. And the distance to get to a supermarket probably is the same distance of getting from Palmwoods to Nambour. I ask this question, councillors. We want this uniqueness within our communities. We have to understand what makes them strong, what we can do. We've got a supermarket application approval in Palmwoods that integrates and allows people to walk and still keeps that uniqueness of what we want to preserve in these towns.
Councillor Natoli, would you like an extension of time?
I'm just about to wind up. What I say is you allow Coles to come in, you will destroy that.
Thank you, Councillor Natoli. Councillor Hungerford.
Mayor, in my 20 years as a councillor, it has become abundantly clear that adhering to the town plan is paramount. Quite often I read planning court judgments, and when Your Honour's summing up there, I read them in there. Not only do they take into account the provisions of your town plan, but they also take into account how consistently council has applied those provisions in the town plan. Now, one happened in my area on Jones Road. Council refused an application on planning grounds, should have been competently able to defend that. But in that judgment, what was taken highly in regard was previous councils not consistently applying those provisions in the town plan, and substantively went towards council losing that case.
Now, when you study this one here, in planning, you've got acceptable outcomes and performance outcomes. Acceptable outcomes are nice to achieve if they can be achieved, but not enforceable. But performance outcomes must be achieved. In this one here, I see there's 9 performance outcomes that are not achieved. Whereas still, this is an out-of-centre application, outside of the zoning, what this land's intended for, as Councillor Winston has already stated. The precedent that would create would erode council's ability in the future. Now, the planners have quite correctly stated here, the departure from the purpose and overall outcomes of those performance outcomes, by departing from those assessment benchmarks, they are not capable of being addressed or mitigated by conditions of approval, because they do not meet the benchmarks. The departures from the assessment benchmarks support refusal of the proposed application. Correct. Now, the refusal of the proposed development advances the purpose of the Planning Act 2016, because the development would not facilitate the achievement of ecological sustainability, in that it fails to maintain the cultural, economic, physical and social well-being of people and communities. The planners have looked at this very well. They've well articulated it in the officer's recommendation there. It has been very thoroughly outlined why this should be refused. Councillors, in my opinion, to do anything else would be irresponsible to the town plan and to the community and for the planning intent, because you're disrespecting the town plan. And that does not bode well if you come to facing court in the future, defending the town plan when you haven't been consistent. So I put it to you, it's a responsibility to refuse this. It's been correctly assessed and does not meet the performance outcomes of the town plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. Councillor Bunnag.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Like Councillor Hungerford, I think this is actually quite straightforward, and to a large degree there's been some debate in the community about convenience versus character, somewhat unnecessarily in some instances, I think. The reality is there is an existing approval within inside the town centre, within inside the village, within inside the planning scheme, which will provide a supermarket once constructed for people in Palmwoods. I want to thank people who have participated in this process of providing their submissions, and I understand it's an emotive topic, but as Councillor Johnson has rightly pointed out, the simple fact is that this is well outside the current planning scheme framework. And once you start approving out-of-town centre developments, you are on a slippery slope with no brakes. And the inconsistencies will be watched, not just by the courts, not just by residents, but by developers and other people who wish to take advantage of our inconsistencies. From my perspective, it's also very important that we consider that the loss of medium residential yield in this area would have a significant flow-on to other parts of the Sunshine Coast and places in Palmwoods potentially. So from my perspective, while it is very, very clear that the existing approval on this site was a court approval and was contentious at the time, the medium residential zoning that has applied to this land has been in existence since the town plan was formalised in 2014. It's an inescapable truth, and this has been telegraphed and people have known about it for a very, very long time. So when I think about this debate, from my perspective, there isn't much of a debate, because we're talking about a supermarket and we can borrow a quote from old El Paso, why can't we have both? You can have convenience and you can have character in the CBD, in the village atmosphere, with the existing approval, without going outside the town plan, without compromising the integrity of our planning scheme. So from my perspective, I'll be voting in support of the officer's recommendation for refusal, and I commend this to my fellow councillors.
Thank you, Councillor Bunnag. Councillor Law.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, I have a couple of questions, please. In the consultation process for the planning scheme, for the renewal of the planning scheme, we sent out to the community the Palmwoods and Woombai local area plan. And in that plan, it says to review the centre zone and provisions at Palmwoods to ensure appropriate opportunities are provided for a small supermarket. Could you let me know what a small supermarket is in the terms of a local area plan? And I realise that may be for a strategic planner.
I might call strategic planning up to answer that one.
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Law, thank you for your question. I don't think the term small supermarket is strictly defined for the purpose of that preliminary consultation. But I would say that it would be reasonable to conclude that it's distinct from a full-line supermarket, which generally provides the full range of convenience, goods and services associated with the supermarket. So we would view it as having a smaller range of goods.
Okay. Thank you. My next question might be for you as well. So from the same consultation process, one of the things that was put to the community was retain the compact town centre and strong provisions to discourage out-of-centre development, e.g. shops and other commercial uses occurring in the residential area. Does the officer's recommendation in this case to refuse this application meet that question and statement that we consulted the community on in the local area plan?
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Law, yes.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions, but just to, I think, talk to the officer's recommendation. Today, on balance of everything I've read and heard, I need to support the officer's recommendation. And those two questions I asked from the consultation process for the planning scheme renewal really support what the community were thinking when they didn't have something convenient and helpful put in front of them. So when they were thinking about the town of Palmwoods, they supported at over 80% response rate to both of those questions that there should be consideration given to a small supermarket. And I would agree with Mr. Pady that 3,200 full-line Coles is not small. And that they wanted provision made in their town for a small supermarket. And I believe, given the other comments made by the councillors here supporting that notion of not breaking and fragmenting the town apart and not increasing the traffic congestion, I have a personal concern that the two roads off the range will become overused with this supermarket put here in Palmwoods. That's the Hunchy and the other road that's very twisty, and I only know it as the Spaghetti Road. I'm sure it's got a proper name. But those roads are already small, difficult to manoeuvre, and certainly wouldn't cope with the increase in traffic, I think, that would happen when you put a bigger tractor at the edge of Palmwoods like this. Yeah, we're not going to make everyone happy today, but for all of the reasons, and particularly for me, it was compelling, the feedback from the community around their local area plan of what they want in their community. And nowhere in that consultation process for the planning scheme did it say we want a major supermarket construction put somewhere at the edge of our community or in our community. It says they want a small supermarket. So that's pretty convincing for me, and I'll be supporting the officer's recommendation today.
Thank you, Councillor Law. Councillor Dixon.
Through you, Madam Mayor, can I just firstly make a personal declaration myself that I met with the applicant, the landowner, on the 21st of the 8th. So I met the applicant, the landowner and consultants. I provided all of the meeting notes to the CEO and councillors, and I've also filled out a lobbyist form for the meeting, but just to confirm that no lobbying took place, and I simply asked questions and received answers. I'd also like to mention that if this recommendation for refusal does fall over, that I foreshadow another motion, which would be to defer the matter and have council staff prepare an appropriate recommendation for approval with conditions. And I'll start speaking now if I can, and I may need to request an extension. I'll stick to the facts and I won't get into the emotion. This application is about a full-line supermarket for the area, and there's no doubt about it, Councillor Winston is right. The Palmwoods community just want a supermarket. I think that's the view, and they've been waiting for some time. The planning scheme does envisage a supermarket for Palmwoods, and unfortunately the site which I've supported that's currently approved, and I backed previous councillor Jenny Mackay, has sat vacant for over 15 years. We've been trying to get something on the site. 15 years the community have waited for a supermarket. So they continually jump in the car, and we don't want people driving, we want them walking and cycling. They're going to Nambour. I believe some people are also going out to the IGA at Forest Glen. They might even be going to Sippy Downs. We know that those people in Palmwoods are adding to the traffic congestion in other communities by driving there and burning fossil fuel because they can't stay in their local community. We talk about this proposed development being so far out of centre. Well, I actually jumped on the mapping systems that we have as a council, and it's exactly 100 metres distance from the actual local centre zone. So it's not way out of centre, it's 100 metres. And in fact, the developer has proposed as part of their application to provide footpaths to connect back into town. That is something the developer's willing to do. Council's internal advice and external advice from an economic needs assessment and the applicant's economic needs assessment shows that people want a shopping centre and could have one in their centre, and it is justified. And we just heard from Councillor Law that he's worried other people will drive to it. Well, they will, because they need a supermarket in the hinterland area. I believe, and I want to be very factual on this, there were 234 submissions that were received by council. Of those, 93% of the submissions that people put in supported the application. The applicant, when I met on site, in fact, I didn't ask this question, it was just provided as a, hey, Christian, we're able to provide additions. As part of any potential approval, we'll put a sunset clause on the approval. And I said, well, please go into that. What does that mean? Well, give us a set amount of time to build the supermarket or pull the approval, because we're actually committed to doing it. If you approve it, we will build it. We will not sit on the site for 15 years and make people wait. We're actually going to do what we say, and that is build a supermarket. My understanding is that in 2011, the medium density units were approved. I believe it's in a medium density zone now. Required certain earthwork, and I believe most of the earthworks required for a shopping centre have already occurred as part of the lawful approval. So there's not much more earthworks to do. I'm told that the department from the state government have conditioned a roundabout requirement as part of the development, and they've approved that. So if the development was to be approved by council, it would reflect a roundabout scenario at the site. Whereas I understand the unit or townhouse development does not have a roundabout treatment and is much more difficult to access the site in and out. A few little stats here. The proposal will comprise and create 559 jobs, 171 jobs estimated ongoing employment, 87 construction jobs and 301 indirect. And with all these people moving into our communities and people growing up, they're looking for work, and having a local place where you can walk and cycle and access work in your community, it can be difficult. I know in Sippy Downs we've got a lot of job opportunities in the town centre. Palmwoods not so. People having to travel large distances to go to work. It'd be good to have some local jobs in Palmwoods. I looked at the site when I was out there and I thought about the amenity. And with the current court approval, you've essentially got townhouses and I believe a 2 metre acoustic wall. You're just going to have this big brick wall or timber wall, whatever you want to call it, acoustic wall as you drive past, and it's on a scenic amenity corridor. I think it has a 6 or 8 metre setback to the development. This is considerably set back from the road, has frontage planting. They're talking about amenity and heritage treatments to the building design. I think there's a lot going for it. Madam Mayor, I will leave my points of argument here today, but just to say that I believe I'm bringing a point of difference to the argument. I see the benefits, and I certainly respect the local councillor's position that he's given us today, and applaud him for staying in the room when he's unwell to put forward his community views, and I certainly respect that.
Thank you, Councillor Dixon. Councillor Suarez.
Thank you. I have a few questions, Madam Mayor. John, just a question in terms of the application. Did the application that was assessed by council officers include those additional footpaths that were mentioned by Councillor Dixon?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the plans do show a footpath connection from the site towards the town centre. That's correct.
And did the application also include a sunset clause to complete or commence the construction?
That's through you, Madam Mayor. That's the first I've heard of a sunset clause proposal, but that could be imposed as any potential condition.
Thank you. I'm just questioning in my mind whether or not the meeting that Councillor Dixon had was in fact lobbying or not lobbying. I know that there is a registered lobbyist that was at the meeting, and I wonder what the actual intended outcome was for the meeting with yourself and the applicant. I won't speak for very long on this topic because enough has been said, I think, in arguments of support of the officer's recommendation, but just wanted to make one observation. The planning scheme is there for a reason. It provides security to our community. It provides guidance to landowners of what they can and cannot do on that land. And if an applicant wishes to make an impact assessable application, it's a risk that they must accept. They are providing an application that falls outside of the planning scheme. To my mind, the 2 points that make me want to support the officer's recommendation are not only the assessment report that you've provided, but the fact that an out-of-centre shopping centre would jeopardise the delivery of a shopping centre within the local area. And when I consider the two sites that are being pitted against each other, in a sense, I think about what is the highest and best use for each site. And I believe that the best use for the site that we're looking at the moment is that multi-unit residential development, and the best use for the site within the town centre is for a shopping centre. So for those reasons, I will be supporting the officer's recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. Councillor Burns.
Thanks. Through you, Madam Mayor. I too just raise in support of the officer's recommendation. Appreciate, Councillor Johnson, your leading in this, and as a divisional councillor, your efforts in understanding the variety of opinions about this development application from your community. The few things, I guess, for me that really stood out, which has really leads me to support the officer's recommendation. I'm not convinced of the walkability of the site to the town centre. I appreciate the distance isn't great, and I appreciate that it is basically bordering on the town centre. The nature of the terrain is steep. Some elements of that pathway would be 10% incline, which is a really significant one, and that would actually detract and actually see people not take the task of walking to the shop for that reason, particularly if I'm going to leave that shop and then carry heavy shopping away. I'm much more supportive of the town centre activity. I believe that will have the best economic benefit for the town moving forward. It will support those existing businesses. It will actually attract business into the town centre, which would increase foot traffic, as Councillor Joe mentioned earlier. It does actually allow for people to park in the town centre more simply, which actually can only help activate it. It is across the road from the rail centre. The approved site for a smaller scale shopping centre, in my mind, is a much better attempt at meeting the needs of Palmwoods, and we recognise the need for that community to have a supermarket. And my aspiration would be is that we see that existing approved site activated as soon as possible. I really appreciate the efforts of the officers in defining and laying out the various complexities of this, the economic modelling. I also do acknowledge the efforts of the developer and who has said that they would develop pathways and that, and I do acknowledge the work of our community in Palmwoods in reaching out and sharing their thoughts in that. In this instance, I will be supporting the officer's recommendation because I feel like it will only enhance the historic and natural amenity of Palmwoods as one of our significant historic towns through the rail corridor. And I don't believe that the proposed development of Coles will actually see an obvious or noticeable improvement or uplift to the town of Palmwoods economically, culturally, historically, in any of those matters. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burns. Are there any other councillors? Councillor Johnston, would you like to close?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Firstly, I'd like to thank all the councillors for their input and for the questions that they've asked me over a period of time. I'd particularly like to just mention that the points made by Councillor Law and Councillor Hungerford around town planning issues, and they fleshed that out in a way that I can't do, or I didn't think to do, I should say. So thank you very much. But to the rest of the councillors, thank you for your support. And I also appreciate that Councillor Dixon has got a different point of view, but that's what life's all about. It's just like in the community, there will be people that will agree with our decision, there'll be people who don't agree with our decision. It's now, unfortunately, this decision will, if we vote in favour of the Town Planner's report, is likely to result in an appeal against our decision, which could delay even further another supermarket from being constructed, because it'd be unlikely to build another supermarket only to find that maybe the court can make a contrary decision to what we have. So no matter what happens, the people of Palmwoods are going to have to wait a couple of years to get their supermarket. But I can tell you, if there's no appeal, or if the appeal is defeated in court, I will be right on the hammer of the owner of the property in the main business sector to get his proverbial out and get built. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Okay, I will now put the motion to the vote to support the recommendation for refusal. All those in favour? Councillors Broderick, Landsberg, Burns, Natoli, Johnston, Hungerford, Bunag, Suarez, Law and Natoli. All those against? Councillor Dixon. The motion is carried. Thank you, team.
Could I be excused, because I'm gradually getting tighter and tighter in my chest. So, but I'd also like to thank Natalie for providing me with some cough drops. So thank you very much, and I'll catch up with you all as soon as possible.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. That is noted, and please take care and get well soon.
Yeah, well, if,
thank you.
8 weeks, if I don't get well soon, I might have to resort to...
Don't take any dire action, Councillor Johnston. Just go home and get well. Thank you. Okay. We move on now. Thank you and welcome Mr Costello to present for item 8.6. Hello and welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Still good morning by a minute.
By a minute.
So thank you. Presenting the July financial performance report. So as at the end of July, operating result of 183.3 million, ahead of budget by 4.8 million. The variation consisting of revenues above budget by 2.9 million and expenses below budget by 1.9 million. Of the revenue, our waste cleansing charges are ahead of budget as at end of July, but with the rates being run in July. So the collections revenue is higher than anticipated, but we'll monitor the profiling as we move our way through to the January rates before we can look at any adjustments there. The fees are below budget for plumbing applications by about 590,000, so we'll watch that as we progress each month. Contract expenses are below budget for waste management, civil operations and parks and gardens, but again early days in relation to 1 month having progressed. On our capital works program, we're 8.2% of the total budget, so 23.1 million of the $283 million capital works program financially expended. Of the core program, 9.5 million of the $194 million program, which is about 4.9% of the budget. A couple of highlights in July: the Clownda Library Plus expenditure of 4.9 million and some land acquisition of 6.2 million. On our cash and our balance sheet, our cash has at the end of July 162 million, council's debt 446 million, with anticipated borrowings to occur more than likely in June of next year of $20.3 million. On our cash, our investments, there's 6 term deposits totalling $60 million. The rate discount or rate due date payment was last Friday, so there's a lot of money that's coming through the rates, and as of yesterday we're $282 million in the bank, so our investment revenue will increase and our investment term deposits will increase. So we'll see that in next month. And the recommendation, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillors, can I have someone move the item? Councillor Hungerford, a seconder. Councillor Broderick. Thank you. Councillor Hungerford.
Mayor, I'm not going to go through all those figures again. You can see we're ahead on most parameters. I think the weather might have a bit to do with that, because we had from January to May was one of the wettest on record. Very difficult for getting works out there and even maintaining our parks and everything. So hopefully this year's a better result. One thing I would like to point out is we're going through this high inflation period and also the cost of materials and services. Just to highlight that, our cash is 162 million compared to 280 million at the same time last year. Shows the impact of that adverse high inflation, high interest rate period, and the actual cost of materials and services and getting jobs on the ground. As we know, the jobs are blowing out and the costings all the time. That's something we have to watch going into this year and keep a tight rein on our expenditure. But we're in a very healthy position, and if we keep that going for the year and then focus on our upcoming budget and what those expenditure parameters are, with the dwindling pool of tenderers for jobs as well, and the supply of materials and services holding jobs up. I know a couple of projects in my area, the contractors were waiting for materials to arrive, and that adds to the cost of a project as well. But we're in a good place. Michael and his team are keeping me up to date with it. And if we apply ourselves diligently and focused on those expenditures, we'll keep ourselves in the top 4 in Queensland for financial management. And that's the thing, when Michael and I are very keen to keep us in that spot. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. Councillors, anyone else to speak? No? Councillor Hungerford, anything else to add to close? You've said it all? Okay, great. I'll now put the motion to the vote then. All those in favour? And the motion is carried unanimously. Thank you, Mr Costello. Thank you, team. Okay, we move now to item 8.7. Welcome, Ms Franks.
This report is to seek an exception from Council in accordance with the Local Government Regulation 2012 from the tender or auction process to enter into a new lease agreement with the existing tenant of the land, being the State of Queensland, via the Department of Education. Council owns the land known as 44 to 102 Sports Road, Bly in freehold, which is zoned as environmental management and conservation and managed as a wetland sanctuary. One of the buildings on site, known as Bly House, has been occupied by the Department of Education, with an expansion in occupancy occurring in 2016 under the existing management agreement. The Department of Education operate the Sunshine Coast Environmental Education Centre at the Marici Wetlands Sanctuary. The location of the Marici Wetlands Sanctuary and indicative lease at 44 to 102 Sports Road, Bly is detailed in the attachments 1 and 2 of the report. A review of the Department of Education's occupancy arrangement was undertaken by council officers over the past 12 months, and a proposal to lease has been agreed, which will aim to better govern the occupation of the site. The proposed new lease will continue to allow the Department of Education to provide outdoor and environmental education programs to the Sunshine Coast community, as well as schools and educational establishments from outside the region. Council is proposing to enter into a 5-year lease over the current facility. The essential terms of the proposed new lease are outlined in attachment 3 of the report. The proposal is expected to have the following benefits to Council: a financial return in form of rent secured for the next 5 years, and retention of the current services provided by the Department of Education. On the basis that there is broad interdepartmental support for the proposal, the recommendation is that Council grants an exception to dispose of an interest in the land by way of lease, other than by auction or tender, to the State of Queensland via the Department of Education. An exception is applicable in this instance as the lease is being granted to a government agency.
Thank you. Can I have someone to move? Councillor Suarez, a seconder. Councillor Burns. Councillor Suarez.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the report. I just wanted to go through a little bit of a history of the site, and we did have the slide earlier which showed the department were using it since 2006? Yep. So prior to that, the Marici Wetland Sanctuary was established in 1989, and that was when it was under the Marici Shire Council, and it was a partnership between the Shire Council, Education Queensland, and also the community of the Sunshine Coast, driven largely by community members who lived in and around the Marici Wetland site. Members of the local community recognised the importance of the wetlands and really pushed hard to have that site protected for the future. The volunteers planted trees and also took a walk along where the proposed existing boardwalk currently sits. Since that humble start, they've achieved some remarkable feats. So the facility that we're talking about here right now is actually the transportation of a cane cutter's barracks to the site, and that is now the Education Centre. They built an educational theatrette and constructed the boardwalk down to the Marici River. These site improvements were done by the devoted members of the Marici Wetland Sanctuary Support Group. And they have staffed the Education Centre every Sunday in order to share their enthusiasm and knowledge of plants and animals and to the visitors of the Wetlands Sanctuary. So essentially all this report is doing is to allow this group and to allow Education Queensland to continue that great work that they have been doing. Instead of a management agreement, we're just transferring it to a lease. So I'm really grateful that all of the different departments within Council have supported this application. It does seem like it's a no-brainer, and I look forward to all of my fellow councillors' support.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. Anyone else, councillors? No? Do you have anything to add, Councillor Suarez, to close? No? Okay, well, I will put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? And the motion is carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Ms Franks. Moving to item 8.8, and we welcome Ms Stevenson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, councillors and the CEO. This report presents to Council an accommodation hotel incentives package consisting of a proposed accommodation hotel incentive strategic policy and a proposed temporary local planning instrument, otherwise known as a TLPI. The report seeks Council's endorsement to adopt the proposed strategic policy and to make and adopt the proposed TLPI, subject to receiving approval from the Planning Minister. Oops. The proposed incentives package has been prepared to encourage the development of upscale accommodation hotels, 4-star and above, to address the current shortfall in serviced visitor accommodation and to meet the estimated need for 2,450 new hotel rooms on the Sunshine Coast, particularly in the lead up to the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games. Hotels are critical to tourism infrastructure, contributing significantly to local and national economies. The Sunshine Coast is ranked as the third most visited region in Queensland, and over the last decade has experienced year-on-year increases in visitation ahead of state and national averages. The need for new hotel rooms will not be met by self-catering limited serviced apartments, which account for 70% of visitor accommodation on the Sunshine Coast. Serviced visitor apartments are a different product, offering limited services and guest facilities. They cater for a different market and are currently well provided for. Full-serviced, particularly internationally and nationally branded hotels, are urgently needed to satisfy the high levels of demand. This form of accommodation will attract new markets, support the region's tourism and economic growth, and cater to the needs of Olympic visitors to the region. However, attracting hotel investment to the region is challenging, and there are a range of constraints associated with the development of accommodation hotels on the Sunshine Coast at this current time. Council has an active role to play in fostering an environment that helps to stimulate hotel investment through incentives and planning initiatives. The incentives package has carefully been designed to provide targeted and time-limited incentives and planning initiatives that are modest but also important and may assist in attracting hotel investment ahead of the Olympic and Paralympic Games. The draft Accommodation Hotel Incentive Strategic Policy provides financial and non-financial incentives to encourage accommodation hotel development through using tools available in the development assessment process. This includes a number of things here, but we've got waiving of the development application fees and the reduction in infrastructure charges and deferred infrastructure charges as being the key things. The incentives provided under the policy are intended to apply only to code-assessable applications for a short-term accommodation or resort complex use that meets the eligibility criteria outlined in the policy. To be eligible for the incentive, the proposal must have a minimum of 140 rooms or a minimum of 25 rooms for a boutique hotel, involves a full-service hotel, and is at least of an upscale standard or 4-star rating. The strategic policy has a relatively short operational period to the 30th of September 2026 for lodgement of a development application and to the 30th of June 2028 for commencement of construction. It is also intended that the strategic policy can operate concurrently with the temporary local planning instrument, but it can also operate separately. Under Section 23 of the Planning Act, it enables a local government to make a TLPI in exceptional circumstances such as addressing urgent or emergent planning matters. The TLPI process is considered an appropriate mechanism to implement temporary, targeted and time-limited planning initiatives to encourage the development of accommodation hotels and to assist in achieving the urgent need for new hotel rooms ahead of the Games. The process that Council must follow when making a TLPI is set out in the Planning Act and the Minister's Guidelines and Rules. The plan-making process for making a TLPI does not require and does not normally involve a community consultation process. The proposed temporary local planning instrument has therefore been carefully designed to balance a range of factors, with a particular focus on the public interest. In this regard, the TLPI is reasonably narrow in its application, in that it applies to less than 1% of the region. It only applies to 4-star and above accommodation hotels, where it's located in certain major centre and tourism locations, which have access to appropriate infrastructure and where accommodation hotels are expected to occur. Once approved by the Planning Minister, the temporary local planning instrument will suspend or affect the operation of the current Sunshine Coast Planning Scheme in relation to the development of accommodation hotels only. The temporary local planning instrument is generally effective for a period of 2 years. The proposed temporary local planning instrument seeks to encourage the development of accommodation hotels by providing a use-specific height allowance and a reduced car parking rate. The proposed height allowance provides for an additional 3 metres for sites which have an existing height allowance for a hotel, or 7 metres for other sites, plus a further allowance for a rooftop use of 3 metres. To be eligible for the height allowance, the proposed accommodation hotel is to be located within a specific centre, tourist accommodation and tourism zone in Maroochydore, Mooloolaba, Caloundra, Sippy Downs, Nambour and Biwa. The application of the TLPI is shown in Schedule 1 of the TLPI. The height allowances have been carefully designed, having regard to existing height limits and local characteristics, and are unlikely to result in development that is substantially different to that in the relevant zone and applicable local plan area. Provisions have also been incorporated in the TLPI, which require a visual assessment of proposals. The proposed TLPI also provides a reduced car parking rate of 1 space per 3 rooming units, plus visitor and other use-specific car parking as per the current planning scheme car parking rates. The reduced car parking rate will apply only to the hotel component of the proposed development. It is more reflective of the actual car parking generated by most upscale hotels and is more consistent with the rate applying in other jurisdictions for hotel developments. Having regard to the operational characteristics of upscale hotels and their users, and the limited number of accommodation hotels that are anticipated to be approved, the proposed reduction in car parking is unlikely to have a significant adverse impact on the availability of car parking in the nominated zones and locations. Therefore, in recognition of the need for more new hotel rooms, the urgency of the issue, the significant investment challenges and barriers that confront this type of development, and the temporary, limited and targeted nature of the incentives proposed and the planning initiatives, it is considered prudent that the proposed accommodation hotel package is implemented as soon as practical to assist in attracting hotel investment ahead of the Olympic and Paralympic Games, which are now less than 8 years away. On this basis, the report recommends that Council adopt the proposed policy, decide to make the TLPI, delegate authority to the CEO to prepare and progress the statutory process for making a TLPI, and adopt the proposed TLPI subject to receiving approval from the Planning Minister. If Council decides to adopt the policy can take effect immediately. If Council decides to make a temporary local planning instrument, the next step is to submit to the Planning Minister for approval. Subject to receiving approval, Council may then proceed to publish a notice about the adoption and commencement of the TLPI. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Stevenson. Councillors, I would like to move a motion for this item, that Council A, receive and note the report titled Accommodation Hotel Incentives Package. B, adopt the proposed Accommodation Hotel Incentives Strategic Policy Appendix A. C, defer consideration of the proposed temporary local planning instrument to allow for community consultation to occur. And D, requests the Chief Executive Officer to report back to the December 2024 ordinary meeting, if not before, on the outcome of the consultation process with recommendations regarding the future progress of the proposed temporary local planning instrument. Could I have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Natoli. Thank you, Councillor. It is estimated that the Sunshine Coast has a current and forecast shortfall of more than 2,000 hotel rooms. These will be needed to cater to our growing tourism industry. While we have sufficient supply of self-catering apartments, the need for full-service, internationally branded, operated and managed hotels is urgent. The economic benefits and flow-on effects of an internationally branded hotel are huge. For a 140-room hotel, which attracts high-end users, a minimum visitor spend of $33 million every year is expected. Even just 2 or 3 of these hotels would make a massive impact to our economy. We absolutely want to signal to industry that we are serious, that we welcome investment, we will work with you, and our community deserves to be consulted on changes to our planning that impact them. Building height and car parking provisions are extremely impactful and very important to our community. Likewise, it is vital for us to understand industry and stakeholder sentiment. Putting this out to community consultation is the right thing to do. Public consultation is not a requirement when making a temporary local planning instrument. I acknowledge that. But that does not mean that we shouldn't do it. We absolutely should. Councillors, let's offer the incentives for hotels in terms of reduced fees and infrastructure charges, plus a dedicated officer. And when it comes to height and car parking provisions, let's seek public input. I commend this motion to you. Councillor Landsberg.
Thank you, through the chair. I rise, obviously we've got to speak to this motion. My disappointment, and I'll finish off and I'll wait for my fellow councillors to finish presenting as well before I form an opinion on this motion. But first of all, I just want to reflect on our team, the experience of our planning department and the work that has gone into actually to prepare this report. We take us back over a bit of a history lesson for the Sunshine Coast. We've known for decades we've been underserviced in branded international hotels. The Australia Zoo is one of the, over a decade ago, was banging the drum. We need more high-end accommodation on the Sunshine Coast to invest and obviously attract international overseas visitors. In 2019, a news article led about obviously the development of the Holiday Inn Express, and front page news about obviously the first international brand coming here since Hyatt, Coolum and Twin Waters, which was 30 years before. 2017, there was an international travel article that led with Sunshine Coast in desperate need of accommodation. It was an article by the former CEO of Visit Sunshine Coast, Simon Latchford, and it was actually underpinned by data from the Tourism Research of Australia around a visitor survey, which showed that during that time of 2017, international growth for the Sunshine Coast was at 7.1%. 8.2%, sorry. And that topped the Australian international growth of international visitors. So we were front and centre of international travel in 2017. And I'm sure decisions of getting that data for previous terms of council led to building and investing in a $300 million international airport. These are massive decisions that we've made along the way to build industry, to build confidence in the market, to invest on the Sunshine Coast. Obviously, our destination tourism plan, commissioned by the VSC, heavily invested in driving those international hotels to a region as well. And our refresh of our reds is so important. It reflects on obviously looking at bringing our median wage up to parity with the state. We're sitting at about 4.5% at the moment, just below that. These opportunities of bringing in international hotels to our region has significant benefits. We have global businesses here on the Sunshine Coast. Kilcoy Global Meats, for example. We've got Genpack. We've got, obviously, where these companies have to actually house their visitors when they come out, investors and obviously partners to these businesses in Brisbane. And they all have to drive up here to the Sunshine Coast. I know we're talking about public transport and congestion, and they're probably one of the reasons why they don't want to travel up and down from Brisbane, but this is a real impediment to the future growth of our region. Just some other information as well, just wanted to touch on as well, and I won't go too much into detail in it, but tentatively, well, obviously, Council is obviously in discussion with potential opportunities for us on the Sunshine Coast here as well. And we have approximately half a dozen possible candidates that want to invest heavily in the Sunshine Coast. The opportunity for these businesses to come here on the Sunshine Coast, and potentially some of these hotel investments could bring over $400 million of investment to our region. And just obviously that investment in terms of construction, we're looking at over 1,600 employment jobs, for opportunities for employers and contractors. And then obviously looking at the ongoing additional expense that those visitors will spend on the coast, over $132 million per year if these international hotels were to get off the ground. I'll leave it at that because I'd like to form an opinion after all my fellow councillors speak. But all I can say is we've just had a former discussion around Palmwoods and protecting the planning scheme and being in a position about obviously protecting character, protecting growth in certain regions, and obviously acknowledging the huge amount of experience in our planning department and economic development, and we don't take it lightly. They would not bring this report to us as council if they didn't think that it's got legs. And I feel for the team because this could put back the opportunity and we could send the wrong signal out to industry. But anyway, I'll wait for the end of that and I'll look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Landsberg. Councillor Suarez.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. I have a few questions, but I just wanted to acknowledge the points that Councillor Landsberg made were well made and considered, so well done, Terry. Roma, just a couple of clarifying questions. So this TLPI would only apply to the areas of Maroochy, Dore, Mooloolaba, Caloundra and Biawar?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it also applies to Nambour and Sippy Downs.
And the process for implementing a TLPI is to put it through to the Minister for approval?
That's correct.
So with the state election coming up, do we have any sense of time frame for if the original motion were considered, would we have a time frame of when a TLPI would be implemented?
No, we don't.
So with this motion in front of us, conducting some community consultation and then sending it to the Minister for consideration, do we have any idea of the time frame that this proposal will bring to us?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it's difficult, I think, to be definitive about how these processes might align if consultation was incorporated. I think all we can probably allude to is that obviously if council was in mind to want to proceed and conduct a consultation process and that was to be completed and reported back to council by December meeting, and if council was following that consultation of a mind to proceed with the TLPI, that the TLPI entering into the state interest review process would be 4 months later, obviously, than it is now. However, I'm also cognizant that, you know, these processes change over time. Different governments treat these processes differently. So I think it's difficult to provide any certainty about what the distinction might be in timeframe.
Yeah, I appreciate that comment, and I understand it's hard to put a certain time frame on it, but minimum 4 months delay is what we would be looking at.
Through you, Madam Mayor, look, certainly in terms of when it would enter from council's perspective, is there would be that minimum delay. What that impact would have once it went in to state interest review, as I said, is difficult to comment on, because the state itself might, you know, ask us further questions that then lead to further delays, if you like.
Yep. Okay, thank you. I'll leave that for now and reserve my right to speak after more of the debate has occurred.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. Councillor Bunag.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just have a few questions through you. Ms Stevenson, does council have incentives in place in other areas of the region?
Through you, Madam Mayor, a council does have, as I recall, an incentive package that currently operates for Caloundra and Nambour in terms of infrastructure charges to activate and support development in those centres.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, and hasn't there been any uptake in respect of the infrastructure charge incentive in Nambour?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the best of my knowledge, at this stage, without the information before me, I would say that the take-up has been, if there has been take-up, it has been very limited.
Thank you. Through the Chair, should you please provide some detail about how many applications are currently before council that would ordinarily form part of this particular TLPI and also the incentive package?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I might defer to my colleague.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the current number of applications is one before council for a hotel. We have had some discussions with other developers who are looking at lodging potential applications into the future.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Mayor, a question to Ms Stevenson. A comment was made in relation to TLPIs and usually not being subject to community consultation. That's not to say, though, that community consultation couldn't occur in this instance?
That's correct, yep.
And through you, Madam Mayor, has there been any community consultation that you're aware of on other TLPIs that are currently in effect in Queensland?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, I'm aware of a consultation process being conducted by the state, if I'm correct, by the state in respect to a TLPI for Carilpa, so inner city Brisbane.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have. I'll reserve my right to speak until such time as the debate continues.
Thank you, Councillor Bunag. Councillor Hungerford.
Through you, Madam Mayor, just wanted to clarify whether I'm reading this correctly. So this is to adopt the hotel incentives, which means they're waiving of fees and reducing headward so that the ratepayers will have to pick up. So you're going to lock that in. And this is only looking at going out for the building height and the parking rates. So we're not putting the whole thing out for the community, only part of it. I'm fairly disappointed with that. I'll speak now. I'm not going to support this. It should all go out to the community to have a say on all aspects. Just to cherry pick the things that suit you doesn't cut it with me. When I was running for council, one of the things the community I got daily, building height and density, the people don't want it. And I gave that commitment to people there that I would listen to what they're saying and I would reflect their voice in council. I'm going to do that, so I'm fairly disappointed. I believe the whole thing should go out, the incentive package, and all, and get the community have proper feedback and tell us what they think before we adopt things. I think just trying to adopt things and ignore the community is something that I'm very disappointed with, so I won't be supporting this in the current version. If it was to put the whole thing out for the community to have a say on, then I would support it.
Thanks, Councillor Hungerford. Councillor Burns.
Thanks, through you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple of questions regarding the TLPI stuff. So we'd just check that I'm understanding how the TLPI works. When this TLPI, as it's proposed, if it went through, it is essentially asking to override the current planning scheme in the areas that have been highlighted, but with a specific intent towards height and car parking. Is that correct?
Madam Mayor, that is correct, but again, only for particular types of developments.
That's,
so,
no, only for hotel
yes.
short-term accommodation and development. Yes. So it's very specific. Then does the TLPI then remove council's assessment right and criteria? Like we would still be assessing any development application that came in according to all the normal and standard parameters that they would be assessed under?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that is correct. So in terms of other provisions that currently exist in the planning scheme, a development application for an accommodation hotel will still need to be assessed against those other relevant provisions.
So environmental codes, normal performance codes and elements like that?
Yes, that's correct.
And so currently, if a development application is made, community are able to make submissions, even if it's a code accessible one, it will be considered, but an impact accessible development application, community can put formal submissions into that, which will be considered by officers in their assessment.
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, that is correct. So the impact will be the formal submission process and they would have third-party appeal rights. But in terms of a code assessment, we do still accept comments to be made, but they just don't have that third-party appeal right.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So the TLPI, while the minister, it would go to the state and the minister determines, yes, it can go ahead or no, it can't, has a very limited intent. It would be in place for 2 years, the TLPI?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that is correct, unless council wish to repeal it sooner. If we met those targets.
Okay. Thank you. I guess for me, and I probably just would like to raise one area of concern and then maybe just reserve my right just to speak a little bit more. One concern I hold is for council staff in regards to community engagement. We have an obligation to ensure our community are well connected and understanding of what council is doing. I think that's absolutely true. That is part of our role. I feel in this instance, we actually do currently have a strong understanding of communities' expectations regarding building heights, parking through the previous planning scheme consultation. That was quite an extensive piece of work. We've got core themes and things that have come out of that work. So there is an element of engagement that's occurred already across our community. My concern is purely just in regards to staff capacity and time. I'm also aware that currently the engagement and the quality of feedback we receive from engagement is challenging and it's often limited and it doesn't necessarily always provide the clarity that council might be seeking. I think we should be always looking to understand where our community is situated. I am just dubious about the complete benefit and impact all the time because I don't think it always gets us what we hope for. That's just a concern I hold, and so in terms of if this goes out, I would be really intrigued as to ensuring how do we do that in a way that will be a contested period of time over the next 4 months with a state election. And with all the intention and the noise that comes with that. So appreciate the intention, Madam Mayor, that you've raised with this. I don't see the TLPI as being a full evil instrument and appreciate the desire to ensure that our community is better informed. Thank you.
Thanks.
Just reserve that right. Just ask any other questions, Madam Mayor.
Okay, you can ask more questions, but you have spoken to the motion there. Thank you, Councillor Burns. Councillor Natoli.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you, Steve, you might be able to answer this question. based on a response that you gave me the other day, but would going out to public consultation actually strengthen our position when we finally take it to the government that we've actually undertaken this process? Because you just mentioned one process where the state government actually chose to go out to public consultation. So would this circumvent that, and would that make them a lot more comfortable? Because you did mention there's still a risk that the government may not support the TLPI without public consultation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I certainly think that with or without consultation with the community, there is a risk that the TLPI might not proceed in terms of the planning ministers making a decision, because ultimately there are quite a high bar set in the Planning Act and the regulation and the planning and the minister's guidelines and rules around demonstrating the urgency. So that's one thing that we know that the state will be looking for. Certainly, I don't think going out and doing consultation would harm the process from the state's perspective, as it would provide evidence of council having done that engagement. But there's also, as I said, as Roma sort of indicated, there's not an obligation and not normally an expectation that you would necessarily do consultation for a TLPI.
Thank you. And just a follow-up question. There was a question put forward about other incentives that we've adopted. Did we go out to public consultation in regards to those incentives? And if we didn't, did we get any criticism from the community for not doing so?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I would say my recollection is that I think those incentives, because they only dealt with the financial element, so they weren't actually changing the planning scheme. My recollection is there wasn't a process of community engagement, so that issue wasn't engaged, if that makes sense.
Thank you. If I could take the opportunity to speak to the motion. I, like Councillor Landsberg, is totally supportive and committed to bringing this policy to council and to get the council to support this policy in its full. I was quite happy to go through this process, understanding that the state government have a legal instrument, TLPI, that it supports and doesn't require public consultation to get all of that. And so when this was finally out in the public, I was surprised by the feedback that I got. And some of that was really about trying to understand, why is this happening? There's such a lot of misconception about what this is. Blanket cover of the whole coast in terms of high-rise, relaxation car parks impacts on local areas, not knowing where in those suburbs where likely hotels will come out of the ground, not knowing the quantity of hotels that we probably more than likely will get out of the ground. If we get 5 in the 2 years, I'd be really happy. And I think when you spread that from Caloundra right through to Maroochydore and then out to Nambour and Sippy Downs, it's spread right over. So the impacts in local communities are not as significant as what most people. So I didn't have any concerns about supporting this, knowing the issues that our community have about hiding car parking and so forth. There's other misconception is that people believe that we've been scheming this up with developers, and this is just another leg up with developers, and that's absolutely not the case. We haven't consulted with anyone except with a consultant, hotel consultant that we employed, who helped us frame better understanding what incentives are required and what the industry's expectation is, because the ultimate objective is to get hotels actually in the ground. And I ask the question, why is it so hard to get hotels built here on the Sunshine Coast? Is it because we don't have convention centres and the other big things that drive, or holiday, the big fun parks or whatever? We are not blessed with hotels. I think Councillor Landsberg mentioned that it's been 30 plus years since we've had a 5-star hotel built here on the Sunshine Coast. So ask that question, why is it that they're not interested? If there was so much money to be made at a hotels, they'd all be lining up. We'd be getting applications after applications. In the last 4 years, we only dealt with one application that we approved in Mooloolaba, and that is the limit of the sorts of interest that there is. But at this particular stage, you know, to be able to get these high-level hotels and the very specific criteria in that the applications must be in by September 2026 and must start commencing construction by the 30th of June 2028. Very specific in terms of the timeframes. It's about bringing these hotels out of the ground. That's exactly what we want. It's not about sitting on an approval, because if they do that, they don't get the benefits that we have put into this incentive policy. The amount of jobs and investment that we will see here will support the tourism industry, for one, and two, our aspirations have been able to meet the need for our tourism industry, and in particular the Olympics when it comes to 2032. And we're kidding ourselves if we don't provide these incentives, and I think Councillor Landsberg mentioned 6 that may be in the pipeline, but I am aware that 4 of them will probably not proceed unless we give some form of incentive. By breaking it up into this part here, I'm quite happy. It's our obligation, our responsibility. We deal with the finances, and these incentives are quite legitimate for us to be able to deal with without necessarily having to go out to the community. But it signals to the market that we're serious. It signals that we are in this game, and we will give the community the opportunity to be much more clearer about what the TLPI really means, what the impacts will be, what the likelihood, but I can guarantee you, even with these incentives, which I agree are modest, they're not at the extreme end of what they could have been. I don't see that we're going to be flooded, but if we can get 5 or 6 hotels out of the ground over the next couple of years, then I think that that will be a really positive thing. So I think the community has said that they want us to go out to community consultation. I'm prepared to support that purely to get clarification to the community so that they're not concerned. Those people that I've responded to come back and said, thank you, I feel much better now. We need to do that collectively for the whole community.
Thank you, Councillor Natoli. Councillor Dixon.
Yep. Through you, Madam Mayor. Yep, fully support you, and no surprises on the incentives package, because any councillor that was on the last council would remember we've got a revolving door on the incentives policy up to 10 million for Nambour and Caloundra, 50% reduction in infrastructure charges. So no surprises there, yeah? Didn't do any community consultation on that 10 mil. So we want to do something, we want to get jobs, we want to get homes built. We know what we're doing, so that doesn't concern me. What does concern me, though, is that in the last few days I've had what I would call an enormous amount of inquiries about the community asking us, which Madam Mayor's responded to today, thankfully, around community engagement. They said, hey, we're happy to talk about it, but please have the conversation with us. You're so close to a new planning scheme, why rush this through now? So I've heard many views in the chamber today. The view is, we know the Olympics is coming, whether you support that or not, but we've been told by economic experts, development and our strategic planners, we don't have any hotels, so people are going to be coming to Australia and to Queensland, Sunshine Coast, and they've got nowhere to stay. So we need to fix that. Certainly support what's proposed here today. I think it's a good balance. We're moving on the journey, but having that conversation with the community. Madam Mayor, as you're elected to do so and you're committed to, I think you're honouring that. So a discussion that needs to be had, and probably just a thank you to Oscar and Skek, because they did provide some notes that were very helpful, and also I got a call from Melva Hobson to walk me through some of her concerns as well. So appreciate that, and yeah, we're on the journey. Let's do that and have the conversation.
Thank you, Councillor Dixon. Councillor Hungerford, do you have another question?
Yeah, I do. If we adopt this, the incentives, the financial thing, that's given. Now, if we're going out to public consultation, we've already put the temporary planning instrument out in public viewing, and I've already heard we've got one potential applicant that is already on the horizon. Under the Cody principle, does that mean the provisions of that temporary planning instrument have to be taken into account in the assessment of applications in the meantime, despite the public consultation?
Through you, Madam Mayor. As far as I'm aware, Councillor Hungerford, although I'm not a lawyer, I don't believe that the Cody principle is engaged by a temporary local planning instrument. It is important to note that if council was to proceed through a process of community consultation, then, and as we know now, the TLPI in its proposed form is public, so people have access and can see that, and it's an indication expressing, council's policy intent or potential policy intent. Any development applications that would be lodged that would seek to take advantage of that policy intent at this stage would be impact accessible. So they would have that full process of assessment and the community would have the right, obviously, to make submissions and to be a third-party appellant if appropriate.
My understanding is when you're putting a new town plan in, once you've gone out for public consultation, showing what the changes are there, any applications that are being handled in the meantime under the Cody principle, provisions of the potential changes to the town plan have to be taken into account by the planners in assessing that application. Would this not be a similar situation?
I think, through you, Madam Mayor, that it is slightly different with a temporary local planning instrument versus a planning scheme amendment, which I think is what you might be referring to, councillors. Councillor, the further you get down the scheme amendment process, there is a point of legal principle, as I understand, that a planning scheme can be greater level of weight. But we have also, in respect to that process, we've received advice that council can make its own determination about how much weight it wishes to give a planning scheme in that state. So it's a bit complicated, but hopefully I've answered your question to your satisfaction.
I'm just trying to kind of say what you're saying is the Cody principle would not apply in this instance.
Through you, Madam Mayor, Council, that's my understanding, not being a planning lawyer, is I don't think the Cody principle is engaged by a temporary local planning instrument, but I'm not a lawyer, so.
Madam CEO.
Just to add to that, my understanding is Steve's correct on that, although we're both not planning lawyers, and the reason being is because generally a temporary local planning instrument does not go out to public consultation. That's the whole point of it. It is sent off to the state, so it's normally done by the state in a different process and a quicker process than a planning scheme amendment, is my understanding.
In this instance, we have it in documents here.
Is this a question?
It is public now. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it is public now. Normally it's not, but in this instance it is.
As Mr Patey's pointed out, through you, Madam Mayor, excuse me, as Mr Patey's pointed out, at the end of the day, council can decide how much weight it gives to it or how much weight it does not give to it. It does not form part of the planning scheme at this point, so therefore any applications that come in are impact assessable at the moment.
Okay, Councillor Suarez.
Through you, Madam Mayor. I had another question that I forgot to ask of the Economic Development team. I asked questions about impact in terms of timing for the TLPI to be approved by state government. I didn't ask the Economic Development team what impact that might have to industry in terms of a 4-month or longer delay.
Through you, Madam Mayor. We've got a fairly small pipeline of opportunities at the moment. We're advised that certainly a couple of them that are close to sort of finalising their financing or certainly sort of progressing their financing conversations. We've been advised that if we don't move forward quickly, those opportunities are likely to fall away. We've got, I think, sort of Councillor Natoli sort of talked to maybe 6 or so sort of opportunities that are in the pipeline or certainly sort of visible to us. 2 is what we're advised would certainly fall away if there's a material delay.
I may ask another question which you may not be able to answer. Do you feel that those applicants or other applicants, development, people who may be in the area of building hotels, would benefit from their own input into the TLPI? Do you think they would appreciate the opportunity to have some consultation in the TLPI?
It's a very good, through you, Madam Mayor, it's a very good question. I guess at the end of the day, they're able to sort of see what's out there at the moment and make their own sort of financing decisions. My guess would be that, it would probably have a limited impact on them in their sort of financing decisions if they were to input into the process. My guess would be that it wouldn't be something they would necessarily want to sign up to, because I don't think they'd feel they could get above and beyond perhaps what's already sort of out there in the public domain at the moment. But that would be my guess.
Yep, thank you, and I acknowledge that that was a difficult question for you to answer. I may speak to the motion now, Madam Mayor. This is a challenging one because we have recognised for a long time that we need hotels. And in a couple of budgets ago, we actually changed our rating system to impact Airbnbs so that they would convert to permanent dwellings because we hadn't had a problem there. And if we don't get hotels, where are our visitors going to stay? So we need hotels. We understand that need, and I think everyone can recognise that. We understand also we don't understand, but we kind of understand why we don't have these hotels, why they're not flocking to us already. We've got sites, why are people not building these hotels? So we need to address the difficulties faced by the developers to make these projects viable to construct and also to operate in the long term. We also understand that residents are highly focused about parking requirements and how they impact on our streets and how height affects amenity. And so despite not being required to undertake community consultation for a temporary local planning instrument, their comments about consultation are fair and valid. And I do recall during our information session or briefing, I did ask the question about community consultation, and I forgot what the response was. Councillor Bunnog actually reminded me that I did ask that. So I think what I'm understanding, I don't have an issue personally with what's being put forward. However, I do understand that we need to bring the community along for the journey. We need to make sure that they understand, because it is. Councillor Natoli's right. It is written very specifically. It has a time period to it. It has certain location restrictions to it. However, it is fair to the residents of Maroochy, Mooloolaba, Caloundra, Beerwah, Nambour and Sippy Downs to have some input into how that might affect them in their local communities. I'm not sure what consultation will provide to us in terms of helping us make this decision. The community may want lesser in the TLBI, and the developers or the applicants may want more. And we may arrive back to exactly where we are today and just receive a 4-month delay when we've got people sitting on the sidelines waiting to go. However, I've always been a champion for community consultation, so at the risk of that time delay, I'd like to send a strong signal out to the industry that we are highly supportive of having hotels in our region, and we will work hard to make that happen. But as advocates for our community, we must allow community consultation to occur on this, if for nothing else, to make sure that they understand exactly what the TLPI involves. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. Councillor Bunnog.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. My first job was as the assistant manager at Horizons Resort in Perugian. There was a glamorous title for a cleaner and an administrative clerk, essentially. My dad was a greenskeeper at the Hyatt. Like Councillor Suarez, spent a lot of time at the Hyatt and understand the importance that such a great hotel and resort brand brought to the Sunshine Coast. So I understand the importance of hotels and tourism in this beautiful region. So I'm going to deal with these two issues separately because I think they deserve to be dealt with separately. The incentives package and the policy, I don't feel overly comfortable with it, but the reality is that we have had a lack of investment on the Sunshine Coast in respect of hotels for a long time. I wouldn't say it's an emerging issue. I'd say it's an issue that we have to deal with. So from my perspective, these are not realised losses in terms of LGIP contributions. 50% of something is better than 100% of nothing if there was no investment in hotels going forward. So I think having a targeted incentive package from a policy perspective is important, and I'm supportive of that in this context. The aspect that I have trouble with and have had trouble with from the beginning is the mechanism in which we bring about the temporary local planning instrument. And like Councillor Suarez, I was elected in this place on the basis that I was very, very passionate about protecting the character of the Sunshine Coast. And as part of that is giving people the opportunity to control their destiny somewhat in where they live and have a say in where they live and have a say in how their community looks and feels into the future. Now, the questions that I asked of the staff have obviously brought about the fact that, yes, consultation is not the normal course of action with respect to temporary local planning instruments, but it doesn't mean that it shouldn't be. And it doesn't mean that when we're considering this particular change or this particular incentive that we shouldn't ask the community for their views. I've got a fair idea about what the community is going to say with respect to parking, particularly in my division in Maroochydore, but ultimately, I think it's important that we give people in the community a chance to have their say. And if we think about what a temporary local planning instrument is designed to actually deal with, it talks in section 23 of the Planning Act around a significant risk of serious adverse cultural, economic, environmental or social conditions happening in the local government area. While to my mind this is a very serious economic risk, is it such a serious economic risk that we should not consult the community on it? And from my mind the answer is no. And for that reason I'm supportive of this motion. I'm supportive of community consultation, and I look forward to hearing the views of the community with respect to this package.
Thank you, Councillor Bunnag. Councillor Law.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. I think a few questions from me to begin with. Do we know the number of hotel rooms that we used in Paris for the Games just gone and the Games about to occur with the Paralympics beginning this weekend?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'd probably defer that to...
Through you, Madam Mayor, just looking around the room and consulting my colleagues, I think the answer to that question is no.
Okay. All right, fair enough. I don't know either, but I'm curious. And I'm curious from the point of view of the demand. So there is a huge demand. Do we think that this will actually fix the demand? I'm hearing that you do, but I'm just not seeing it because it's not being built now. So where is the economic need really coming from? Because there's a need, there's a demand, but there's not a response from the economy. Why not?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think, and my colleagues from Economic Development might like to comment also, but as I understand it, there's no guarantee, of course, that a package of measures like this might would definitely have a positive impact. But from the research, I think, that was done by Economic Development, that kind of indicated that a package like this might be highly supportive. But Chris, you might like to.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the only point I would make is that in the last few years we've seen construction costs go up by about 37%. And at the moment, the pipeline that we're looking at is still very, very small. So my sort of view is that, we are trying to stimulate demand. Will this stimulate a huge amount of demand? My guess is probably not. People will still put their investments into residential. They will put them into commercial before they will put them into hotels. And we're trying to sort of stimulate demand off a very large sort of energy expenditure that's underway, a very large sort of social housing, affordable housing program that's underway across state government more broadly now. So we're trying to compete in what is a very sort of constrained market at this point in time. So my view is these measures are entirely appropriate. We're hopeful that they will stimulate demand. The reality is that, they might get a few over the tipping point, as it were, and allow those investment decisions to fall in our favour. But at the end of the day, there's that broader market that we're sort of trying to compete in, and that's really challenging at this point in time.
Okay, thank you for that. I probably need to sit down and reserve my right to speak later, but I'm just not convinced and concerned. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Law. Councillor Burns.
Just a question, and probably for Chris actually. So in one of the attachments, it suggested that the potential economic benefit for a 140-room hotel works out at, this is 4 to 5 star hotels, is $33 million a year for that one 40-room hotel, equating to about $238,000 per room. Have I kind of read that advice right?
That's correct.
Okay. So if we extrapolated that across 2,000 rooms, if we got that potential, that is a significant uplift of economic benefit.
So through you, Madam Mayor, so the figures that we sort of used just a little while ago were if we had the 4 hotels, for example, that would deliver 132 million based on that 33 being sort of escalated across those sort of 4 hotels. But you're right.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Supportive of the effort that you put forward.
Yes,
Madam
asking
Mayor,
a question,
and,
yeah.
Appreciate
Thank you.
that. Yeah, no, that's all good, but that's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Burns. Councillor Broderick.
Yeah. Thank you, and through you, Madam Mayor. Just some very quick questions for me to start with. You mentioned earlier that the TLPI, there's an ability to repeal when a specific target might be reached. Do you have in mind what that target might be?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I guess we're just working on the need for over 2,450 hotel rooms. So I guess if we meet that target, then we could repeal it within that 2-year timeframe. But the option is there if council wish to do that.
Excellent. And if this gets passed and we go back to community consultation, I know you haven't had much time, but is there an idea that we can give the community what that might look like? And will it be targeted to those specific areas that we've outlined on the TLPI, or will it be across the region? How will that work?
Through you, Madam Mayor, look, I think we'd have to, once we've got a resolution of council, if council was of a mind to want to go and do consultation, then we would obviously seek to design a process that would allow people to have particularly access to the information on our website. We would probably seek to create a submission period for, if I think of a comparable planning scheme amendment, that's likely to be 20 business days. So we'd probably do the similar thing for this. Probably host most of the material on our website, provide an opportunity for submissions, and we might seek to meet with some of the key groups with an interest. That's what I anticipate, but obviously we take further advice from the council and the CEO on that.
Thank you. I'll just reserve my right to speak later. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Broderick. Councillor Landsberg, a question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just in relation to economic development and how much we spend in terms of international travel and attraction, will the team be requesting increased funding if we receive negative feedback on this delay.
Through you, Madam Mayor, would you mind just repeating the question?
We have a budget, a certain amount of money that we spend on attraction, international attraction for hotel investment. Do you think we have enough money in the budget to actually deliver the outcomes that we are actually expecting for the Sunshine Coast?
Look, through you, Madam Mayor, is my personal view at the moment, even with the incentive policy fully in place, that we can hit the target of 2,450 beds by 2032? No, I don't think we're going to get there. You know, and again, our target is set against a much bigger sort of target across the state of just under 35,000 beds. My sort of personal view is it's going to be a huge lift even to get halfway into that sort of target. So, you know, will we need budget to be able to sort of engage in hotel conferences, to engage with investors, developers and the like, to sort of raise awareness? Yes, we will, if we're to sort of materially eat into that target.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Landsberg. Councillor Law.
Thank you. Another question, if I might, and I've been trying to avoid the S word. So there was a major hotel development approval that was up for sale, and all they had to do was buy it and build it, and yet the people who bought it didn't. Do you have an explanation for, if there is such a huge demand, why that didn't get built when it was ready to go? It was, as in this policy says, shovel ready.
Just for clarity purposes, through you, Madam Mayor, this was before my time here. My guess would have been that the financing environment that we find ourselves in now is possibly, I'm not sure when the financing sort of was arranged for that prior hotel, as it were, but my view is certainly the financing environment that we're in at the moment is highly constrained.
Madam CEO, you wanted to speak.
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Law, my understanding after speaking to the developer is that it was to do with financing, but also to do with the fact that they had another approval that existed over the land that they felt was a simpler approval to actually construct and sell than holding on to a hotel development site where they would have to have a longer term lease with the hotel operator, and they wouldn't probably get their money as soon as they could from the original approval. So they had two approvals.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, understood.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I guess the other point to just make is that, you know, these organisations, you know, invariably they have a range of options on the table, not just within this region, but across Australia and sometimes internationally. And obviously what we're trying to do is we're trying to compete for that capital at a specific sort of point in time. And so if we're not able to sort of get that capital secured into this region and effectively developments underway, invariably, you know, it'll then go and be deployed elsewhere, and that opportunity might not come back for a number of years.
Yeah, fair enough. I think the comment about they're not going to make enough money says it all. What have we done with our investment attraction and marketing team in this space to attract hotels to build rather than a planning scheme approach?
Through you, Madam Mayor. We've been working on this issue for a little while now, really going back to 2017 when we started to do the demand analysis for the need for hotels to prove that up. We had the business community across a number of segments telling us that they needed hotels here on the Sunshine Coast to support their business operations, and of course through the REDs, which Council adopted, the development and the profitability of the airport and other things, hotels were seen as a key piece of infrastructure for that. So having done the demand studies and looked at what the region needed in terms of room counts, we put that into an investment prospectus, which we provide to potential investment partners. We're also in the process I have to just think back what we've done over the last 12 months. So we've got the investment prospectus ready to go. One of the things, as we've discussed previously, Council, is when we have engaged with potential hotel operators, they've been very keen in terms of the weekend business available on the Sunshine Coast. They've been very concerned about how much is available during the week. So we also engaged in another process to try and understand from our business community how much demand there was for the midweek demand, again, to build a business case and provide information to potential developers about the types of business that they can have here on the Sunshine Coast. We haven't gone too hard into the marketing of the actual opportunity as yet, because we're still faced with an issue of there are not many sites available for hotel development on the Sunshine Coast that are specifically set aside for hotel development. And also we understand that from the independent research that we had by THSA that said council really needed to potentially lean in with some form of incentives. We've been working on trying to get this incentive package up so that then we could go into the market promoting the region with the prospectus, with the demand analysis, and an incentive package that we hope would get some cut through against all the other regional councils that are also vying for hotel investment. Does that answer?
Yeah, I think it, thank you, and it answers very well what we have been doing. But I don't think it's answered the question around, do you need this change, the temporary planning scheme instrument to make that difference, or do you need more support to support that investment attraction package?
Thank you, and through you, Madam Mayor. The incentives, and the reason we've gone down this approach to come to council and seek these incentives is because of the report provided by the independent hotel advisor to say for this region to be more competitive, these are the sorts of things that we need to be putting onto the table to try and attract investment. Again, as you've heard this morning, there's ranges. When we talk to other elements of the industry, they would like to see a lot more in terms of incentives. We talk to the community. We've tried to hit that middle road about something that we can send a positive signal to say the region is supportive, but also be mindful of all of other councils' needs.
Okay, thank you. I might just talk to the motion and just at the outset say I'm still not quite convinced one way or the other yet, so I'll listen to what else we've got to come. But we've just heard that we've been working on this since 2017, which suggests to me that this isn't an emergent need that should have a temporary local planning scheme instrument response to it. This suggests this has been a long-term emergent need. It's been an emergency urgency for a very long time, not a short time. So I think we should perhaps be looking at having this come back to us with the full planning scheme review, and let's get it right for the long term, which of itself will create a huge amount of certainty for everybody. For the hotel operators, hotel builders, investment banks, whoever, they will have certainty, we'll have certainty, the community will have certainty, because it will be in the planning scheme for the long time, however long our next planning scheme goes, which would be at least 10 years, and that will happen next year anyhow. So that will give a good level of certainty for the sector. I would want to encourage Mr. Lever-Shaw around the investment attraction and marketing strategy. Let's work a lot harder on that, and maybe the hotel's incentive package element to this can contribute to that and make a big difference. I've got some ideas that maybe we should be saying that it's the first two who get signed up and get going, and then we're done. But the first two have got to be there within the 2-year time limit we've set on this policy, rather than it just being open-ended. Let's generate a bit of excitement amongst the hotel builders to get excited and actually get it done. I always get concerned when any level of government gets involved with trying to influence market forces. it tends not to go so well, and you can get some really unexpected outcomes. And Councillor Bonag mentioned the incentive policy we have got at the moment for Nambour and Caloundra. In Nambour, it has not created any action at all, other than to create a lot of action for people who sat on the wrong side of the street and said, why can't I have it? Well, you're on the wrong side of the street. You should have bought your land on the other side. So we could be going through that avenue with this, where someone's got a lot of land on the wrong side of the line, and they say, oh, please, can I have it? And we'll have to have a whole debate around that again. And unfortunately, the incentives package for Nambour has not actually achieved any outcome. There is one opportunity, but the 37% increase in construction costs we've heard of has actually stalled that particular project, where we could build, where a developer could build 18 apartments for residential dwellings, but the cost escalations in the last couple of years have just made it impossible, even with the incentives package. Really, really frustrating. So I think I'm talking myself into, and you're obviously listening to what I've got to say, but I think we just need to go back to Alex and your team around how do we get the incentives package of this to support everything you've been doing since 2017. Because there was a really clear market indication to me that even with a shovel-ready, heavily conditioned, sure, 5-star hotel opportunity looking over the ocean, didn't get purchased to build that. That's a really clear market indicator that I'm not sure we're fixing the right problem. And that could be because we don't know what the actual problem is at the moment. Maybe we don't. And if your teams do, please tell us. But at the moment, I can't see that we're fixing what's actually broken at the moment. We have to encourage the building of dwelling houses at the moment. That's really important, and even that's a struggle. Even with incentive programs in place to help do that, in Nambour and Caloundra, we're still not seeing it happen. So I don't think I'm supporting any of this today, because it's just not stacking up for me at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Broderick.
Through you, Madam Mayor, thank you. Thank you for putting this forward. I'm going to speak to it now. I will be supporting this motion that we have before us today because it's no secret that I'm all for community consultation, and as it stands there, I'm okay with that. And we want to be able to have the community have their say, and I respect that wholeheartedly. I think that when we do go through that process, that it's going to be essential to clearly communicate and educate our community on the big picture and why we're doing this in the first place, and what the intent of the incentive scheme is for, and why we're going about it. And respectfully, Councillor Law, I do believe that we do need that additional high-end accommodation. It's not just looking at tourism. We're looking at a different level of service right across the coast. We're looking at the impact that it's potentially going to have on our businesses, and even on, we spoke about manufacturing businesses, on our service industries who are looking to bring in interstate and international business and attracting that market to the Sunshine Coast as well. And that's another great reason to have it put out to the community and helping them understand why it is that we're doing it in the first place. With the incentive, we're offering opportunity. If they decide to take that up, all well and good, and we know what our limits are for that. And if they decide to not take it up, then we know that we may be missing something, and then we can go back and find out what that is with industry. I also wouldn't want to see this incentive proposal added to our planning scheme. As we know, our planning scheme is a longer period of time, and that would limit our ability to repeal should our targets be met. And I think that needs to be really clearly laid out to our community as well, to say, look, we want to hear what you have to say. These are the things that are really important to us, but you want to limit them, and we want to we want to hear you and limit that too. And by having a TLPI, that allows us to pull that at any time, whereas if we add that to our new planning scheme, we remove the ability and eliminate the ability to do that. So I think that's one of those things that we need to ensure that our community knows ahead of time. So I will be, I'll be going along with this one today, Madam Mayor, and thank you for bringing it to us, and thank you for everybody being here today. Thank you to the planning team for all your work. It's a long one, and we really appreciate all the hard work that you've done. Thank you. It's been a long haul and will continue to be, and we appreciate your hard work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Broderick. Councillor Suarez.
Through you, Madam Mayor, can I be cheeky and ask a few additional
Questions?
Great comments, Councillor Broderick. My questions are to perhaps give the Economic Development team a bit of a right to respond to some of the comments that were raised by Councillor Law, and also to the planning team in terms of the instruments. Councillor Jenny mentioned the impacts it would have if it was in the planning scheme versus a TLPI, and Councillor Law said, why don't we just offer, the first two, if you take advantage of it, then first two done. Would we be able to do that without a TLPI?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think that would be practically difficult, because the judgment that we always struggle with is what's approved versus what's developed. So what might be approved is not necessarily and the one that you think's the winner. So do we stop at 2 approvals, knowing that they may not happen, or that one might happen? So certainly a TLPI functions well in that you can bring it in and you can withdraw it. And I think it would be practically hard to have those provisions operating in a planning scheme in an effective and lawful way.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bunnig did mention that I had a bit of an association with the Hyatt Coolum resort in the past, so I have a bit of an understanding about resort operations and the difficulties and challenges that they have with that, and that residential development is easy because you build it, you sell it, you get your profit, you go. Resort developments are different. It is a question. Okay. So in terms of the resort development applicants that are coming to council, we have identified that they are constrained within our planning scheme and with their costs. Are you able to tell us what feedback we've had in the past, because we've been working on it for a long time, from hotel industry? What are the obstacles with them delivering on the ground here?
Through you, Madam Mayor, so if I go back to your first question, then come to your second one. So the first point I'd make is that these hotels are not just about 2032. We need more hotels now, and 2032 is an important time because we want to showcase the Sunshine Coast to the world, and we want as many visitors here as possible. So as we sit here now from a business perspective, not just a tourism perspective, we have national and international investors who may already have investment on the Sunshine Coast. They will not come and stay on the Sunshine Coast. The CEOs of those businesses will not bring those international investors to the coast because there is nowhere for them to stay. So in relation to the marketing and attraction work that we've done since 2017, we've done a lot in that space already. There are a couple of approvals that have been mentioned. So we've got ARIA and Sekisui at this stage. So Sekisui is not proceeding, ARIA has not proceeded as yet. The two that are proceeding, one proceeding and one finished, so the Holiday Inn here. So one of the most significant reasons that proceeded was it was in the priority development area under the development scheme, which was easier. So there was some planning assistance that helped make that work. In relation to Mooloolaba, That site happened because council owned it and we told someone to build a hotel there. So it has required strong intervention, and it's not going to be about marketing that will get us there. So it is important that, the feedback that we've had both from the expert consultant and the information about those 6 proposals that are currently in the pipeline, and it is a pipeline, they are not ready to go. We are trying to hang on to them as best we can. So the incentives that are provided today are the things that we'd think, based on feedback from experts, that will allow some of those to proceed. And again, the idea of a maximum being inserted in the TLPI, I don't think we would have a concern with that.
Thank you. Another question. A comment was made that we are competing for these hotels. We're not the sole site. What are other local government areas offering in terms of incentives to these hotels? Do we have an understanding of that?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we actually do. I haven't got the specific details, but when the work was done by the expert industry consultant, he looked at what was available elsewhere, and basically from what was there, what had worked with Holiday Inn, these are the sort of things that we think have been used elsewhere and would be successful on the coast.
Okay, and last question, which I may have to ask Madam Mayor if I'm allowed to ask, because it's quite cheeky. Is there anything else that the Economic Development team would like councillors to understand before we raise our hands and make our decision? Has anything been left off the table that we haven't asked a good question on?
Sorry, through you, Madam Mayor, I guess I'd just come back to the urgency. So, yes, we've got eight years to the Olympics, and yes, it's not all about the Olympics, but if you think about the policy and the timeframes that are within the policy, it goes through to 2026. They've got to start construction by 2028. You think about a construction window for being, 2 years, 2.5 years potentially, so that's already taking us in to 2030 and beyond, and then you've got to operationalise the hotel, get the bugs out of the way, and really sort of make it, fit for purpose in time for 2032. So certainly from my perspective, there is some urgency behind this. The timeframes might look quite long and extended, but actually when you work through all the different steps that someone has to go through, whether it's the financing, whether it's the approvals, whether it's then sort of the construction sort of period, to then sort of opening and operating, it's actually sort of a fairly tight sort of time frame. So that's the only final point I wanted to make.
Could I just add something through you, Madam Mayor? One of the things that we haven't talked about a lot is one of the things that we hear from the industry quite regularly is the time frame associated with getting their DAs approved through council. We don't just hear that for this council, we hear it across the board. One of the things that this proposes in the strategic policy is a dedicated assessment team. So a team that can be solely focused on the hotel applications that come in and actually dedicate their time to get that assessment process through quickly. And we understand that that's something that for the industry is quite, that's something they're looking for, because we hear that regularly. So that's the other part of this as well. It's not just about all financial, it's about our assessment team and the ability for our assessment team to do a quick turnaround on application process times, because time is money. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Natoli, a question?
It is a question, and this is an area that we really haven't talked about, but the benefits of these type of high-end hotels, I want you to explain what that does in terms of the work that Ali Thompson does with VSC in terms of trying to bring business conferences and the opportunities that these hotels in terms of having conference facilities there. We haven't really even touched that side, so could you elaborate?
Through you, Madam Mayor, probably the best example I can give is what happened when the Hyatt closed down. So previously we had the Hyatt and Twin Waters, which were significant attractors and helped council and VSC attract business events, which are really important for the midweek and off-season parts of our economy. So when the Hyatt closed down, that became very difficult. It actually, not only did we have less quality accommodation available. It actually took the competitive tension out of it and pretty much left Twin Waters as the only place to go. So that impacted our competitiveness as well as what we had available in relation to quality and quantity.
Thank you. Councillor Law, a question.
Yep, question, thank you. Question to Acting CEO. You made the comment of the Development Services team have got to get hurried up and approve applications. Could you let us have an idea, in your experience, how long does it take an owner of land and developer of a property, in this case a hotel, to actually put their business case together, get it financed ready for building, provide all of the drawings and detailed information so that they can actually get it to council and put the request in, and actually get it there without needing to have it go back and forwards because it's not properly made yet? So how do we do with our time frame compared to those developers?
That's a difficult question because each application depends on how good the information is through you, Madam Mayor, excuse me, how good the information is that's actually made in terms of the application. There is a long lead time. We know that there is a long lead time before an application gets lodged with us. Part of this process is actually having those pre-lodgement meetings to try and iron out some of the issues that might be impacting, what additional information we might need so that when it does hit the decks in terms of a properly made application, then the assessment team can be fully focused on that to get it through the assessment process. So I can't give you an exact time frame. We did hear this morning 93% of our applications are dealt with within the statutory time period. That is fantastic. But some of these hotel applications are more complex than others. So the dedicated assessment team will have the skills, the requisite skills to be able to deal with these because they'll be dealing with this particular asset class of development applications or MCUs that are coming in. That was my point.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question. Mr. Leserve, you talked about the urgency and that there is a sense of urgency. Do you believe that the 3 to 4 months difference that community consultation would make on just the TLPI have a significant impact on that pipeline?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'm certainly aware of one or two organisations that have expressed concern if there are delays in council moving forward with the full incentive package. Now, look, it's very difficult for me to say, how does that concern sort of materialise into decisions? Will they move that capital elsewhere and deploy it into other regions? I don't know, but they've certainly sort of expressed their views around needing the TLPI to come into effect and to come into effect in a really timely manner in order for them to be able to move forward with their projects. My concern is that, with that 4 month plus delay, we obviously have the post-caretaker period. My guess would be if there's a new administration coming in, it might take time for them to bed down and find their rhythm if there is a new administration. So my guess would be we wouldn't be hearing till Q1, Q2 next calendar year in relation to the TLPI. So there's a fairly sort of extended time frame that someone would have to sort of deal with potentially.
And do you think that that would make any difference given how close we are to the state election anyway, that whether there'd be any traction on a TLPI in the, they're counting down the days currently. Do you think that would make a difference in your experience?
Yeah, good question. Look, I think sort of, if it was passed today, would we advocate as strongly as we could to the various sort of agencies, not just planning, but the tourism agency in particular. And, we are a small microcosm of what they've got to go out and achieve. So we're sort of the 2,500, give or take, against the 34,000. So they would be very keen to see us move forward because it helps deliver upon their broader objectives. So my guess would be they would be certainly aligned in trying to sort of push this forward and be advocating on our behalf down in 1 William Street. But at the end of the day, those conversations would have to play out, so it would be difficult to say.
Thank you. Councillor Broderick? Question.
Just very quickly, a question through you, Madam Mayor. So we know that the height of these buildings is a significant issue for many people in our community. So in your opinion, is the height a deal breaker with some of these motels that you've got and hotels that you've got in the pipeline already? Is the height going to be something that's going to make or break some of these deals?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I might say something first from a planning perspective, and then Chris might like to add to that. Look, I think, you know, Sunshine Coast holds height as a planning authority. It's a planning principle that we hold very tightly. So, you know, and I constantly get feedback, not just in relation to hotels, but more generally about the limitation that height potentially represents to people's investment aspirations. Having said that, obviously, the form and height of buildings for the Sunshine Coast it's kind of like we've got a unique setting. So it's a really important thing. Certainly the feedback we've had is that height is one of the issues, but I've got no doubt for a number of the aspirants who might want to build hotels, they might say that this proposed package is conservative from their perspective. And I would also say as planning officers, this is probably as far as we felt comfortable pushing that envelope in the settings we're talking about. But Chris might have more to say about that direct industry feedback.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. I think at the end of the day, you know, what you'll have is you'll have a CFO there with a spreadsheet that says, I'm about to deploy, or I want permission from my board to deploy, let's say $100 million. I need to get a 12% return on that $100 million. How I get that return at the end of the day is going to be a mixture of the number of rooms, whether there's car parks involved, how high I can go. So, you know, that's what will be driving the decision making at the end of the day. And they'll be sort of looking at, well, why would I deploy into this region if I can only get 8% as opposed to 12% down in Coffs or wherever it might be? So I think is height important? Yes, it is, because it allows that sort of financial model to be shored up, and then ultimately if someone's putting forward a $100 million project to an investment board or to a board, it's got a better chance of getting over the line, but it's difficult to say.
Okay, I'll stand to close. Councillors, this is about sending very clear messages. Messages to industry and messages to our community. It's about balance. It signals to industry that we are determined, that we want and need hotels. We acknowledge the economic impact, the jobs, that we are prepared to have a dedicated planning team to make their progress easier, more speedy, that we are prepared to forego infrastructure charges and fees to again attract, to provide a clear message that we do recognise the need to have those 4- and 5-star hotels here. Regarding the TLPI, there is a state election looming. It would be unlikely to be approved before the December timeframe when we are looking at the latest to bring this motion back to Council, I would suggest. And Mr Patey did say it would not harm the chance of approval if that was to happen. The balance comes when we send a strong signal to our community. And that signal is that we do care, that we do want to know what they think. So we do care, we want to know what they think, and we hear them. So I commend this motion to you. Okay, councillors, I will put this motion to the vote. Those in favour? Councillors Broderick, Landsberg, Burns, Natoli, Dixon, Bunag, Suarez and Natoli. Those against? Councillors Hungerford and Law. The motion is carried. And that is the longest debate of this current council to date. I suggest we take a lunch break and we return in 30? At 2:15. Thank you, councillors. And Thank you, councillors. We are resuming now after our break, and we are moving on to item 8.9, and so I'd like to welcome Ms Clements. Thank you, and over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and councillors. The purpose of today's report is to present the findings of the Sunshine Coast e-bike and e-scooter trial review. The 18-month trial was aimed at providing council with the opportunity to assess if e-transport hire was a good fit for the region. Also to take into consideration community feedback, concerns and impacts related to e-transport hire, and if the community would embrace this mode of transport hire as an alternative way of getting around Maroochydore and Mooloolaba. Council endorsed the trial back in December 2022. Council conducted an expression of interest process which was advertised from mid-December 2022 until March 2023. Neuron Mobility were the successful applicant and commenced trading on the 8th of June 2023. Prior to the end of the trial, we've undertaken a review and there has been a number of insights that have been identified. Both Attachment 1 and Attachment 2 are included in your report and provide that information in regards to the outcomes of the trial. Please note that Attachment 2 is actually confidential due to the fact that it contains commercial in confidence information. I'd recommend that the meeting move into a closed session if you need to discuss the content of that particular item. The trial zone includes Maroochydore being the region's central business hub and Mooloolaba being a major tourist area. In consultation with Council, Neuron developed a zoned parking locations which includes marked areas using footpath decals and virtual parking areas. Riders use the Neuron Mobility app to find those parking locations and access the devices for a fee. Devices are limited to 12 kilometres per hour on all footpaths and 25 kilometres on roads and in bike lanes. Introduction and use of e-mobility on the Sunshine Coast is supported by the Integrated Transport Strategy. It encourages greater use of e-bikes, e-scooters and other emerging e-mobility travel options. It supports end-to-end trips for travellers and allows for further collaboration with the state government and other agencies to ensure pedestrian cycling networks safely support emerging personal mobility devices. Just a bit of a travel update just to highlight what has occurred since the commencement of the trial. This information is for the period up until the 30th of June. So travel-wise, 40,920 unique users, 131,476 rides have been taken, over 263,000 kilometres have been travelled, and the average trip ride is around that 2 kilometre mark. A number of different areas have been considered as part of the review. Those are all listed on that slide up there. One thing I will say is overall the trial has been undertaken in accordance with the permit conditions and the agreed service levels. There have been rare instances of issues which have been operationally managed, but certainly offer learnings for future opportunities. There were no critical failures or indications of negligence in the trial. However, through the review, we've identified opportunities in relation to, we've identified that continuation of the trial is not appropriate at this time. This is due to The style of usage not necessarily meeting expectations and expectations out of the trial, community feedback and sentiment towards e-scooters being conflated or merged between both private and hired e-scooters, general community concerns related to regulation, usage, rider behaviour, safety also being a primary area of concern. High levels of oversight have been required in relation to managing the agreement and overseeing the trial, and impacts to amenity within the community. Council invited the community to have their say by completing a survey between 7th of May and 3rd of June 2024 to assist with helping us evaluate the trial. The survey was distributed via email and delivered to 12,651 residents within the trial area, and a total of 9,997 emails were opened. The campaign included a media release encouraging the community to complete the survey, and a total of 1,277 responses were received. 22% of respondents had used the service. 60% of the community feedback did not support the extension of the trial. 37% were supportive and 3% did not provide a response. Safety was certainly a common theme throughout the feedback received, followed by amenity. And of those that did not support an extension, 74% were a resident of the trial area. A big component of the feedback received highlighted the importance of improving the perceived safety of e-mobility devices and their use. Based on the overall review, officers are recommending today to end the trial on the 30th of September and reassess the Sunshine Coast's readiness for e-transport hire offerings in 2026, with a focus in the interim on continuing our advocacy and engagement with the state government to improve the safety of e-mobility on the coast and their use, continued monitoring of the impacts and the increased use and popularity of e-mobility on the coast as part of the development of the Transport Network Safety Plan and the Transport Asset Management Plan, such as matters like pedestrian safety and the use of engineering controls, things like prohibited area signage, speed limits, etc. With the growing popularity of e-transport, this will continue to play a key role in Council achieving the vision and targets outlined in the Integrated Transport Strategy. It is important that its ongoing integration into the transport network is safe and complements other modes of active transport, such as walking and cycling. Today's recommendation is to receive and note the report titled Sunshine Coast e-bike and e-scooter trial, endorse an end to the trial effective the 30th of September, and to note the CEO will reassess the coast's readiness for a commercial e-transport hire offering on council-controlled land in 2026 with consideration to the recommendations within the review. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Can I have a mover, Councillor Natoli? Seconder, Councillor Bunnag. Councillor Natoli, if you'd like to move it.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you, well done, Nikki. This has been an incredibly challenging time for you and program to try and manage. Resources that it's required for you to do so. Community has been at times very demanding, and obviously the flexibility that you needed right at the beginning was just incredible. So thank you for being proactive and working with councillors to try and resolve some of the conflicts that we had. Councillors, I was really reluctant to support this trial. I was almost brought in screaming and kicking because I had a lot of concerns about what it would mean. In particular, we had a very good local operator who worked under a different model but was working quite well. Since then, they've gone out of business, not necessarily because of Neuron, but because of the cost of insurance, and it is impacting those types of operators. And of course, here we had a multinational coming in into a space where our local companies, and I've always been very supportive of the local companies. In saying that, I was aware that our former CEO was very much wanting to see this trial come up, to see what the impact would be in terms of reducing vehicles on our roads and for people to take up an alternative option, especially with active transport being a preferred way of getting around. And of course, through that process, I was very much wanting to see what the real benefits would be for us to do this. I resisted in supporting this 12 months earlier, even though the former Deputy Mayor was very keen, until the new state legislation came in, and until we were able to get the geofencing recommendations that really were part of this trial. That meant parking stations had to be defined, and they couldn't park and leave their scooters all over the footpaths, as you see in Brisbane. Biggest complaint in Brisbane has been in the past that these scooters, in particular for people with disabilities, find it very difficult in very busy areas to be able to get around. And these scooters, I've seen them time and time again, they're just unsightly. I think our community did react in a very negative way when they first got rolled out, and they continued to be rolled out over a number of weeks. And as we saw more and more of these, I think the question, or the comments about it being a blight on our landscape, and it did, in one sense, great, because when I go for walks along the coast, we've got this beautiful coastline, and these orange scooters being there just didn't sit comfortably. And I think that reflected very much the sentiment of a lot of people that lived in our region. I know the former councillor for Division 8, he reacted very strongly in terms of that feedback that he got from his community, was that had he known that it was going to be like that, he probably wouldn't have supported this trial. But I think it was good that we did go through this process, because it really showed me that it didn't have any major dramatic reduction in car trips. The usage that was modest, I think, in the eyes of the operator, was pretty much more about the joy trips, and it was never really taken up as a serious transport option. And so for me, that was, a clear indicator that there is really, at this stage, no appetite for my community and myself to be able to continue to support this trial. And I don't think under the current regime and controls that we have, the operators that keen to be able to sustain, operating. And of course, they would like to see things like speed limits removed off our footpaths. If we were to do that, then I think we'd be criticised by the community that have found speed on our footpaths as probably the most challenging things. I admit I'd rather have a controlled e-scooter usage that have geofencing that controls speed and where they can go, rather than having private operators who have no controls and basically speed and break rules and cause grief for those people who they have to share these footpaths with. We've had very little incidences in regards to injuries through this trial, and we often hear reports on the news of how many people have been presented to emergency, that they are privately owned scooters that are causing this. We have a problem with the current legislation, and while that legislation is ineffective, requiring the police to be able to manage this is beyond what I think is reasonable, and I think the government's got to come up with a new way of being able to deal with private e-scooter access on footpaths before we introduce a different offering.
Councillor Natoli, would you like an extension of time? Okay, can I have a mover? Councillor Dixon, seconder. Councillor Burns, those in favour? Carried.
So what I'm advocating is that maybe even in 2026 we may not even be in a position for me to be comfortable to even consider thinking about this. But look, it's part of the resolution. I'm happy for us to always look and see what we can do to try and improve people's accessibility throughout our region. It may still work in some locations. It may work under a different model, and I would hope that we can encourage businesses to be able to provide their own private usage for their workers so they can reduce the cars that we see impacting our local streets. So I think there will be joy within the community in that they will no longer see these scooters after the 30th of September this year, that coloured scooters. But I can tell you that the community then will still have to deal with the private e-scooters. It doesn't eliminate the issues that I think. And I think the public consultation that we saw, I think really confused what was Neuron and what was local. And most of the complaints that I was given, I could think we could filter out were probably more private operators. So it has been challenging, Nikki. I really admire how tenacious you've been able to hold firm and deal through this. And yes, our communities had their say. 60% of the people do not want to see it continued, and I certainly support that.
Thank you, Councillor Natoli. Councillor Bunnag.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. At the last ordinary meeting, we had a motion with respect to state government advocacy around the importance of having speed limit devices placed on e-mobility devices going forward. And during that debate, I made the point, which I'm going to make here again today, e-mobility devices are going to form part of the future transport mix that we have on the Sunshine Coast. The question that we have some work to do on is how we prepare to have that integration done in a seamless and safe way that maximises the benefits for users, but also pedestrians and the rest of our community. If we look specifically at this trial, this was a trial, so it's no surprise that a trial would potentially come to an end, but what we have learnt through this process is a number of things. The first takeaway for me is that people in general have a fear of e-scooters and e-mobility devices, and there is little distinction between ones that are in a controlled environment and ones that are privately operated, which says to me that not just council, but at a state government level, we all have to do a better job of making sure that there are better restrictions in place for people who operate these devices, not just for their benefit, but also for pedestrian safety. The second aspect of it is that the intended use was to change behaviour of people in the zone commuting from work and to their usual locations, and what we saw was an uptake more from a tourism perspective rather than a mode shift perspective. And I think that is something that we have to reflect on as a council and say to ourselves, well, are our footpaths, or should I say our pathways and other end-of-ride infrastructure facilities, are they up to scratch? Do we have to do further mapping on that? I know in my division, in Division 8, throughout parts of Maroochydore, there's absolutely work for us to do in terms of pathways from an accessibility perspective, but also making sure that our pathways are safe for both pedestrians and people using e-mobility devices. I also acknowledge that what we've learnt from this is that people are very passionate about having a say on this particular topic. But what we have to do is remain factual. And the fact is that e-mobility devices are going to play a role in the future. It's just a way that we manage that in a very targeted and responsible way. So I'm fully supportive of ending the trial on the basis that it was a trial. We've learnt some things. There's some further advocacy to be done at other levels of government, and I commend the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Landsberg.
Thank you. Through the chair, I also rise to support the officer's recommendation, and thank you for the presentation. I think there's a lot of work for us to do, and there's a lot of takeaways from this. I mean, it's really been centred around e-scooters and obviously the safety, and we talk about active, well, you're not really active on a scooter. I think there's a lot of work we could do in promoting e-bikes, and I think that's where the big wins for us could be in the future. It'd be interesting to see the injuries, the differences between e-scooters and just people using e-bikes. But as we've seen overseas in the Netherlands and through Europe, 15 to 21 countries in the EU now don't allow them on footpaths. We saw that referendum in Paris where they've outlawed scooters in Paris. So, you know, huge, obviously they've given them an opportunity to run through there, but yeah, the public sentiment, and I think 90% of the people that turned out for that referendum were opposed to continuing the rollout and allowing those e-scooters within their CBD. And also just like the infrastructure, our footpaths, our connectivities. I mean, for me, obviously I didn't have a lot to do with the trial up here at Lullabar, but I know there's a lot of issues that we have in Caloundra, and I'd be very concerned about the access that some of them would have in terms of some of those older assets and our, non-compliant footpaths. As I know the team do a great job, and we're always out there making sure any little nicks or higher parts of the footpaths that are being continually raised and smooth them off, which is a great job. And that's something I think we really need to commend CAMS and also Parks and Gardens. They're always out there actually addressing a lot of our infrastructure to make sure it's safe for people not only to walk on, but obviously to ride as well. So thank you to that. But no, look, the work behind this as well, and a lot of takeaways. We spoke about the other day at a workshop about the active transport and local businesses that are getting behind providing e-mobility devices. And I think that's another area where we need to work with our businesses and fully supportive of e-bikes, obviously. But yeah, supporting it today, and we'll wait and see what the public think of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Landsberg. Councillor Suarez.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, I also rise to support the officer's recommendation, and thank you and the team for all of the work that has been done with this trial. I agree with all of the comments that have been made before. I do believe this will be a mode of transport for the future, maybe not necessarily active transport, but a mode of transport. I think legislation has to catch up in regards to imports, and we also have to look at licensing and registration, along with a strong education campaign around the use of these. I do believe that people are using e-scooters as a mode shift to travel to work. We don't have any hard data on that, but anecdotally, I do know that a lot of people who work at the Sunshine Coast University Hospital are parking nearby, grabbing their private e-scooter out of the back of their car and travelling those last few kilometres to work. And hence why I don't believe an operator such as Neuron can compete with the private e-scooters, because someone who is using it as a mode shift to travel to work and using it every morning and every afternoon is not going to want to pay. It's more cost effective for them to own their own e-bike or e-scooter. So that's why I'm supporting the work that you've done and the team have done in terms of the trial and the learnings that we've come out of it, and it's just not really sustainable for us in the future. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Suarez. Councillor Burns.
Thanks, through you, Madam Mayor. Look, and very similar to what other councillors said, firstly, thanks, Nikki, for the work you've done. I think any future consideration of these type of services should really be considered too on the basis of the impact on staff requirements to oversee, because I note in the report that it suggests that you've spent at least 25% of your time actually administering this trial, and that's not an efficient use of your time, nor is it an effective form of us to deliver a service for our community. Absolutely do think that we need the state legislation and regulation to catch up, and to Councillor Bunnag's point, I really do think that we will see more and more of these type of devices, and so therefore let's just continue to make sure that we have the appropriate infrastructure in place, that whether they're private or these type of public services, that they're done safely. So thanks, Nikki, and I fully support the recommendations that you brought forward to us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burns. No other councillors. Councillor Natoli, would you like to close?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, councillors, for your comments and obviously all supportive at this stage until we take the vote on the recommendations that have been put forward. I think there is a point here that, from what I've read from many of the people in my division, and obviously my division, Division 8, were the only areas where this trial was held, was that if we had specific infrastructure to deal with it, taking e-scooters off footpaths, I think, would see the community come on board, would support this. So I think that conflict is really an issue that we've got to get our head around, and how we, in the future, deal with it. And Councillor Burns sent a great article the other day from Colombia where council there spent an enormous amount of money greening the city, but in doing so built new bikeways and increased usage by 35%. So there is ways that we can move forward, but I think part of this is that feedback that we've had, I think gives us a clear indication that we've got to deal with the conflict. If we can't deal with the conflict, then I can't see us moving forward. And I think part of this process is to be able to give that feedback to the state government, because I think they've got a lot of work to do in this space. Leaving it up to local governments to take the full fall of their state legislation, their state issues, is not fair. The public do not realise that the state government does allow e-mobilities on our footpaths, and that conflict is something that they have an absolute obligation to deal with. Don't leave it to local government, because we do not have the means of being able to deal with it. So as much as we've gone through this process and I support the recommendations, I think we take a lot from this, and hopefully we'll be able to advocate to the state government and look towards our future planning in terms of much better bikeways to separate the conflict. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Natoli. I will now put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Ms Clements. Enjoy your afternoon. Now on to item 8.10, and welcome Mr Zita.
Thank you, Chair, Madam Mayor. Today, thank you, councillors and ELT. I'm here today to present the item around parking fees and charges changes to the Maroochydore City Centre. What that is entailing is changes to the fees and charges for two car parks, outdoor car parks within the Maroochydore City Centre, currently called the Sunshine Coast Parade Car Park and the Red Bill Lane Car Park. Individually, Sunshine Coast Parade Car Park has 197 parking spaces and is currently commercialised with a parking fee that's currently in the $24.35 fees and charges. Red Bill Lane Car Park is also a temporary car park. It has operationally 92 spaces. A portion of it is allocated off to next DC parking use. So operationally and for public use, it's roughly about 52 public car parks. At the moment, this car park is currently free. Paid parking operations ceased at this car park at the end of financial year, because this car park was due to be decommissioned or expected to be decommissioned early this year. During that process, we were obviously going through the fees and charges, and since then a negotiated agreement has been reached with NextDC to ensure the car park is in at least operation until the 31st of December 2024. At this stage, there are some very early discussions with NextDC, a possible extension until March 2025 for the operation of this car park. However, that's not currently reflected within the existing arrangement for Red Bill Lane Car Park. The background for the changes within the context of the two car parks is that, as I noted, Red Bill Lane Car Park is not included in the financial year 24-25 fees and charges. Development site is now projected to be open until at least December 2024. Currently, it is a well-used parking site, and opportunities to bring, today's proposal is to look to bring that opportunities to paid parking to return to that car park as it was previously. Sunshine Coast Parade Red Bill Car Park is currently, as I said, paid car parking, with its current operation times of paid parking 8 to 5. This proposal seeks to extend it to 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. And from 5 days a week of operation, Monday to Friday, to 7 days a week, Monday to Sunday. Based on that, the recommendation today is to look at making adjustments to the current fees and charges and to note the report detailing the reasons why the required changes are needed. Simply put, the required changes are needed to ensure a consistency of management of our car parks and ensure that within the Maroochydore City Centre, as it was originally designed and planned to be a controlled parking or private use vehicle precinct. And again, public transport use is intended to be one of the larger principal transport modes for this precinct. So again, the changes are intended to ensure a level of consistency in the operation now of those two car parks and ensure that we do continue to receive a level of revenue for those car parks while they're in operation.
Thank you, Mr Zita. Councillors, I would like to move a motion for this item being the officer's recommendation for paragraphs A and B and replace paragraph C with the wording, request the Chief Executive Officer to include the following property note on all residential properties within the Maroochydore City Centre Priority Development Area. This property is within the Maroochydore City Centre Priority Development Area and may be subject to further parking restrictions in the future. May I have a seconder? Councillor Natoli. We all know car parking is a major issue across the Sunshine Coast, and Maroochydore is no different. Sunshine Coast Council provides a number of car parks within the Maroochydore City Centre, and this is a paid service. I do not believe that extending the paid parking hours for those car parks to include early mornings, evenings, and weekends is necessary. We have a vision for the Maroochydore City Centre as a vibrant, thriving centre for business and culture. Early adopters of our vision, those who have moved here, set up businesses, activating our streets and bringing our vision to life, they should not be disadvantaged. These are the cafes, restaurants, gyms and their customers, plus the residents calling the centre home. These are the very people we should be encouraging for their part in enlivening the city centre. At this time, when things are tough, let's not make them tougher by adding weekends and evenings to the mix. Still, we do need them to know that in the future we will likely need to make changes to this policy, and this should be noted on their rates notice. So, this motion will agree with the charges, however, not extending the timing to be early morning, evening and weekends. This supports our early adopters of our vision for the Maroochy City Centre, and I commend this motion to you. Councillor Dixon.
Question through you, Madam Chair, maybe to Mr Zita, if that's okay. The funding that's derived through parking charges on those car parks that were listed on the screen, is the revenue put back into the maintenance of those car parks?
Through you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor. So the revenue generated from the car parks currently are going back into general revenue. So in a roundabout way, it does find its way back into the maintenance of those car parks. I will, however, note that the car parks are temporary in nature. At this current stage, Sunshine Coast Parade car park is intended to be at least operational, we feel, until 2026. Planning is currently being undertaken within the precinct that might see those changes extend or even brought forward to earlier. As I said, Red Bill Lane car park is at this stage under agreement with NextCC to be in operation until the end of the year, and then it will disappear. So any investment into additional maintenance needs to be kept in context to those limited timeframes of operation.
Councillor Natoli. Oh, yes.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm just concerned that we've missed a step in the process here. We were provided with an officer's recommendation, and I was expecting to hear you say that we were going to amend that motion with item C, and then we would debate the amendment to the motion, because you've changed the officer recommendation at item C to this new one, and we didn't stop and discuss whether or not, as a group, we agreed with that change. But now this has become the whole motion without that debate to say, do we agree with this change? Which then leaves an issue. If this motion is then defeated, then we've got a problem because we've got nothing. And when we started the debate, we are looking at changing the fees and charges so that we can utilise this car park again that is surplus to requirements. So I'm just very concerned that we missed a step here.
Okay.
And the reason I'm concerned is because I don't agree with that, and I thought we were going to be having a discussion about that amendment.
Councillor, thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. The officer recommendation is just a recommendation. Any councillor can move any motion they wish, contrary to the councillor officer recommendation. Sorry. The motion that was put up on screen was what was moved by the Mayor. Even though it was in red, that was just identifying the change from the officer recommendation. If this motion is lost, a councillor could foreshadow to move the officer recommendation.
Okay. This may not be the right moment, but I will foreshadow that. And just it feels really wrong in this scenario where I was expecting a discussion about whether or not we agreed to change the different motion, the one that we were expecting, the one that we've prepared for. I was expecting that this would become a discussion around, firstly, do we agree to change the motion from the officer's recommendation, and if you will allow me to say to the Mayor's recommendation, and I just have a really poor sense that this was then seconded by Councillor Natoli. That just sits really poorly with me. So I foreshadow going back to the original officer's recommendation as per the report in the agenda papers if this is defeated.
Thank you, Councillor Law. Councillor Natoli.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not sure what the reference in regards to me seconding this motion, seeing that I am the divisional councillor for this part of the Sunshine Coast. And Mr. Zeta knows how many times I've had discussions with him and officers about trying to find a way of helping these businesses that have committed to come as early adopters and be able to survive with the constraints. And the fact is that there is paid parking here, and it does impact their businesses, and their customers have choices of going plenty of places where there isn't paid car parking. So they're at a disadvantage. We want this to be a vibrant centre. We know that eventually we'll have public transport and they'll have opportunities for people that will have alternatives, and we'll have a scale here that can support the local businesses without people having to drive and come from other areas. But we're not there yet. We're a long way from it. And these businesses are desperately wanting council to come on board, and I have supported them in trying to put this forward to our team. We just talked today about incentives and why we need to do things. This incentive is worth about $5,000. It's not much when you consider that people potentially could lose their homes from making early adopted decisions. Especially the gymnasium has really struggled with being able to deal with, even with 1 hour free car parking, most of the people that come here at both ends are parking their cars and getting there and having a 1 hour gym session, can't do it without being impacted by paid car parking. So the changes in the hours are important in terms of being able to support them. It's supporting the restaurants. But even those people who have made decisions to move into the habitats, I think there was one of Councillor Hungerford's residents moved from Buderim into this first habitat built in here and was complaining that there was nowhere they can park their second car. And unfortunately, they should have known that there was going to be limited car parking. The fact is that at this stage, we don't have the public infrastructure and the public transport that will support a different way of living. In other words, living with less cars within a household. So it is a transition. It is about making clear decisions about getting from A to B. And I think this is really important for us to signal. And as I said, if we talk about incentives and investments, $5,000 is not too much to ask to try and support the CBD to come out of the ground without making it much more difficult for everything to happen.
Thank you, Councillor Natoli. Councillor Hungerford.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'll probably speak my mind. I won't be popular, but people have heard my stance on paid parking and the planning and wanting to reduce parking and our planning provisions, even though the increase in population and density and everything is happening. Like in the previous one, we're happy to forego revenue and planning thing there that the ratepayers will have to pick up. Here we're happy to put an impost and extra charge on people in a cost of living crisis and when businesses and people are doing it tough. So that doesn't gel with me. There are those that want to demonise cars, penalise people for using them. I don't go along with that. This is just a personal opinion, but I see that as a woke unicorn ideology. Cars are part of the transport mix. Sure, we want to increase public transport and other forms, but the cars are part of the transport mix for people to use. To force people from having to do it or demonising them for using a car doesn't fit with me. And here, we're quite happy to increase the hourly rate per hour and the daily fee and everything else. Further impost on people and a cost of living crisis. So I find it very hard to come to terms with the fact cars are a part of the transport mix. Why are we constantly demonising them, making it harder for people? We've got a factor for them as well as trying to improve the other forms as well and giving that choice, that variety of choice. But the way we're doing this and the way we're constantly trying to drive parking rates down and increase the density, like I've got Stringy Bark Road and all the units down there and there's just cars all up the streets and it's just mayhem. With only one parking space per unit, no matter how many bedrooms. Doesn't make sense. And here we're perpetuating it again with the hotels policy, doing it again. Cars are a part of the mix. And putting an extra impost on people here, going from $6 to $7 a day and from $2.30 to $2.50 an hour, this is only the beginning. It's going to keep going. But it just doesn't gel with me. So, in all conscience, I cannot support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. Councillor Bunnag.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. Just a couple of questions through you, if I may. It says external consultation was undertaken with Water Corporation and Sun Central. Can you provide any feedback that those parties gave on this process?
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I can't specifically speak to that because I wasn't involved with those discussions with Sun Central or Walkers, but general conversations that I have had with them about paid parking and parking operations within the PDA area have suggested that they are strongly reliant on the planning controls within the area that does impose a level of constraint and management of private vehicle use within the precinct, and again the need to use public transport. So I think, largely speaking, that's where I think their position currently stands and still holds. Specifically to this comment or this item around paid car parking, I can't speak to in detail, Councillor. I'm sorry.
Councillor Bunnag, the acting CEO, would like to answer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you, and thanks for the question, Councillor Banag. I was the one that had the conversations with Walker and Sun Central, and suffice to say that Walker were concerned about the increase of the hours. They didn't raise the issue of the increase in the amount, the rate, but they did raise the issue of the increase in the hours and were worried about the businesses and also the activation of the city centre, particularly some of the retail and also the markets that also exist on the weekends, so they were worried about that. I know that, I don't know if Greg wants to add anything else because I know he's had subsequent discussions. Yeah, so I'll probably just leave it at that, but I don't know, Greg, if there was anything else you wanted to add to that. Yeah.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. Could you talk us through the arrangements that are going to be made for the car park in the council building at the current time and the change in the fees and charges that will be coming for this site in the near future?
Through you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor. At this stage, the discussion, the proposal is only about the 2 outdoor car parks. Details and discussions around the arrangements for the City Hall and other car park areas within the PDA is intended to be talked and discussed in further detail at future workshops with councillors, especially around the overall management of the PDA area. We're anticipating hopefully to have that workshop in December.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Mayor, if we aren't to follow the original officer's recommendation and adopt this, this motion, when would we actually logically extend parking restrictions in the city centre? Is there a time frame in terms of when you'd actually reach a milestone that you would consider would be appropriate other than what is proposed in the original officer's recommendation?
Thank you, through the Chair. To answer that question, what I would probably suggest is that we need to do a lot more work around strategic planning for the PDA area. Probably of note, the LAPP, or the Local Area Parking Plan as it currently stands from 2017, omits the PDA area or having any strategic management within the PDA area. And that's probably one of the major pieces of work that still needs to be done. And that's also part of the reason why we're intending to have a future workshop to discuss the next steps around development of that management plan and the timing for when additional or further controls will be needed.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, I might now speak to the motion. Parking's always an emotive topic, but what is being asked for is a very modest increase in the hours. When I, at first blush, saw the original motion, I had the same concerns that some of the other councillors have expressed, but the reality is if you go into the businesses in the CBD on a Friday and you'll actually see most of the restaurants bustling. You know, you go to Rice, you go to Giddy Geisha and there's not many spare tables, and that's when we have paid parking at those times. So I don't agree necessarily with some of the rhetoric today that this is going to, you know, put pressure on businesses and detract from businesses. I think there's a whole range of other economic factors that are having a much more tangible impact on people dining out at the moment. You know, cost of living in general is one of them. Extending the parking hours in an area which has been very, very clearly earmarked as being an area where there'll be limited car parking from a design perspective from the outset, to me that screams buyer beware. You're coming into an area where you know for a fact there is going to be limited car parking, and at times you'll be paying for car parking, not on street, but in designated car parking facilities. The reality is it's a very modest change. Yes, it is a modest amount of revenue, but if we don't do it at this point, we're going to have a significant problem in the future where we do have more residential dwellings in this area, saying why are we increasing parking at that time in terms of the rates. So from my perspective, I don't like it, but the reality is it's a modest increase, and I'm not going to be supporting the motion that's been put forward by the Mayor on that basis.
Thank you, Councillor Banag. Councillor Landsberg.
Thank you, through the Chair. Just a question on the amendment, or obviously the revised motion that's been put up. The wording on C requests the Chief Executive Officer to include the following property note on all residential properties within the Maroochydore City Centre PDA. So that means that a rollout that would continue on all residential properties for the life of this, for the rollout of the PDA. Would that be correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that wasn't the intent. The intent was for the residential properties that are existing in Precinct 3, which is a precinct we're currently sitting in, because the concern in terms of the longer hours, if that wasn't accepted by council, that the residential buildings that are already here and the one proposed by Walker on lot 600 and lot 50, residential people would come in and, to Councillor Hungerford's point, potentially have additional vehicles or people visiting and being able to park in the car park through weekends and longer hours, and then obviously us trying to retrospectively potentially increase the hours and charge for those could cause a problem. So it was meant for the two habitat buildings and lot 600 and lot 50, because south of the Corso there might be other arrangements that are made yet to be determined. But that was the intent.
Sorry. Okay, thank you. Well, I just probably would have preferred it to be a little bit more descriptive in the actual location that we're talking about, and that's exactly north of the Corso where we are talking about now. Look, I'm not really concerned about obviously the extra increase in the fee, but the extension in the hours, and I can understand Councillor Joe and the use of what are we actually trying to accommodate, and especially the after-hour use here. I know obviously the time in Caloundra, the hours of paid parking that we charge in Caloundra is obviously productive of after-hours use, and we encourages people in that CBD to walk to the art gallery or to walk to the new library. So that, for me, that's a concern here. But look, I'll leave it at that. I'll wait and see how the vote goes, but I've got a position. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Landsberg. Yes. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple of points of clarification for the discussion. The fee proposal isn't actually increasing the fee. The $2.50 per hour with a $7 cap was adopted in May at the May ordinary meeting. The adjustment is mainly in relation to the wording of the fee, which allows us to capture Red Bill Lane and any other at-grade car parks that might come online or offline during the year. The fee previously was quite prescriptive, so it meant if we had a block of land open up and we wanted to open up more parking, that fee wouldn't be able to apply to that. So we've broadened it to apply to any possible car parking, off-street car parking in the PDA. The second thing is just in relation to the property note, it's important to note that that message wouldn't appear on a rates notice. It would only appear on a property search for someone purchasing a property who does a search on their property. So if we were intending to expand on that community consultation, we would just need to consider how we would do that, noting that we don't need a council resolution to undertake community education programs. We can do that separately.
Thank you, Ms Jacobs. Councillor Broderick.
Thank you. Through the chair, thanks, Shanna, because now I'm just going to readjust what I was going to ask in the first place. So I appreciate the clarification. Thank you. Sorry, now I'm just going to reassess. Is there a reason that we're only doing these two car parks and not the entire PDA all at the same time? So you mentioned we're not talking about this building, but we are talking about Red Bill and the other one. Is there a reason we're not doing all of the car parks and all of the discussion at the same time?
Thank you. Through the chair. Thank you, Councillor. At this stage, the intention was to mainly reactivate the opportunity around paid parking at Red Bill Lane, and the adjustments to the fees and charges will allow us to do that relatively quickly. The intention from there was actually to start moving forward towards a strategic plan for the precinct, and again, part of that work is ongoing. At the moment, we are actually undertaking parking surveys within the area, and that's intended to help inform our decision making when we present it to the councillors around how we intend to manage this precinct. So at this stage, it's intended to be a very limited management control with the intention that a broader picture will be provided future on.
Thank you. Through the chair, just in light of what Shanna's just said, I might withhold some of my other questions and while I regroup. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Natoli.
Yeah, just a question through you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Cedar, do you know what time the cafes open in the morning? Like Harvest Cafe and the Colombian cafes?
Thank you, through the chair. Councillor, unfortunately, I don't live in the area, but I do actually arrive at work pretty early, so roughly about 6:30 in the morning I'm here at work, and I do see them setting up, definitely the Colombian Cafe.
Harvest opens at 6, so just one, like there were comments that were made in regards to restaurants operating after 6 p.m.
Speaking, councillor, or asking a question?
But the question...
Are you asking a question?
I'm asking, is the impact of this more likely to be on the gym and the cafes that operate in this area, more so than the restaurants that operate?
Through the chair, thank you. Thank you, councillor. So again, with the PDA area, there is a balance of on and off-street parking. Within the precinct, there is 2-hour free on-street parking, and it's typically those types of on-street parking areas that would best serve cafes or short-stay areas. We have had ongoing discussions with the gym where they have said or requested that the 2-hour period is probably not suitable for them type of patrons, but definitely the cafes have indicated that a 2-hour on-street period for free is working quite well for them. I think one of the real challenges, and it was raised by Councillor Bunnag, is the fact that we have very limited parking within the precinct itself. So that's probably one of the overarching challenges that we do have. I can't speak about what the potential impact to the businesses are. I suspect, however, that they might have some misgivings around it, especially with the impacts. But certainly when I drive through at 6:30 in the morning, and as you noted, the cafes were open, there's plenty of on-street parking that is still available. So as I said, we are undertaking parking surveys currently. So the intention is we will understand better how those car parks are being used to help inform our future management for the precinct.
Thank you. Councillor Suarez.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Just a question, and thanks, Darren, for the presentation. And it might be for Shanna in terms of compliance. With the additional hours that was in the original motion, limited revenue, what would be the cost of compliance to monitor those additional hours? Essentially, I'm asking, is the additional revenue worth the cost to council to monitor that?
Through the chair, council officers already use our Park Smart vehicles to monitor Maroochydore 7 days a week, so it'll add very little to the operational cost to regulate the area. We just shift where and how we're patrolling through the CBD area to capture the change in hours, as we do with other areas across the region as things change.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, I might speak to the motion. Just firstly, in response to the concerns Councillor Law raised in how we've arrived to having this motion before us here, I must say I am in agreement with him. It's perhaps not what we were familiar with in the past, and it hasn't really afforded us an opportunity to debate the original motion or any change to the original motion, which has been presented to us through the information session, but also to the community in the published papers. So I'll just make that comment. But in terms of what the motion is before us, I do not have a problem with it because the intent is essentially to capture those car parks that were not formally recognised to be given a fee. So now it has a equal playing field across the whole of the Maroochydore City Centre while it's still in a development stage. I do think that we have a lot more work to do in terms of discussion about parking ongoing in the Maroochydore City Centre, and those robust conversations need a bit of time and a bit more research, which is what you're undertaking now. So this is really, in my mind, just a stopgap measure. until that work's completed and we have a proper parking plan and policy for this area in the future. So I will be supporting the Mayor's recommendation. I agree that it's probably not the cleanest way to go about it, but I support it for the intent that it has been put forward in.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. And just advising that I did seek advice on the formulation of the motion prior to today and have sought that advice. Okay, Councillor Burns.
Thanks through you, Madam Mayor. Darwin, just a couple of questions, if I may, just to clarify in my own head. So the Red Bill Lane will cease to be used as a car park at some point in the somewhat near future, maybe the end of this year, maybe early next year. Following that, it will not be used as a car park for public people, is that right?
So through the chair, thank you, Councillor. To answer your question, the block is earmarked for development by next DC. So that's why the agreement with them at the moment is standing.
Great, thank you. The other question is, it's also a suggestion, the other, whichever that one's called, is also earmarked for changes at some point in the future, correct?
Chair, thank you. Yes, both of the car parks nominated are temporary, and they are earmarked for future development.
Okay, great, thank you. And just so, again, just for my own capacity to understand, just confirming that one of the rationales for this motion generally is to protect parking for visitors and continuing to keep traffic flow and parking available now, but also into the future. Is that correct?
Thank you, Chair, through you. Thank you, Councillor. So, yes, that is the intention to introduce or reintroduce some of those controls that were there previously to ensure that we can continue to manage the precinct.
And also, is it to be, because we have an increase in residential properties now becoming available, to just to also ensure that we're not getting overflow from residential parking that will limit available parking for business and commercial purposes. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, great. No, thank you. I just wanted to clarify, and I might just speak to the motion now, but thank you, Madam Mayor. Probably likewise, the revised motion certainly took me, my little brain, a little while to work out, so I have found that a bit challenging in this regard. Having Batinia in my division, absolutely see the need to clarify and bring certainty into a parking space for residential purposes and the clash that can have with commercial purposes. The amount of staff time, the amount of councillor time that goes into responding to parking confusion and concerns in Batinia is ridiculous, and if it can be avoided up front, as we have a brand new area coming on board with residents moving in, I would champion and support anything that can do that, and I would ask that we continue to double down in that process to clarify a really clear plan for this area, because the tension is not necessary if we can get ahead of the game now. So I am supportive in this. I actually similar to Councillor Bunnag too, I don't have a major drama with the 6 to 6 for the purposes of a future thought and the idea of keeping traffic going. For the purposes of today, I'm willing to support the motion that's being put forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burns. Councillor Law.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. If, with your agreement, I would just like to follow up on the point of order matter, because I think there's a couple of things that remain unresolved in relation to that, if I may.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. So I made the point of order on the basis of what I said, and we've now got this motion, and if I think back to item 8.8, the same thing happened there. We went straight to the motion. So I would like to request through you that we have a look at our standing orders of part 3, item 18, and we look at how we deal with a motion when the Mayor steps up and puts a motion on that we've not seen before. Because in my 4 and a bit years, I do not recall the Mayor ever presenting a motion in the way that you have today twice. So through you, I'd like to make that request if the acting CEO and yourself are happy with that.
That's noted. Councillor Law, that's noted.
Thank you. And the second point I wish to make, Councillor Natoli's views on parking are very well known by us all, and particularly by me, because we've had many conversations over the years about it. My comment of you seconding the motion was about perception, not about how you might want to support this particular motion one way or the other, but about perception of how that looks, given the point of order that I raised. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Law. And just also reiterating that I did seek advice regarding how the motion came to be, and we will take that forward and go forward from there. Yes.
I have no problem with what you've put there. The problem I've got is how it got there. Mm-hmm. And I'm sure you took good advice, but I think we need to get a good deal more advice about this process that we've had twice at item 8.8 and 8.9 today. 8.10 today, sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Dixon.
Through you, Madam Mayor. I actually like what you've done. Actually shows a mayor who cares about the job and is prepared to take a stand. I must admit, people have different views on things, but Ted and I have been doing this for many years, and there's many councils where councillors would get up and move alternatives, because that's your job. That's your job, and you have every ability to do it in the standing order. So don't let anyone tell you what you've done today is inappropriate, because you're following the rules. And I congratulate you for that. My opinion is we need to review the local area parking plan. I think we need to look at the whole plan, because there's many different opinions, and we're seeing more and more multi-storey car parks, which I support. If there are new car parks, I've supported charging for the new infrastructure. If we've got car parks that we're providing a new car park opportunity and we're maintaining it, support the charge. On the Mooloolaba debate in 2021, which went for, 3 hours, the councillors at the time gave their positions on where they stand. Like Joe, I support new infrastructure charges, don't support paid parking meters on the street on existing parking spaces, but that's for another day. I realise that there are enormous impacts on the local businesses, and let's not forget why we're here. We created a city centre for local businesses and residents. We didn't build the city centre for us to all sit in here on our chairs. It was about the business community, the residential community, citizens thriving. Now, how can they thrive if we don't support them? And it may sound like a small thing, but if people aren't able to get to the gym in the times that they need, get to the local restaurants, particularly right now with high interest rates and cost of living, like we all say a couple of dollars here or this and that won't affect people, but it does. You know, there's people in the community who are not able to afford meals or electricity. I mean, that's the reality. And you may say it's an overstretch looking at car parking, but Ted's right, all of these things add up and they impact on people. So the point is, where we can at a small cost, $5,000, you know, like today we've voted on $1.1 million community grants. We've $600,000 environment levy. We're talking $5,000 here to support local businesses in the CBD temporarily until we can work out what our strategy is. We spent way too much time here this afternoon on this item, and we just need to put it to bed.
Thank you, Councillor Dixon. Any other councillors? No? Councillors, A and B refer to parking fees that we have already approved in May. That is why when I moved this motion, A and B remained the same. The change of C removed the extra hours and the weekends. When we removed C and added the new C, that was to ensure that property owners were aware that at some point in the future, parking may be restricted further. That terminology is the correct terminology to indicate to them and signal that in the future it may be early morning, it may be evening, it may be weekend to have those charges made. So that is what that new Part C is about. It was removing the weekends and early and afternoon charges and ensuring that people who did buy residentially here were aware that this change may come into the future. That is what this motion seeks to present to you. It is about supporting the early adopters of our vision of the Maroochydore City Centre. And that is the reasoning behind it and why I commend this motion to you. And I will now put the motion to the vote. Those in favour? Councillors Broderick, Landsberg, Burns, Natoli, Dixon, Suarez and Mayor Natoli. Those against? Councillors Hungerford, Bunag and Law. The motion is carried. Thank you, Mr Zita. Thank you for that. Councillors, as there are no notices of motion, we will move to item 10, the petitions. And I understand we have a few petitions today. Councillor Natoli, if you would like to present your petition first on Grand Parade on street parking.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've got a number of signed people have signed this petition, and I'll read the prayer. We, the residents of Marine Apartments, would like to submit a request to Council that the items parked along Grand Parade, which include caravans, trailers, boats and vehicles, be fined and requested to move. The road has become extremely unsafe as vision is very limited, and so many vehicles drive with speed along that stretch of road, causing it to be hazard for those driving there, and there is a risk of accidents occurring.
Thank you. That's moved by Councillor Natoli. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Bunag.
Can I just speak?
You'd like to speak to the petition?
Got 1 minute to do. I held a meeting there with the Quina Island Residents Association the other day with our parking team. It was one of 3 meetings that I've had that day with our parking team. It was a very difficult meeting because basically it resulted in Kira coming back to me and saying, surely Council can do something about this, and I totally support them. I would hope that this petition here will be taken by the CEO and take a greater understanding of exactly what we as a council should do in terms of understanding the concerns of our local residents. This is not just a few residents that have written to me here, but the whole association that represents all of the residents of Quina Island. Thank you.
I'll now put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Thank you, Councillor Natoli. Councillor Dixon, I believe you have a petition to table.
Yep, through you, Madam Chair. The petition, I'll quickly read it. There's 18 signatures, 1 page. We, the Sunshine Coast Amateur Radio Club, respectfully petition Sunshine Coast Council to A, change the classification for radio towers for the radio club as exempted development, a radio mast or antenna of up to 10 metres, height above ground level AGL, whether it is mounted to the ground or roof. B, above 10 metres, masts of up to 15 metres should only require simplified complying permits based on given standards, AS 1170, without necessity for a development application to be lodged with the local council. A certifier would provide complying development certificates. C, that the outermost projection of the structure to be accepted on all boundaries, and D, that it needs to be accepted that more than 1 radio mast or antenna may be erected on a licensed radio amateur's domestic property. So I'll move that, if I can get a seconder.
Seconder for that, Councillor Burns. Yes, Councillor
Thank
Dixon.
you, and through you. And this resident, Hans Holtz, actually lives in Councillor Landsberg's area, but he raised this to me as a portfolio matter because I've been talking to him about the planning scheme consultation. So essentially, there's 18 signatures. Local radio clubs are just looking for changes in the planning scheme to make it more affordable and easier for them to not have to lodge development applications seeking permits. They want to do this more through certification, private certifiers. We will look at this, and Hans has already met with our development compliance and planning team. So just going to present that on behalf of the team. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favour of receiving the petition? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you, Councillor Dixon. Councillor Hungerford, you have a petition to table.
We're having a run of petitions.
We are having a lot of petitions today.
Pretty light on for a while, and now we've all got them. This one here has to do with the new playground in Deloraine Drive Park, in my area. The old park came up for renewal, and it was underneath big trees and fig trees and branches all over it, and I was worried about a tree or a branch falling in the park, especially when people are using it. So we put it out in the open, next to where the playground was. So I've got 86 signatures here, and these are mainly from Scholars Drive Childcare and Headland Park Childcare. We, the undersigned, respectfully petition the Sunshine Coast Council to fully fence the newly upgraded playground at Deloraine Drive Park. It fronts on Deloraine Drive. It has the fencing on the front, on sides, but the back of it's open to the park to make it useful for people. But here we're getting a request to actually fence it all together. So I've moved that we send this under the Chief Executive Officer to determine the appropriate action.
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. Can we have a seconder? Councillor Natoli. Councillor Hungerford, have you spoken to that now? Would you like to speak to it? You've handed it to the CEO.
I can understand where they're coming from. The idea was to make it open to the park, so park usage as well as the playground, fully fenced at the road and up the side so the kids don't run out on the road. But the quest is to fully fence it in. I understand where they're coming from, but it does restrict the playground to the park, so we'd have to put an extra gate in, so there's an extra expense there and everything. But I do understand what they're asking for.
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. I'll put the motion to the vote. Those in favour? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. Councillor Suarez, a request to refuse a development application.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. I have a petition to the Sunshine Coast Council. It has 80 signatures over 7 pages. It's about the model plane Airfield Valdora application, Sunshine Coast Model Flyers Incorporated, MCU 24/0113. The petition reads, we, the undersigned, request to Council to refuse the development application MCU 24/0113 as it will 1. Contravene the regional facilities plan for difficult to locate sports, 2. Has shown no overriding need to develop on this site and another model plane's airfield is approximately 20 minutes away, 3. Will force the closure of rural operations that rely on rural zone amenities, remoteness, peace and quiet, and a healthy and diverse ecosystem, including protecting wildlife corridors. 4. Will jeopardise the local environment. Council has invested significant time, resources and money from our rates on promoting the development of a number of conservation programs in our local areas and the values that these bring. 5. Will create a precedent for further similar incompatible development. 6. Will impact the physical and mental health of residents due to the dust created, consistent noise, anxiety about possible crashes and their sense of powerlessness to protect livestock. 7. Includes no wildlife or farm animal impact assessment completed despite bordering a rural and environmental management and conservation zone and nearby habitats for migrating birds and wildlife. 8. Does not recognise that horses are spooked by recreational aviation devices and this would be dangerous at the neighbouring riding school for people of, I think it's supposed to be all ages and abilities, including NDIS clients. 9. Will create a fire hazard threatening the livelihood of existing businesses in the area and be extremely difficult to manage with unmade roads, inadequate turning circles, minimal water supply and no proposed electricity or telecommunications connections. 10. Show an impact on noise pollution. These model airplanes are inevitably noisy and use fossil fuels, and the topography of Valdora Valley tends to attenuate any noise around much of the valley with an impact on local residents. This is a rural area. And 11, has not been sufficiently notified to all those in the surrounding communities. I present this to the Acting CEO.
Thank you. Can we have a seconder? Councillor Bunnag, did you wish to speak to the petition?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just briefly, this is an impact assessable application. I have spoken or have heard a number of the concerns from residents prior to the submission period being opened. A number of submissions have been made on this application and it is currently still undergoing assessment. So no final decision has yet been made. That's all.
Thank you. I'll now put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? And the motion is carried unanimously. Councillor Suarez, you have a second petition.
I do. This petition is against the construction of a new staircase at Second Bay, Coolum. It has 1,009 signatures over a total of 39 pages, and it reads as follows. We, the undersigned, strongly oppose the proposed construction of a new staircase at Second Bay, Coolum, and urge the Sunshine Coast Council to reconsider this decision. As a community, we ask to explore alternative solutions to address the current staircase's safety concerns without constructing a new one. We hope the Sunshine Coast Council will acknowledge the community's appreciation for the stairs and support their maintenance and preservation. Second Bay is a beloved and unique part of our community, and its preservation is vital to maintaining the character, environment and beauty of the area. 1. Preserving the bay's secluded charm. Second Bay is a small secluded beach that stands apart from the larger and more accessible bays nearby. Its hidden nature is what makes it so special to our community. Introducing a new staircase and increasing foot traffic threatens to overcrowd the bay, thereby diminishing the local charm and tranquility that we all cherish. 2. Protecting sensitive dune systems and addressing erosion. Over the past year, there has been a significant and visible increase in erosion at Second Bay, particularly in the area where the upper vegetation meets the stones on the beach, the supratidal zone. This zone, unique to Second Bay, relies on clay deposits, pandanus roots and large stones for structural integrity. Increased erosion has been evident with the exposure of clay deposits, and allowing greater access to the beach without first addressing these environmental issues could further destabilise this delicate area. 3. Ensuring safety and understanding of the beach's unique conditions. The push for an upgraded staircase stems from concerns about safety and accessibility. However, we ask the Council to reconsider whether promoting Second Bay as an accessible beach aligns with the realities of its natural conditions. The beach is known for its rocky terrain and challenging coastal conditions, particularly during summer when shifting sandbanks and strong rip currents are prevalent. These factors make the beach difficult to navigate, even for those familiar with it. Enhancing accessibility without addressing these inherent dangers could pose greater safety risks to the public. 4. Preserving the character and spirit of Coolum. In an era where development often leads to uniformity, it is crucial to preserve the unique features that define our community spaces. The existing stairs at Second Bay are more than just functional. They are a distinctive and charming part of Coolum's coastline. The old stones, the canopy of trees, the frill-necked lizards and the sunlight filtering through the leaves creates an atmosphere that is deeply embedded in the memories of Coolum locals. This is not just a staircase, it is a symbol of our community's heritage and spirit, worth preserving for future generations. We urge the Sunshine Coast Council to listen to the voices of the community and to protect the natural beauty and cultural significance of Second Bay by halting the constructions of the new staircase. Please sign this petition to show your support in preserving Second Bay's unique character, environment and safety. I present this to the Acting CEO.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Dixon, I'll put the motion to you to speak to.
You. If I may speak to it just for a moment, I'd just like to commend the lead petitioner on it. It's actually a young woman from Coolum. We don't often get our younger people engaging in activities of council. I must say I agree with many of the sentiments in the report. However, council must look at these stairs because there is a safety concern. and we are obligated under our liability to make sure it is safe for people who are using that staircase. I understand that the project team have done as much as they can in their capacity to have a look at this. I've asked them to look at alternatives already, and however this petition may get them to look at it once more, and if something can be done, that would be great, but if not, we understand that safety is a number one priority.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. I'll now put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? Yes, we are in favour unanimously, so the motion is carried. Thank you, Councillor Suarez. Councillor Law, over to you now for your petition on the Nambour Tennis Club access.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. I have a petition from Nambas Tennis Club, which is located at the Nambour Showgrounds. This petition is to request the Council regarding the access to the Nambas Tennis Club courts during the staging of various large events in the Nambour Showgrounds. We respectfully request that Council consider providing permanent access to the courts by constructing a suitable walkway or other means from the main entrance to the tennis club, and so that the members can always get to the tennis courts. The petition has been signed by 51 people, and I'm happy to present it to the Acting CEO.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Burns. Councillor Lloyd, would you like to speak?
Thank you. So the Nambas Tennis Club has been in existence for a very long time, and over the last 40 years has had difficulty accessing its courts for its members to be able to play tennis when there is a major event at the Nambour Showgrounds due to the lockout requirements that are in their lease terms. In recent times, there were 100 members, more than 100 members from Nambour, Yandina and the surrounds, and that has currently declined to 55 members. And the main reason cited is that the tennis players cannot access the tennis club grounds to play their games and have their competitions. And just for example, this year they have so far missed 36 days this calendar year of access to their leased tennis courts. Thank you.
Okay. I now put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? Okay, the motion is carried unanimously. Thank you, Councillor Law, and that is all of the petitions, is that right? Yes, excellent. As there are no confidential items to discuss at today's meeting and today's agenda has concluded, I'm looking around just to make sure that it has concluded, I'm not missing anything. That's all good. Okay, I will declare the meeting closed at 3:44 today. Thank you all. Goodbye.